Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 9th annual Signum University Fall Fundraising Campaign Webathon. So delighted that you guys could join us here today. Today is going to be a big day, a really fun day. The Webathon is always a fun day. Today is a particularly special one, however, because we are going to be doing the debut of one of our newest program, and a really, really important new program, as I am about to explain to you. That is the SPACE program, Signum Portals to Adult Continuing Education. Okay, excellent. So I'm excited to announce the SPACE program. Sorry. So first of all, let me just admit up front, I have like a billion windows open and so much going on my second screen. So I'm going to try to keep everything straight here today as we do stuff, right? I'm kind of juggling a whole bunch of balls here today, so I hope that you guys will all be patient with me, should patience be required. Let me just kind of very briefly explain the tech setup to everybody. So we're currently streaming this on a whole bunch of our Signum platforms and Mythgard platforms and my Tolkien Professor platforms and stuff. So you can go to twitch.tv/SignumU. You can go to our YouTube channel. I also have a Zoom session up where I have my audio going, so you can get my audio without the delay from the video broadcasts, and I have the chat going there as well. And we're going to be using that Zoom session in various ways over the course of the day today. But the video, for now, the video stream is exclusively through all those other places. So you'll be able to see my slides and all that kind of thing. So here we are. Now, the very first thing that I want to do today, because it's our Webathon and it's the culmination of our fall fundraising campaign, I want to do a drawing. I want to give stuff away. I want to give stuff away. So here's what I'm going to do. So I've been doing drawings every week during the course of the campaign. And the weekly drawings I've been doing have been from everybody who has made a donation during the course of that week. And the winner of the drawing gets a golden ticket. They get a ticket which they can redeem in one of our tuition-bearing programs. They can get an anytime audit admission to registration from one of our graduate courses. They can get a month of Signum Academy clubs. They can get one of our Signum Path classes, or they can get one SPACE token for use in our new SPACE program. And so today, it's only been a few days. It's only been about half a week since our last drawing. But I'm going to do a drawing not only for everybody who has made a donation in the time in between Wednesday evening and now, but also all of our monthly donors whose monthly donations have not come up in one of these other weeks. So in this drawing, we'll include all of the last of the wonderful people who have set up monthly donations to Signum University. So I want to start off by doing my first drawing here. I got to roll my dice. Okay, my nice dice tower that my kids got me for Christmas last year. And okay, and the winner is, who is the winner? The winner is Aaron Rourke. Aaron Rourke is the winner. Congratulations, Aaron. So if you are watching, congratulations. If you're not, I hope you see this in the recording. And what you should do, Aaron, is you should send an email to info@signumu.org, and we will happily connect you with your prize and figure out what you want to do for that. Anyway, that is the first of a couple drawings we're going to be doing during the course of the day today. There will be more drawings later at various points and other opportunities to win prizes, such as during our trivia competition later on. So let me just do a brief review of the schedule. Where did my schedule go? There's my schedule. Okay. So we are starting now with the State of the University address. I'm going to be giving updates from our year at Signum, and I'm going to be explaining all about our brand new space program. So exciting. And then we're going to after that, we will have our first two, space capsules. We're gonna have 5 different little sample sessions, little preview sessions, free opportunities to get a taste of what our space program is going to be like. Okay, and so our first 2 are we're going to start with a creative writing session run by Sparrow Alden, and then we're going to have a session on Japanese anime with Kelly Fancher. Then we're going to have a break at 4. Well, sort of a break at 4 o'clock between 4 and 6. I'm going to be doing a Reddit AMA. I'm doing a kind of a fun experiment that I'm really looking forward to, where I'm doing a Reddit AMA, but I'm going to do a meta interaction thing. So I'm going to be doing an AMA. So I'm going to be typing responses and stuff, but I'm going to live stream doing the AMA. So you guys can all kind of, we can kind of talk through my answers, and you guys can give me advice on what to say and all that kind of thing. So it's going to be, so that's going to be fun. Okay. Anyway, so that's 4 o'clock to 6 p.m. Eastern time. Then we're going to do 3 more space capsules. We're going to do a session on fairy tales with Pilar Barrera Way. We're going to do a session on interpreting Egyptian hieroglyphics with Sean Gaffney, and we're going to do a session on English sonnets with Faith Acker. And then after that comes our trivia competition at 8:30 p.m. tonight, and then starting around 9:15-ish, maybe a little bit later than that. We'll see how I do in keeping on schedule today. I'm going to start a little Lotro mini marathon, maybe 4 hours or so, probably ending 1 a.m.-ish. I don't have any very specific schedule in mind, but we'll see how we do. As I'm planning to get through all of the rest of the Mordor storyline in the Lord of the Rings Online. So that should be a lot of fun. Okay, so that is what is coming up today. Looking forward to all of that. Now, don't forget, today is the perfect opportunity. If you have not made a donation to Signum University yet this year, now is the perfect day to do that. You'll be entered into a special drawing. I'm going to do another drawing for a free space token for among everybody who donates here today. And if we get a lot of donations, I may do more than one of those drawings, but I'm certainly going to do a drawing from everybody who makes a donation during our session here today. Go to signumuniversity.org/donate, and you can see our donation page there. And we are so grateful to all of our donors. I'm going to be showing you in a second just the kind of impact that you guys have been having on Signum over the course of this last year. So, okay, let me make sure I've got all the proper windows open and such. I think I do. Okay. All right. Very good. Got my screen proper? Yes, I got my screen proper. Okay. All right. I think we're pretty good. And thus, I shall begin the State of the University address. Well, what a year it has been. This is an experience I very often have at Signum, when I think back to a year ago and where things were a year ago, and I'm like, holy cow, it's amazing to think about everything that's happened at Signum in the last year. I mean, a year ago now, we had only just barely launched our Signum Path program. Signum Academy clubs, we hadn't even thought of it yet. It wasn't even a glimmer in our eye at this point. It was close. It was going to start glimmering a couple weeks from a year ago today. But it's it was, in the year since then, that program was conceived and launched. Financially, we had an amazing year. And let me just start with that. I want to, that seems a really good place to start, an appropriate place to start at the end of our fundraising campaign. So let me show you some fun numbers from Signum's financial year in review. This is a chart of our total revenue, graph of our total revenue over the last 3 years, and then our projections for this year. And as you can see, we've been growing by leaps and bounds over the course of the last few years, because this is largely, this is due in part to some internal growth. We did have some really excellent growth in our graduate program. During the pandemic, we got a pretty big bump during the pandemic. Interestingly, we've gotten some new students, completely new students during the pandemic, but that's actually not where the majority of our new enrollment has come from. The majority of our new enrollment has come from the fact that since the pandemic began, the average number of courses that our students are taking at a time has increased dramatically, right? So it was less about, tons of new people finding us and more about people being stuck in their houses and having more time to do stuff like take Signum courses. Anyway, that was really fun. And of course we've been, adding new programs and diversifying things, and that also has a big impact on things. But here's another thing that had a big impact that made a significant contribution to our jump in revenue, and that was our jump in fundraising. This is our annual fund. Over the last 3 years, we raised just shy of $64,000 in fiscal year 20. That is the fiscal year that ended in August of 2020. But last year, the fiscal year that just ended, July 31st of this year in 2021, we raised $88,170. It's a huge jump from last year, just enormous. And as you can see, we're doing really, really well. So the dark blue is how much we've raised so far for our annual fund for this year. Our goal is $100,000. What would have felt, years back, an absurd goal to shoot for. But after we hit 88,000 last year, I was confident that we could do it. And we are well ahead of our fundraising for last year. We've raised $73,036 in gifts and pledges. And that's only from August 1st to now. That's of course counting those of you who have monthly donations in place. That's sort of counting the rest of the monthly donations that are scheduled to come during the annual fund. That's what I mean when I say gifts and pledges. But anyway, yeah, we're only $27,000 short of our $100,000 goal. And as I say, we are well ahead of where we were last year this time. We're almost $10,000 ahead of where the annual fund level was at this time last year. So that is pretty amazing. And so, a question, and I talked about this some at the beginning of, at the session I did at the very beginning of our fundraising campaign, which was at the start of our very first Nature and Middle Earth class on Wednesday night in the Mythgard Academy. But it bears repeating because it's the answer to the question, so what do we do with this money anyway, right? We got $88,000 last year. Where does that go exactly? And the answer is it goes to people. All of it goes to pay people. Signum University we do what we do, that is provide excellent, high quality, high student faculty contact education by and lowering our costs, right? The approach of a lot of universities is to try to lower their costs by putting into place a kind of a mechanized online education, right, that students can go through, which is great. It's convenient. They can go through it at their own pace. But of course, it also conveniently doesn't cost the universities anything, or very little anyway. And yet, of course, they usually charge their full, very, very high tuition for it. We not only don't do that, we not only don't charge the ridiculously large tuition fees that most universities charge, but we charge as little as we do. We charge a fraction of what most universities do without reducing the kind of personal contact and personal attention that you get. In fact, we have at least as much, even more than some in-person universities can do. And so what this means is that the majority of our expenses, vast majority, like 90% of our total costs and expenses at the university are people. And that is what I have been focused in pouring more money into. From the beginning, Signum has always paid its faculty members. We've always done that. Our faculty have been paid from day one, but we've had a lot of people who have volunteered as staff. And this has kind of grown over the year. There have been, over the years, there have been many people who have loved the vision of Signum University and wanted to see it succeed and make it happen. So they started helping in various ways and have continued to help, and are, and many of us have been, working towards the day when we can be fully paid, when this can really become the future career for many people, a sustainable, long-term, and comfortable income for folks. And that has been my main goal over the last couple of years. It's been the number one thing that I've been focusing on behind the scenes, is transitioning into a fully paid staff. Let me show you what that has looked like. As you can see, a couple of years ago, fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20, that was fairly typical for many years. That's what we had allocated. We were only able to allocate. We only had about between $41,000 and $42,000 a year to allocate to staff. That's like all of our non-MA faculty pay. Like again, we've always paid the MA faculty, but that was what we had, like, for everybody. And last year's fiscal year, we jumped from $41,000 to $132,000 we paid to staff. It was, as you can see, we'd like more than tripled the total amount that we paid to non-MA faculty, while still continuing to pay our MA faculty at the same levels that we had been. That was a huge step forward. And as you can see, according to our budget for this year, we're going to increase again very significantly. And this is where your money goes. And it is such a wonderful thing. I just can't even tell you. It is quite literally my favorite part of being the president of Signum University. To me, the greatest reward of becoming an administrator, right? Of running a school instead of just teaching. The greatest reward has been hiring folks. There's just it's just nothing beats hiring people, being able to, because it's just this it's this amazing win-win situation, right? Where you find really good people who do such good work and are such a blessing to the institution, and you get to give them money, right, and be a blessing to them and their family. And so all of the money that you guys give in donations enables us to pay more people. Every dollar that we get, we are giving out in salary to our staff, to the faculty of our new programs and everything. And we're still continuing to pay. In fact, this year, we've actually increased the pay to our MA faculty, while also planning to increase our pay to the rest of our staff as well. So the donations that you make are like a double blessing to Signum, both a direct and an indirect blessing. It's a direct blessing in the sense that it gives us more resources to be able to hire more folks, to be able to do more things, which is just, there's so many places around Signum, as you can well imagine, I'm sure, where we are, kind of scrambling around, like trying to, with a bunch of people trying to cover a whole bunch of different things. We're a startup organization, right? So you can imagine how that goes, like one person wearing 18 hats. And I don't even know, I stopped counting the number of different roles I play in the institution, for instance, and there are several folks like that. But anyway, the point is, it is such a wonderful blessing to our operations to be able to have more money that we can use to hire people and to pay folks and to make those jobs easier. It's a wonderful enrichment of our programs to be able to support them more strongly and more reliably. But at the same time, right, while we're doing that, it's also an indirect blessing, right? Being able to pay that money out to people, to the deserving people, many of whom have been sacrificing to help Signum. It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. So I am so grateful to everyone who has donated, and just wanted to kind of share with you financially a little bit some of the great things that you guys are making possible as Signum continues to build and to grow. But let us do some updates, because there's a whole bunch of things going on. So the first thing that I wanted to update you guys about is our authorization and accreditation process. So this was a big year. We checked off so we had three major things that we have to do in order to have Signum completely and utterly established in the eyes of all of the authorities. The first was to achieve approval from the state of New Hampshire's Higher Education Commission, be reviewed by them and have our program approved by them. And that we accomplished several years ago. You guys may remember the celebration that we had a couple years ago when that came through. That was a big deal. This past year, one of our big accomplishments was achieving New Hampshire legislative authorization. We had to get a bill passed through the state legislature of the state of New Hampshire, awarding, official sort of state sanction to Signum University by name. So Signum University is now officially written into the laws of the state of New Hampshire. That was process, right? That involved politics, of course. So it was its own thing, right? But that process was completed, and you may remember relatively recently, in July, when our bill was finally signed into law by the governor of New Hampshire, and I have right here the pen. The gubernatorial pen that was used to sign Signum's bill into law here in the drawer next to me. So that was a lot of fun. And of course, the next step is institutional accreditation. And in that process, we have now been involved for a little over a year. About 14 months since we began that process. We are 2 stages into that. It's a long process. We're 2 stages into that process. It has been an enormous amount of work. We just recently, like 2 weeks ago, submitted the next sort of big chunk of things for them to review. The full, essentially, profile and details and information about Signum that we submit to them for them to review. 334 separate documents, not pages, documents that we sent to them. It's been a massive amount of work. So that's still ongoing. That process is still ongoing. And of course, we don't have a whole lot of control over the timing of that. So I cannot tell you exactly when the accreditation process will be completed, nor, of course, can I give any guarantees about the outcome of that process. We don't know exactly what's going to happen. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but we do know that process is well underway, and we've been working very, very hard on that. So that obviously, as soon as there is news to share, we shall certainly share it when that comes down. But it's going to be a while yet. We are something like the middle of that process. But it's a huge deal, and one of the biggest things that's going on behind the scenes here at Signum. Our graduate school, of course, the Signum Graduate School, our MA program is our flagship program, which has been from the beginning, that was Signum University, right from the very beginning. And our MA program is really thriving. As I've mentioned, we've been doing really great. In fact, this fall semester that we're currently in the middle of, or well, in the second half of now, actually, we've set an all-time record for course registration for this fall. We've got more students registered in the MA program this fall than we've ever had registered in a single semester before. So our MA program is going really, really well, very strong. We love our students and our faculty, and that program just continues to be a delight. And now we also have, many of you will know about or have heard about our certificate program. We launched our certificate program in 2016, so it's been around for quite a while now. We've been running our certificate program for 5 years, and the idea of the certificate program was to create an option for people who wanted to take credit courses with us, but weren't sure they wanted to go all the way through the master's program, and in particular weren't sure. And the master's thesis, which is the capstone of the MA program, it's a lot of work. It's a significant scholarly project, and there were a bunch of our students who, were really enthusiastic about digging in and working and doing the classes, but weren't sure that was really sort of for them what they wanted to do. So we started the certificate program in order to provide students with that option. And we've had the certificate, with specialization in our different concentrations: Tolkien studies, imaginative lit, classical, medieval, and Renaissance literature, and of course Germanic philology. But I am here to announce today that we are making a significant change. Well, we're not changing the program itself all that much, but it's a significant change. We're going to change the name of that program. So we are no longer going to be calling it our certificate program. We are going to call it, from henceforward, that program shall be called our graduate diploma program. Now, let me explain why we're making this change. For two reasons. One, again, 2016, when we launched our certificate program, this was we had our MA program and we had this, and that was kind of it. It was like all that we had, right? And so we wanted to signify that it was, this is not a degree program, right? It's just a certificate program. But as we've added more programs, we have our Path program, and we have our Clubs program, and we're launching our Space program now. And I was concerned that certificate was a little vague. Like, people get certificates can mean like the word, I got a certificate, right? Can mean so many different things. It could mean, you did a serious course of graduate study like this, or it could mean like I did a weekend seminar on something, and got I watched a weekend seminar online while doing something else and got a certificate for it. I mean, it's really vague, right? I mean, the word certificate is used very, very broadly. But graduate diploma, so there are two things that I wanted to really emphasize here. Now, the phrase diploma, or the word diploma, is really only used in America about high school diplomas, I know. But actually, the idea of a graduate diploma program is quite a common one outside of America, especially in Europe and Australia. And the kind of program that so we're kind of looking around, and we found that what they call a graduate diploma program is actually exactly what our program is. That is, it's usually like, half of an MA, which is precisely what our certificate program is. You take 10 of our courses plus the capstone for the MA. You take 5 of our courses for our certificate program. So it's a graduate diploma program. And the thing we wanted to emphasize, so first, it gives the program a little bit clearer of an identity, right? It's not just ye old random certificate program, but it also really shows the seriousness of that program, because certificate students who are now our diploma students, they're taking the same classes as our MA students. They're taking fewer of them, but they're taking the same class. Look, you wouldn't know. They're all taking it for credit, right? All sitting in the same classroom, taking the same classes for credit. You're doing serious graduate work, right? This is it's a non-degree program, but it's a degree level program. It is a serious, you're taking serious graduate courses. And we want that to be reflected in the name, to really show this is part of our graduate school. Let there be no mistakes about that, right? So we're not making very substantive changes to the program. We're just changing the name because we think that will really help us to make that clear. Now, yes, you can, in the past, Plixie on YouTube, you have been able to get a certificate. And then if you choose, when you get toward the end of the certificate program, some people do then choose to be like, actually, no, I do want to continue and do the master's degree. And yes, those classes are transferable directly to the MA program. That's what it means when I say that it's a degree level program. It doesn't culminate in an official degree, right? The graduate diploma is not an official degree like the MA degree, right? But it is degree level for exactly that reason. And of course, some people who begin our MA program might say I'll shift to the graduate diploma program. I'm not sure I have the time to complete the whole master's degree right now. So maybe I'll shift to the graduate diploma program. You can go, and we have to talk with you about it, right? But you can do that. And again, that's one of the things that we wanted to make that more obvious in the naming of it. And there's one other change that we're making to our graduate diploma program, which is really exciting, which is we're adding an optional, it's not mandatory, capstone experience for the diploma program. And one of the things that's especially exciting about this is that we're going to enable students to choose, if they choose to do a creative capstone experience to this. This is a question we get a lot from people who are thinking about our master's or beginning our master's degree program. They'll ask us things like, can I do a creative, thesis, a creative capstone? And the answer has always been no. You can't. Because, there are requirements. Again, did I mention we're going through the accreditation process? There are standards and expectations for what a master's degree thesis should be, and that would not fit. That would not fit the nature of this program. It really does need to be a scholarly research project of one kind or another, and so we make that clear in our requirements for our MA capstone. So we've always had to say no to people who say, can I do it now? And we're still going to have to say no within the context of our MA program, but within our graduate diploma program, we now can say yes to folks who want to do a creative project as a culmination of that. And again, that's optional. People don't have to do the capstone if they don't want to, but there's going to be an opportunity for that, which I think is pretty exciting. So again, other than that, you can choose to specialize in one of our concentrations. So you can get a graduate diploma with a concentration in Tolkien studies if you like, or you could, just get a general graduate diploma in language and literature if you like. So again, the program itself hasn't changed that much, but I believe that this will be a really good step forward in the identity of this program, and I think it clarifies things a great deal. So, okay, that's what's been going on in our graduate school, which is really fun. Our undergraduate program, you'll remember last year in our State of the University address, I talked a lot about our plan for our undergraduate program, the Signum College Applied Humanities program. I am every bit as excited about our undergraduate program as I was last year. What I can say on this is more soon. The reason we have not moved faster on this, the reason you have not heard much about this since last year has to do, did I mention we're in the middle of the accreditation process? That's what it's about, really. Because our undergraduate program is going to be under the umbrella of our institutional accreditation when and if we are granted institutional accreditation, there are processes that have to be gone through. And again, I also mentioned before that the time frame on this is not exactly in our hands. So that has been a little bit more delayed than I would theoretically want it to be. If it were just me, I would be much swifter in pushing this forward. But that's the way it is, and we are content. But anyway, I just wanted to make sure that you can expect to hear some more things about this during the course of this year. We won't be starting it up right away this year, but you should be hearing some more about this as we move through the course of the year. Okay. Next, Mythgard Institute. So the Mythgard Institute is also going to be expanding soon. We are going to be beginning our Mythgard Miscellany program before too long. Now, that was something that has been in the works for a while. That's also been delayed for a different reason, but actually a happy reason. And the happy reason is the birth of the child of our Mythgard Institute director, which has for which we've kind of paused things because both our director and her baby are awesome, and we have been enjoying them and enjoying their time together. But soon we are going to be returning, so you will hear more about Mythgard Miscellany and some new Mythgard programs which are going to be expanding out to other fandoms. Mythgard Institute has been mostly my broadcasts to this point, and so therefore has been mostly Tolkien-centered. That's kind of the way it is, right? But that will not always be true, or will not exclusively be true anymore moving forward soon. So that is a thing that is coming. Signum Path. So our Signum Path program, for those of you who don't know, our Signum Path program is a professional development program. It is a humanities-based program that is designed to train people in what are often called soft skills, what I think of as just people skills or even as foundational skills. Written communication, verbal communication, person-to-person skills, things that will just make anyone a better candidate for jobs. The humanities are immensely practical. This is a thing many of you know that I could kind of rant about this quite a bit. I'm going to try to restrain myself from ranting. But of course, people tend to think about the humanities as if they're impractical, right? It's like, oh, it's, maybe fun to think about, but, it doesn't have anything to do with getting jobs or, like, what are you going to do with an English major after all? But of course, the main point, sort of the real point about the humanities is that the kinds of skills that they develop are applicable everywhere. It's true, there are a few of them which uniquely, make you able to apply for a particular kind of job that you couldn't have applied for before. But the point is that they make you more likely to succeed in whatever job you have. And especially as you are trying to not just get a job and keep a job, but develop a career. So that's the sort of the spirit of our PATH program. And our classes have been great. We've had wonderful feedback from the students that we've had so far. And we have an exciting announcement. We've established a new partnership, the opportunity for which just kind of recently unfolded, and I've been really excited about. We have a wonderful member of our Signum community who works as an administrator, has worked as an administrator for several tribal colleges in northern Minnesota. Several Native American tribal colleges. He reached out and was talking about the need for the Native American nation that he's connected with right now, that he's working with right now. They were really feeling the need for this kind of development. They wanted to see, especially their young people and their current employees, there on site in their reservation, to be being able to develop these kinds of professional skills. They really saw the value of this kind of training and were looking for a way that they could help to improve. To provide people with the opportunity to improve these skills. So we are delighted to partner with Red Lake Nation in Minnesota, and we're going to be offering some PATH classes to some of their college students in the new year. And I am just, I'm really excited about this. We're looking forward. It's one of the really cool things in the next few months. We at Signum are looking forward to learning more of their languages, traditions, cultures, and stuff. And, and then from there launching their courses with their undergrads next year. I'm hopeful, by the way, to get more chances to learn from them. I will whisper that I'm planning to invite some of their teachers to offer some space modules on their language, mythology, and traditions, which I think will be really, really fun to learn. So keep your eye out for that. I hope that works out. But anyway, this is it's a wonderful opportunity for PATH, and it's like, for me, it's just like the best kind of opportunity, right? That, like, on the one hand, yeah, it's going to be awesome for our program and helping to establish our program. But more importantly, it's a great chance for us to do some good in the lives of some really deserving people. And I think it's going to be a really fruitful partnership that I am very, very excited about. So that's the big thing that is happening in Signum Path World this past year. Quite recently, actually, that has emerged. Signum Academy Clubs. Well, an update is that Signum Academy Clubs exists. Right? As I said last year, this time we hadn't even thought of it yet. And since last year, we not only thought of it, but we put it into place. And we not only put it into place. Now, what is it? I should make sure to specify in case you don't know. Of course, our Signum Academy Clubs program is our extracurricular club program for K through 12 kids. Well, grade 3 to 12 kids. Maybe some year we will get frisky enough to expand that program to kindergartners, first graders, and second graders, but we're growing into that right now. For now, we're starting at third grade and going up through high school. And we're offering book clubs, creative writing clubs, and 2 different kinds of language clubs: conversation clubs in modern languages and translation clubs for historical languages. And those have been really great. The very first thing that we did with our clubs program was apply for approval to the state of New Hampshire, totally different body in the state of New Hampshire that we were applying to. This was the State Board of Education, which, of course, oversees K through 12 education in the state, whereas as opposed to the master's degree program, which had to be approved by the Higher Education Commission of the state of New Hampshire, not to mention the legislature, which was a ball. But anyway, the Learn Everywhere program in the state of New Hampshire is an innovative program, actually the first of its kind in the country that I know of. And it was just implemented for the first time in the fall last year. And in fact, Signum University was the second program, the first humanities program in history to be approved within the Learn Everywhere program. We did that process last fall and into January. And the Learn Everywhere program is very simple. What it does is it basically enables students to earn achievement certificates, basically, from our program, and they can take those programs, because we've been approved by the Board of Education, they can take those certificates to their schools, and they can redeem those for graduation credit from their schools. So the schools they are, in fact, by law obligated to give the students credit. So you can get elective credit in English and for English Lit, for creative writing, for languages. So instead of doing languages, so like maybe, for instance, you want to study a language that isn't offered at your school, like maybe for some reason, and I don't know why this would be, but maybe for some reason your local public high school doesn't offer Old Norse as a language option for students, right? I mean, like, I know, kind of strange and backward, right? But I've heard that some public schools in the state of New Hampshire don't offer Old Norse to their students. But you want to take Old Norse because you're like, Old Norse, right? Talk like a Viking. Yeah, naturally we want to learn that. So you can take Old Norse through Translation Club with Signum Academy. And then you can take those certificates to your school, and you can that counts as your foreign language requirement. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. So that was so we were approved there in the state of New Hampshire. By the way, the Learn Every program has been really successful in New Hampshire, and there are many other states that have been copying it. For instance, the legislation has been passed into law in West Virginia and Mississippi, and I believe North Dakota as well. This is all kind of unfolding. And so we're going to be seeking approval in those states as well, so we can have the same setup in those other states also. Anyway, so we were very early adopters of the Learn Everywhere program. We were some of the very first programs, one of the two very first programs who were approved by the state. And so actually over the course of this past year, we ended up advising a bunch of other programs who were kind of discovering about the Learn Everywhere program and helping. We've helped a number of other programs get accepted. So Simon, yes, this is right now. This is just in the state of New Hampshire, but as I say, it is being adopted by some other states around. So it's kind of spreading. Talk to your legislators. Learn Everywhere is awesome. But anyway, so that's been a really, really fun thing. But here's one of the other opportunities that it has created. And that is the opportunity for us to actually partner with schools. Because there's a lot of schools. And as you know, I'm sure many of you know of, small private schools or charter schools or things where it can be a real struggle, finding enough teachers, especially for languages, right? It can be really hard to bring in language teachers, multiple language, especially if you have a smallish student population, right? To bring in language teachers, you might not really have full-time work for a language teacher. So it's like, hi, can you teach French quarter time or something like that? Not necessarily attractive to a lot of people. And that has to be from within their geographic area because they've got to get to the school, right? So what we did this year was we approached schools and said, hey, why don't you work with us? Because not only can we make these languages available to you more readily, but we could greatly expand the opportunities that you have. So even a little small school would be able to offer, not just Spanish and French and Latin or something like that, but they would also be able to offer things like German and Japanese and Mandarin and all kinds of other things, right? There are lots of languages that we can do, not to mention Old Norse, Old English, and other awesome languages like that. Greek, Hebrew, right? We could do all those languages. So we have begun reaching out to schools. Now, again, our program is brand new, so we're sort of still trying to establish those relationships, but we did in fact establish a partnership for this academic year with Mount Royal Academy in Sunapee, New Hampshire. It's a wonderful little small Catholic school in Sunapee, New Hampshire, and they were in a bind. They lost their Spanish teacher, and they could not find options, as is often the case with small schools living in, not a metropolitan part of the world. And can you find somebody in the local community who can, teach your Spanish? That's not always easy, right? And again, many of you who have been involved with this kind of school in one capacity or other know the kind of struggles there can be here. So basically, we partnered with them, and we are running their Spanish program this year. And it is, you will hear from Pilar Barrera later on in the day. She's going to be teaching one of our space capsules on fairy tales early this evening. And she's actually our head teacher in the Mount Royal Academy program, teaching Spanish there. And she actually lives in Brazil. So instead of having to just restrict their job search to, Spanish teachers who happen to live in Sunapee, New Hampshire, in the throbbing metropolis of Sunapee, New Hampshire, instead we were able to bring in a teacher from Brazil, Danielle, who is currently from Brazil teaching their Spanish classes at Mount Royal Academy. And it has been phenomenal. The students have been responding really well. Our teachers have been doing a wonderful job. And that's been going really, really well. So this is the first of, I hope, many similar kinds of partnerships that we will be able to establish with schools to do not only languages, but hopefully other like elective literature options and creative writing and things. Again, often not the staffing to do that. So we're really hoping to expand that and also to do similar work with homeschool groups as well. Again, I know homeschool co-ops often, it's not always easy to find this kind of instruction for homeschoolers as well. And this is something that Signum Academy clubs would be really, really well positioned to do. So anyway, that's been a really fun thing that has been developing this past year, in addition to like the fact that all of Signum Academy clubs has been developing. Now, in the midst of all this activity, we've also developed this brand new program that we're going to be launching today, the Space Program. Now, you might be thinking, really? Another Signum program? I mean, that's like three new programs in the last 2 years, right? And I understand. I understand if maybe you're thinking that, right? If maybe you're thinking, okay, they used to have this MA program, right? And then, and you know, they had the MA program and the Mythgard stuff going on, and then Olson went insane, right? And now they have all of these programs that are just like popping up all over the place. So I get that. I understand how it can kind of look like that. And I sort of suspect that many people look at our programs kind of like this, right? It's like so what I'm showing here is a row of boxes, identical sized boxes, which just sort of list our programs, the MA program, our PATH program, clubs, the undergrad program to come, and our Mythgard Institute programs. And now we're just going to add another box to this row, right, called Space. And it might seem like, okay, like, do we really, it's just like this kind of marching series of programs, this like a mere proliferation. I've had people say like, shouldn't you maybe focus on like doing one thing really well instead of just like doing bunches and bunches of programs? What's going on here? Oh, and anyway, here's another thing I've gotten. Aren't you guys supposed to be a university, right? Like higher education? Why are you doing all this other stuff, right? Kids programs, and now you're getting into adult education, adult continuing education. Like, why not if you're a university, why not focus on university stuff, right? And I get that. I get it. I understand. But there are two things that I would say to this. The first thing I would say is, yes, we are a university. We are a university, and we aim to change the world of higher education, right? We are setting out to break the mold of traditional higher education. Our graduate program is already showing the way there, right? Demonstrating that our new model of affordable, highly engaged online education works, right? It works. It's viable and it's sustainable. It's been going for 10 years and it's been growing and it's been excellent, and we've had excellent results, right? So, and of course, our undergraduate program, oh man, we have big plans, right? For our undergraduate program, big plans to change not just the tuition model, right? I mean, for us, that's like a given, right? That we're going to change the tuition model and we're going to bring everything way down from traditional undergraduate tuition levels. But we're not just going to do that. We're changing the very parameters and approaches to undergraduate degree programs, right? Right now, undergraduate degree programs are, locked in this narrow path, right? Like the 4-year degree program, ye old bachelor's degree. And I do not believe that ye old bachelor's degree is the way that things are going to need to be in the future. I don't think that puts people in the best opportunity, it gives people the best opportunity to succeed personally. So I don't think it's the best thing for our students. And I don't think that it is, and I certainly don't think that it fulfills the potential of what an undergraduate program can offer to people. Now, we are going to offer a bachelor's degree. That's going to happen, but we're going to but it's going to be so much more than just that. So like I said, we are absolutely looking to change the paradigm. We have changed the paradigm. And it's going to be exciting to watch over the next 3 to 5 years what we do with our higher education programs at Signum University. So yeah, we're a university. Yeah, we're doing the higher education thing. But that's not the only way in which we aim to change the educational world. Our educational model is oriented on a completely different axis. Let me explain what I mean. Let me show you what I mean here. Here's a little visualization of how traditional higher education works. Traditional higher education works in a horizontal model, right? So on my little graph here, across the x-axis along the bottom, we've got different subjects, right? And on the y-axis is the age of students, sort of age groups of students, okay? Now, of course, obviously there are outliers and exceptions. That's always true, right? But this is kind of the broad stroke, right, of what universities focus on. And generally, higher education does two things, right? A university does two things. They do undergraduate education and they do graduate education. So the dark but thinner bar here is the undergraduate education, right? And it's thin because remember the y-axis, the vertical axis is age. So generally it's catering to traditional aged undergrad. And again, I know there are exceptions, non-traditional undergrads and all that kind of thing. But again, in general, the standard traditional higher education template is established for those 18 to 22-year-olds who are doing undergraduate. Now, graduate programs serve students in a broader age range, right? People are doing graduate programs, often in the decade or two following undergraduate at various different points and stages. But that's also a much, much lower population, right? So it's a broader band, but it's fuzzier, right? It serves a much lesser population. Now, of course, they focus on doing this broadly, horizontally, right? Across lots and lots of disciplines. So you go to your traditional, big box university on campus and you'll get, you do all the, you've got the tons and tons of programs, right? In sciences, in maths, in social sciences. By professional careers, I mean things like law and business, and not to mention all of the like professional sort of certifications and things that you can get. You can major in all kinds of very career specific things, right? That aren't really traditional academic disciplines at all. So anyway, you can do all those things, just this huge array of programs, but it's all focused at this relatively either thin band or kind of diffuse band, right, of graduate and undergraduate programs. And again, I don't mean any criticism on this. This is great stuff, right? Great stuff that they do. But the thing that I want to point out here, is the emptiness at the bottom and at the top. Traditional higher education does very little for people under the age of 18, and it does very little for people over the age of 35 to 40, something like that. That's not where the focus of traditional higher education is. So it's horizontal, it's broad, but it's not thick in that way. Signum University's approach is fundamentally different. In fact, it's 90 degrees rotated from this. Signum University has a vertical model, not a horizontal model. Now, we don't have the breadth. We are focused on a niche. Now, our niche has expanded, has grown a little bit organically over time. When we started, our niche was Tolkien studies, right? Which is a pretty specific niche, right? A very, very, the focus on the study of one single author within literary studies. That's a very, very narrow niche for an entire university, right? But we expanded from Tolkien study. Again, it was an organic expansion as student interest grew and demand for courses developed. We expanded from just Tolkien studies to imaginative lit, that is fantasy and science fiction, to classical, medieval, and Renaissance literature. And of course, also to Germanic philology, which a lot of people are like, that seems kind of random. And I'm like, you're not a Tolkien fan, are you? If you were a Tolkien fan, the the propinquity of Germanic philology to Tolkien studies would make perfect sense to you. But anyway, so it's grown in that way. And now, as I was explaining last year, we want to expand out even more, especially through the launching of our undergraduate program, when that happens in the fullness of time, to a broader study of the humanities as a whole. That seems like a really big step. But again, when we look at this, it's still very narrow compared to the scope of most universities, right? We're not doing sciences. We're not doing maths. We're not doing social sciences. We're not, teaching you, how to install HVAC equipment or whatever. We're not doing any of that stuff, right? Or how to become an engineer. That's not what we do at Signum University. The humanities is what we do. So we're very narrow, but we are extremely vertical, right? Within that niche, we want to occupy that niche vertically. And so as you can see, the expanding of our programs has been to basically to do all that we can to enrich everybody, right? To stretch that band vertically. Our MA program and our Mythgard programs have had a pretty broad appeal, right? I mean, we start with our MA program after graduation, so you have to have your bachelor's degree in order to start the MA program, right? But we've had MA students. There hasn't been any upward limit. Let me just say, I don't want to name numbers and embarrass anybody. But we have had students of very disparate ages in our MA program, and of course, lots of people participating in Mythgard, even down to high school and below. That has not been restricted, of course, just to the postgraduate world. And we've been kind of digging deeper there too, right? We started our clubs program, as I said, so we have a more focused program now for the under 18 demographic. We have our PATH program, which is really sort of focused on, because that is really focused on developing, career-oriented skills. And so it tends to be focused on, people from late high school age, getting ready to, go off into college or into the job market, on to people who are looking to advance themselves in their career, through the, first half or, 2/3 or whatever of your career trajectory. So and then of course our undergraduate program, we're going to, that's a sort of an outer bracket that we're going to be building. So all of this stuff is kind of what we've been doing to sort of develop that vertically. So when people ask me things like, aren't you supposed to be a university? Why are you doing all this other programs? My answer is, yeah, of course we're a university, and we're just doing it differently, right? Instead of spreading horizontally, we're spreading vertically. And I'm happy with that. Our niche has been an awesome niche. I love our niche, and I'm sticking with it. We have no plans to expand any of these programs, Mythgard, our MA program, undergrad PATH clubs, into these other kinds of, disciplines and trainings at this point. But I think it's very much a part of our educational mission to occupy this niche as fully as we can and to give as many people as possible opportunities to learn. Now, I have thought for a while, it looks like we've got this covered pretty well, right? You can see there's even overlaps and everything. We've got... mostly, right, that vertical niche sort of covered, it seems, right? And for a while, I thought this too, right? I thought that okay, I was content for a bit. So I returned to the question. So wait a second. When are you going to get around, you might be thinking, to explaining why we need another program exactly, right? Well, okay, I can explain. Because it's not just yet another box in a row of boxes, right? That's not how our programs work at all. I wanted to start the space program because I came to a realization recently that there's a need in our community that we could fill that we're not filling. Let me show you, because again, it's not these separate boxes. Here's how it really works. Okay. Here's Signum's box of programs, right? Or really another way to think about this box is that this box is like the educational needs or desires, right, of our community, right? This is like all of the folks that we're connected to and what their educational needs are, right? Okay, so the first thing that we did is start our MA program. So how much of this box does our MA program fill in? Not much. Right. I got my tiny little MA program box in the top corner. Now, keep in mind, obviously, our MA program is awesome. The point is, as awesome as our MA program is, it's not for everybody, right? I mean, not everybody needs or wants a master's degree in language and literature. I know to some people that might sound like a crazy thing to say, but I mean, it's true, right? It's like master's study. This is a serious graduate program. And the courses are pretty intense. You're going to work really hard in our master's degree program. It's a graduate program, for crying out loud. And that doesn't meet everybody's needs, right? So that when you take the total number of people in our larger community who are actively engaged in our MA program, I think that my little square in the top right corner here of our big box is actually out of scale. It's too large. It's actually a far smaller percentage of our total community who is actively engaged in our MA program. So that's where we started. But we've been adding programs, right? We added the PATH program. And so the PATH program is a little bit bigger. It's a little bit broad. It's reaching a broader audience, right? It's filling a broader niche. It's still kind of focused though, right? It's just that kind of professional development course. So it's not meeting the educational needs of everybody, but it's a little broader in its application than the MA program. We have Signum Clubs, which is broader yet because it serves a whole swath of people. And, in addition to the clubs we have the ability to add some more clubs there and maybe kind of expand things there. So, we can say maybe clubs is a little bit bigger, but, it's serving, doing a pretty good service to a significant chunk, that, ages 8 to 18 chunk. But still, it's not exactly filling in the whole box, right? Now, our undergraduate program, when it comes, is going to do more, right? That's going to be the sort of broadest program that will have the greatest ability to kind of meet people's educational needs and desires. And it's going to overlap with PATH, and it's going to be kind of surrounding and supporting the MA program, our graduate school. So that's getting there. So, all right, you'll notice we've only got a little bit of blacks. Well, a little bit, maybe like a little more than half filled in, right? But we still got these big empty spaces. But wait a second. What about Mythgard, right? Mythgard, discussions and stuff are open to everybody. Right. So it doesn't cover everything, right? Because Mythgard, I get this all the time. People are always like, hey, you should do more, science fiction or this or that or whatever it is, whatever other people want to do that I am not currently doing and don't have time to do. So it doesn't quite fill in the whole thing. There's a black border around it, but it's open to everybody, right? And we get lots and lots of folks who are able to participate in our Mythgard programs. And so, maybe with Mythgard Miscellany, right, as we kind of expand that box out and cover some more things, maybe we'll fill it all in and everything's going to be fine, right? And we're meeting everybody's potential needs, right? Maybe, right? And again, this is the angle from which I looked at Signum's programs for a while, right? And I was like, okay, right? Now that we have PATH and clubs going on, and we've got our plans for the undergrad program in place, and we have Mythgard running, we're meeting the needs of our community, right? So wait, why do we need the space program? Again, have I answered the question yet? No, not really. Here is the insight that I recently had. Here's the thing, because I was bothered, right? I was still bothered. I'm like, on the one hand, I feel like on paper, we're doing a good job of, covering the needs of our community. And yet I could tell there was still more, right? There was still more. And I realized finally what the problem was. The problem was as Mr. Spock would have told me all along, I was showing signs of two-dimensional thinking. Because this is what these programs actually look like. If you take our programs and you turn them to the side, you can see there's a lot of empty space in there, right? And in particular, you'll notice that our Mythgard, our largest of all of them boxes, the Mythgard programs, are actually quite thin, right? They are open to everybody, but there's a lot of ways in which they are not really satisfying people's educational needs. They are, for one thing, it's not only just a coverage question, right? Even when we cover more of Mythgard stuff, that is more different, different fandoms and more fantasy and science fiction things, it's still just fantasy and science fiction things. There's much more stuff. There's a whole, that's like one pretty narrow plane, right? In a large world of things for people to want to learn. But even more than that, it's also about method as well. My weekly broadcasts, right? People want to be involved more. People want to talk, right? Those of you who are in my Exploring the Lord of the Rings classes on Tuesday nights know that I'm trying to follow along questions and you guys are all wanting to discuss, right? And argue with each other and stuff like that. You want to be part of a more full contact, immersive educational experience. And I know that, and I get that. That's why I founded Signum originally, was that I wanted to provide more opportunities for that. So there is so much that we are not, there's all of this empty space. And so in fact, when I looked at it from this new perspective, what I saw was what seemed to be almost complete coverage, right, of our niche, almost complete coverage of our vertical area there, is actually, we're not even filling half of the volume of this, right? What we need is a program that's going to fill in the whole cube, right? Not just around the edges of the box seen from a narrow two-dimensional perspective. So that is what the space program is. That's what we are launching here today. That program which is going to fill in the cube and provide opportunities for all other educational, I say all other, maybe it's not all. Maybe there'll be a fourth dimension that I will discover. But I'm really excited about this. The SPACE program, of course, SPACE is an acronym for Signum Portals for Adult Continuing Education. And I'm going to now explain to you how the SPACE program is going to work. So first question, and this is exactly why, so there are two reasons why my theme for the fundraising campaign this year was the final frontier. First, because whenever I say the word space, the first thing everybody says is the final frontier. So I just figured I'd own it. But secondly, because do you see what I mean about the final, why I feel like this is the final frontier? It's that filling in all of the gaps, right? Being able to have the opportunity to meet the needs of everyone in our community, right? Which is really, really exciting. So, the first question that you're going to be asking is, what kind of classes are we offering in the space? What is it? What's it like? So first, our space program is going to be divided into modules. We're going to do a set of modules. So every module is going to be a month long, right? So every month we will have a new set of modules in the space program. So this is our classes, in other words, are going to be a long series of a very short classes. So it's not a big commitment. You're not committing yourself to, a 3 or 4 month semester. You can just do 1 month at a time. You can come and go at your own pace, right? Now, during that month, when you're enrolled in a space module, the general template is that you'll do 2 sessions per week for 4 weeks. Those are 1-hour sessions, right? So 2 1-hour sessions a week for 4 weeks, 8 total hours of class time. The classes are small group discussion classes. So you will have a preceptor, your professor, and you will have up to about 12 students in the section with you. More than that, and we will we'll begin looking into launching a second section of it. These are designed to be synchronous because I know that you can, it's not, when I say we're filling in the gaps of learning, I know that people aren't sitting out there being like, there's no way I can learn anything, right? I'm helpless to learn. Like, of course you're not helpless to learn. You can learn anything you want to learn on YouTube, right? You can, there's lots and lots of places where you can get access to information and learn stuff for free. Totally know that, absolutely acknowledge that, completely encourage that, right? But Signum University was founded on the basic premise that that kind of independent learning isn't for everybody, that there are many people who learn much, much better in a classroom environment with fellow students they can talk to and in that kind of community of accountability and with a teacher who is able to interact with them and be able to have that kind of a dynamic educational classroom experience. There are a lot of people who just learn a lot better that way. Are you one of these people who have said, I really want to learn another language, and you've tried, Duolingo, and you've tried, many other kinds of online language services and just haven't gotten anywhere, right? It just hasn't really panned out for you. You haven't completed it, right? It hasn't worked. Well, maybe space is for you, right? Space is going to provide you an opportunity, a real supportive classroom environment for you to be able to pursue these things. Now, what kinds of things? Okay, so let me show you. These modules that I'm going to be describing, these are all modules that we're launching in December. So December is going to be our first modules. These all modules are all going to be available for December. So this is not theoretical. These are actual modules that we have teachers waiting, ready to precept those modules this coming December, right? So what can you do? Well, maybe you want to start learning a language, as I just mentioned, right? So in December, we will have conversational French, conversational Spanish, introductory Latin 1, Old English 1, and introductory Egyptian hieroglyphics 1. Now, let me just clarify very quickly here. Conversational French and Spanish, those are designed to be immersive, conversation-based classes. So you're not going to have like a textbook you're slogging through. It's going to be focused on comprehension and speech, right? So just developing your actual conversational ability in modern languages. And those are modules that we're going to be able to offer again and again. So if you take a module in conversational French in December, you could continue and take that same module again in January and then again in February and continue practicing, right? So there we go. So that's conversational French and Spanish. Now the ones with the numbers, right? Introductory Latin 1, Old English 1, and introductory Egyptian hieroglyphics 1. Those are all going to be serials, right? Because these are going to be, systematically training you in these historical languages, right? So those will be a series of modules. You'll follow up introductory Latin 1 with introductory Latin 2, which will be offered in January and all that kind of thing. And there will be other opportunities to start it again, or if you need to take a month off, you should be able to come back later to do some more. So that is how that's how those will work. So these are our first 5 modules. Well, no, these are just our beginning language modules. Because wait, there's more. We also have advanced languages. Maybe you've already trained in some of these languages, but you'd like to practice. You'd like to develop it more. Okay, you can also take, we have 2 modules in Latin readings. That is, doing readings of either Cicero's Pro Archia or Catullus's poetry in Latin, right? So that you can be polishing up and practicing your Latin through actual translation and reading original authors in Latin. Or maybe with Old English, right? Maybe you've taken Old English before, right? And you've done some reading, maybe you've done a little Beowulf translation in your past, right? Have some familiarity with Old English. Wouldn't it be great to maintain your Old English or even brush it up a little bit? So we have 2 different Old English readings modules here. One to read some Old English poetry, which will focus on Judith and Exodus. 2 Bible poems, or you can be working on a translation of the Old English Boethius. Boethius' Consolation of Philosophy. We also have 2 Middle English modules. One on Chaucer, So we'll have one module on the Canterbury Tales, and then another on readings in Middle English before Chaucer, where in particular, what they'll be reading this December is Havelock the Dane. So you can be exploring Middle English, especially the Middle English that came prior to Chaucer. Really, really fun. Now, by the way, one thing I would add here, Canterbury Tales 1, this is not going to be a series in the same way that like Latin and Old English and Egyptian hieroglyphics are going to be, right? Like you really have to have taken the first module before the second module is going to make much sense. This is going to be Canterbury Tales 1, and there's going to be Canterbury Tales 2 in the sense that it's going to be a different module covering a different thing. I think he's going to focus on the Miller's Tale in this module in December. But you don't have to take those in order if you don't want to, right? You can, but you don't have to. You can kind of take whatever you want to do. Now, again, just to clarify, Cecilia was asking about conversational Spanish 2. There is no 2. It's just conversational Spanish again. Because in our conversational language modules, people at like different experience levels can all work together. Like the point is just to be developing everybody's speech, and there's it's a good way to practice your comprehension and your speech to be helping somebody who's more of a beginner than you, right? And anyway, so like everyone will be kind of working together in those. So there's no sequence there. You just repeat the same module and do it as many times as you like to continue developing your conversational skills. So those are advanced language modules. But wait, there's more. How about fantasy literature? Would you want to do some fantasy modules? Yeah, we have that too, right? We have a module on The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Discuss The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. We have a wonderful module called Are You Tolkien to Me? That is a module which is going to look at Tolkien's relevance to the modern world. All of the ways how is it that Tolkien... because honestly, Tolkien stuff was written a long time ago and in what looks increasingly like a very different world from our own. How is it? Why is it that Tolkien is still so relevant to the modern, why so many people in the modern world find Tolkien still so relevant to them? That's what this module is going to be looking at. Some of the themes and ideas in Tolkien that connect it to our modern world. We've got a module in the Introduction to Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales and a module in Oscar Wilde's fairy tales. We have a module focusing on Tolkien's letters from Father Christmas for December, right? Which seems timely. We're going to have a module on Miyazaki's anime films. The recovery of innocence is the theme of this module. And a module called To Repair Arda, Tolkien's Dwarves Through Jewish Mysticism. Tolkien has talked about the connections between his dwarves and the Jews. Is there not, a lot of people just sort of I've in the past focused merely on the linguistic connections, right? And some kinds of historical parallels, diaspora and such. But what if there's actually something, a deeper connection than that? So that module is going to explore that really interesting idea. But wait, there's more. How about other humanities, like more broader humanities class? Oh yeah, we got more humanities modules here. We've got a module on English sonnet readings, right? We're going to do a preview of that one later on tonight. So you can dig into some Renaissance poetry. Really, really fascinating period of poetry. I love the intricacy of sonnets and seeing how that stuff works. We have 2 modules on the history of the symphony if you want to learn more about music and music history. One module on the history of the symphony from the beginnings to Beethoven, and another on the history of the symphony after Beethoven. We've got one on how to read a poem. We've got Japanese children's literature, modern British poetry of the 21st century. We've got plague literature, which is kind of topical, and poetry as practical ecology, that is connection between poetry and the land and preserving the world, environmentalism. So we're offering those modules too. Oh, wait. but there's still even more. We also have practical and creative humanities modules. We have 3 different creative writing options if you want to do a creative writing module. We have our creative writing workshop, which is sort of following the normal template. We also have a creative writing module which focuses on developing a 1-month story, like maybe you like to think in NaNoWriMo kind of ways, right? And you want to think about developing a story. How do you develop a story in 1 month? And we've got an opportunity to do an intensive weekend creative writing. So that one is a different time template. Instead of meeting twice a week for 4 weeks, it'll do the entire module in one intensive weekend, really just kind of immersing yourself in a creative writing exercise for a whole weekend. Right, under the guidance of our own Sparrow Alden. We have one on the history of the book arts, looking at alphabets and writing and how sort of the history of books. And we're going to be, and also there's another one on electronic text markup with XML and TEI. So if you are interested in doing some digital humanities, you want to understand how do you go about taking a text and marking it up so that you can do some digital analysis of texts. If you've sort of seen that done and you've been kind of curious, like how do you do this? How could I do this myself? Anyway, we're doing a module on that too. So that is that's all. That's all. Every single one of those modules, 32, I believe it is, we are offering for the month of December, right? You can choose among all of those. Now, you might be wondering a few things here. First of all, you know how a lot of times when salesmen are telling you about a new thing and they pump you up and they wait till the very, very end to spring the price on you? I'm going to not do that, right? Let's talk about the price. So first of all, the way that the payment is going to work, the way the tuition is going to work for the space program is you're going to buy tokens, and each one token is basically redeemable for a class. So you're going to buy tokens in advance, right? So you buy 1 token, you buy 3 tokens, you buy 6 tokens, however many tokens you want to buy, right? And then you can use those anytime you want. You can redeem those. So 1 token equals 1 module, and you can cash it in at any time. So this way it's like as flexible as we can possibly make it, right? You've got your tokens and you just cash it in whenever. So you need to take a month off. You don't have to tell anybody. It doesn't matter, right? You just cash them in whenever you want to do that. And here are the rates. We have the price for 1 token is $150. But the price per token decreases steadily if you buy more. So if you buy 6 tokens, you're only paying $100 per. So it's 33% off if you buy 6 of them. So it's only $600 for 6 tokens. This means, if you want to do a little comparison, by the way, so 3 tokens will get you 3 modules. 3 modules equals 12 weeks of class. 12 weeks is the length of a Signum semester, right? So now our space modules are much less intense. You don't have to write papers and stuff like that. So it's not at all a one-to-one comparison between our, a set of space modules and one of our MA courses. But it's the length of one of our MA courses, right? So if you take space modules for 12 weeks, it's a total, for 3 tokens, you can get that for $390 compared to our $650, which is our tuition price for our MA program. Again, you're getting much more and it's a much different situation, but you can kind of see how that compares there. And I dare you, look it up. See how much it would cost you to take a course like this at another university to get some of the kinds of things that we're doing here. So that's the price scale. So first you buy your tokens, and you will see on our space. You can go to our webpage and peruse our webpage. Our webpage is signumuniversity.org/space. So you can easily find our website. There are links for purchasing tokens in units of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 at the prices that you see here on the screen. $150, $280, $390, $480, $550, and $600 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 tokens. So first you buy your tokens, and then you can sign up for your modules after that. Now, let me talk for a second about what makes the space program different, because these things are really fun, right? The first thing that makes space different from any traditional program is freedom. Space is like perfect and complete freedom. There is no expectation. When you design a degree program, you're always imposing these top-down standards, right? No matter how flexible you want to be, there have to be, of course, we as educators have been trained to say things like, what are the expected outcomes from this program? And how can we clearly articulate the outcomes of those programs? Did I mention we're going through the accreditation process? Anyway, so these are the kinds of things that one always asks with a degree program. With space, you can do anything you want. There is perfect freedom. We impose absolutely we don't even give guidance, right? Because it's not our business. You can take whatever you want to take at whatever rate you want to take it. Learn whatever you're interested in. Learn what you love has been a slogan of Signum University since the first year, I believe, of our program. And never has it been more true than it is of the space program. What this means is that we also want it to be extremely responsive. In other words, we have attempted to build a program that is going to be as student-driven as it is possible to be. In fact, what I've striven for here is to create a system which is going to make this program almost like an on-demand program. Now, it can't be totally on-demand because remember, synchronous classes, right? There are other human beings involved. So you can't it's not like Netflix, right? You can't just go in and start one of these modules at any time. Because again, you can get that kind of stuff anywhere else, right? What you can't get anywhere else, and you can get here, is, as I said, an actual supportive classroom experience. So there are other human beings involved, so there's some coordination that's going to need to happen and some flexibility that's going to be required of everybody. But as I say, my goal is to make it as close to on-demand as possible. That's why we have such a massive list of modules. This is a soft launch, right? I expect that the number of modules we're going to be offering for January, our second month, I would not be surprised a bit if it doubles the total amount of modules that are going to be offered for January, right? So why are we doing it that way? Why do we have all this, and how does it work? Okay, so let me explain. Here's how registration is going to work. Step one, the first stage, which is happening 2 months before, so now in October, right, is going to be, today is the official beginning, we are launching it, of module selection, right? So first you select your modules. So you're going to sign up for space, right? So you look at the modules list and you decide, what's your top choice? Probably the best thing to do would be to go through and say, like, are there multiple ones that I'm interested in, right? So you choose the module you definitely want to take, but you have in mind a couple backups, right? Other things that you might also want to take in case that one doesn't work out. Because here's the thing. We're only going to be able to run modules if we get at least 4 students in them, right? Because otherwise we're going to pay our faculty, right? So otherwise if we do like one-on-one tutorials, we're going to be taking a loss because our tuition's too low, right? So we need to have at least 4 students in a section in order to run it. So we have all of our modules out there. We're just instead of being like, okay, we're going to feed them to you in a row, we just put it out there, right? We put all of them out there and we let you guys choose. So you're going to be voting basically through your registration. You will get the modules list. You will make your selection in that first month. So in the month of October, people are going to be selecting modules for December. Then stage 2 starts, right? Stage 2 is preparing for launch. So that's what's going to happen in November. Right, in November, we're going to look at all of the selections, right, that people have made, and we're going to see which modules are we going to be able to run in December, right? So I'm sure, I'm not expecting all 32 of those modules actually to happen in December. They're all they're all available. We have preceptors standing by, ready to teach any of them or all of them. But I'm not expecting that that's actually going to occur. We'll see. We'll see which ones people choose. And so all of the modules that we have enough people for and that we can do, we're going to confirm this. So in November, we'll make an announcement and we'll say, okay, here's our confirmed modules list. That's why we call the initial list candidate modules. These are the candidates, right? So the modules I just described, those are the candidates for December. all of them viable, all of them ready to go, but not all of them probably are going to run. So when in November we announce the confirmed list, then we finalize registration and settle down into those confirmed modules list. And then, of course, December, we begin the modules. So let me go through this again from the student perspective. So again, you're wanting to sign up, right? That was the overview. Here's your perspective. Step one, you buy your tokens. That's the very first thing you do, because we're not even going to open the registration form to people who don't have tokens already, because it's going to be too confusing. We can't have people just being like, oh yeah, I kind of have a vague interest in taking this module. We have to make decisions on which ones we're going to promise to offer, right? So we're only going to be able to do that for people who have like signed up and bought their tokens. So you buy your tokens. After you buy your tokens, you're going to receive by email a selection form with all the modules in it, and it'll also have time of day, right? It'll have 3 options for times of day for each of the modules, so that you can rank which ones, how do you want to do them? Like, which times fit best for you, right? And so then we're going to look at all this stuff. We're going to look at the results of all the selection forms we receive from the people who have bought tokens, and we're going to make decisions, right? We're going to make decisions about which modules we're going to confirm, and we'll be announcing that in November. So step 3, we will notify you, right? We'll send you an email to say, okay, here are our confirmed modules that we're offering in December. Now, there's one of 2 possibilities for you, right? So you've signed up for one, right? And now we're sending you the confirmed module. So option number 1, the module you signed up for is confirmed. Great, you're registered. You're good to go. You're all set, right? And you're planning on December. But maybe the module that you selected wasn't confirmed. Maybe there didn't happen to be enough people who wanted to take that module this month, right? And so we're not going to end up running the one you selected. So we'll let you know. We'll let you know and say, okay, sorry, we're not going to be able to run that module this month, but what do you want to do? Do you want to switch to another one? This is why you should think about backups earlier on. So then you'll look at the confirmed list and say, like, okay, can I do one of those? Because it'll also have the days and times. When the list is confirmed, it'll have the days and times. So you'll be able to say, okay, can I do one of these? If so, great. Let us know which one you want to change to, and we'll put you in that one. Or maybe you say you want to wait. You're like, oh no, I'll see. Maybe it'll run next month, right? Maybe it'll run in January. So fine. You can do that. And then step 4, when your module starts, your token is officially used, right? So we kind of just keep track of your tokens. It's a kind of digital currency, right? So when you purchase your tokens, we will keep track of how many tokens you have in your bank, right? When you begin, in December, when your module begins, we will, sort of tick off one of your tokens, but it won't happen until then. So if you select a module and then it, doesn't work, you don't have to worry about like getting a refund or anything like that. All your tokens will still be good for whenever you want to wait to do. We don't count your token until the thing starts. And then of course it started. Here's a kind of a calendar view, again, to sort of see how the 3-month cycle is going to be working. So again, we're offering our candidate modules. Those 32 modules I described are our candidate modules for December. We're announcing them here in October. In November, we're going to confirm. We're going to come up with our confirmed module list. So you should, if you are interested in participating in a December module, you should go buy tokens. And then we will, like this coming week, we will be sending you a registration form to be able to select your modules, so that in November we can choose our confirmed modules. And then of course they'll blast off there in December. And then of course in November, at the same time we announce the confirmed modules for December, we'll also announce the candidate modules for January, right? And so then in December, when the first modules begin, we'll be announcing the confirmed modules for January, and we'll be announcing the candidates for February. So you see how this cycle is going to be working, right? Now, I would also emphasize space tokens, I think, will make really awesome Christmas presents, it is very possible to gift a token. All you have to remember, as I say, tokens are like totally digital currency. So all you have to do is buy a token and then just send us an email telling us to whom we should credit that token, right? So we'll need a name and email. We'll need their email so that we can reach out to them and send them a thing, right? Send them a selection form so that they can choose their modules. So you just have to get in touch with us, give us the name and email of the person. I would recommend that you tell them so that they don't receive an email from us out of nowhere and think it's spam. So just a suggestion. Surprises are fun, and we can kind of try to coordinate a surprise, but anyway, you'll want to let people know. Anyway, okay, so that is they totally fit in Stocking Sparrow. You're absolutely right. So that is how the space program is going to work. Kind of fun, right? I know the registration system is kind of complicated with the 2 phases and stuff, but you see how we've designed this in order to try to make it as student driven as possible. Again, we're not trying to channel you through a particular program. We just want to give you all the options, let you choose, and then do whichever modules students want to take. Right. It's going to be all about meeting student desires. And by the way, on that selection form I'm going to be sending to people, we're also going to have a suggestions box for future modules that you want. Is there anything else you'd like us to offer? Let us know, and we'll look that up. Okay, I've gone ridiculously over time to probably nobody's surprise, but let me talk. So first, starting 15 to 20 minutes ago, is Sparrow's creative writing session. We're going to catch up is what's going to happen. You'll see. But anyway, yeah. So this is what's happening. So we're gonna transition in just a couple minutes to Sparrow's creative writing session. Then we're gonna do anime. We're doing fairy tales, hieroglyphics, and English sonnets. All 5 of these space capsules that you're going to be able to see today are previews of actual modules that we have on our candidate list for December. Okay, so very good. Quick questions that folks have. I've been trying to keep up with comments and questions as I've gone along, and I haven't seen anything kind of saved up. But if you have any quick questions, I can try to I'm already late, so I might as well. So quick questions that I can help with as I go. In for a penny, in for a pound. I agree. That's exactly it. Yeah. As far as the lateness is concerned. Anything I can clarify or clear up? Again, I recommend you look at the Space website. You can see full descriptions of all of our modules. You can see, it's got the tuition chart there. It's got the links to purchase your tokens to get, stuff started up. Yeah, good. So, Carrie, right now we don't have scholarship programs for the space program. That's a little harder for space. We don't have anything right now. It is possible that we might build something like that in the future, but not at the moment. Not at the moment. Now, for all of Signum, we do have our work study program within our master's degree and certificate program. So for our master's degree and certificate program, we do have the opportunity for folks to participate in our work study program, where you can work as Signum staff in exchange for courses basically in place of tuition, and we've had a number of students do their whole MA program for either nothing or practically nothing. So the URL again for space, Kira, is signumuniversity.org/space. That is what you can find and where you can find it. All right. Tomas is wondering, how adult do you need to be? Not very. Not very. It's sort of for grown-ups. But yeah. Tomas, I will admit to you, you're talking about your daughter being interested in Kelly's anime class. Yeah. Not going to lie, I have some members of my household who are also going to be interested. I have no problems with this. I'm thinking there are going to be some space modules on the wish lists of my own children as well, I suspect. Yeah. Anyway, so that's, I don't see any problem with that. Again, this is not a degree program. There aren't prerequisites for it. I'd be a little uncomfortable with like a 7-year-old, in these classes. But I do think that, mature teenagers will do fine, I think, in our space modules. Okay. And yes, but if you do have minors, it's important for them to be supervised by their adults, by their adult supervisors. That's an important thing. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's it. That's all. Merely look at that. I'm less than half an hour behind schedule. We're nailing this thing. Okay, so let us go straight into you'll notice that in the schedule, you might have noticed that I cunningly built in some gaps so that I can catch up. Let us start our first space capsule. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to, I'm going to do a thing. I'm going to create a breakout room. All right. So let's see. I'm going to bring my Zoom window over. And I'm going to turn off my video here on the screen. And I'm going to start my video here. There we go. You're going to see student view, right? And here I go. I'm going to start my breakout room. There we go. There's my breakout room. And I'm going to welcome several people to it, starting, of course, with Sparrow. Sparrow should be coming in here. Okay. And I'm going to join it too. Yep, I'm joining room 1. There we are. Hello, Sparrow.
Hi, Corey. Happy Webathon.
Thank you. Happy Webathon to you. I'm looking forward to creative writing fun. So hang on. I'm just going to bring in some more participants.
Excellent.
Okay.
I am so excited.
Okay. Let me see here. I got to move people. This is like advanced Zoomery I'm doing here.
Right? This is very exciting. And let me know when I can try sharing my screen. Recommend that folks go get a refreshing beverage in a Signum University mug.
And what better way to have a refreshing beverage? Okay. Very good. I'm bringing...
Oh, how lovely. Hello, lovely people.
Here we go. And I think I have brought in our volunteers. Okay, very good.
Oh, spectacular. Corey, space is so exciting, and congratulations on your successful launch.
Thank you. Well, I'm tempted to, quote Farmer Maggot and say, well, perhaps we shouldn't say so until we all reach our own doors. But but no, it's going to be great. It's going to be
All
great.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm going to try sharing my screen and launching my. Oh, but I'm not going to share my screen. No, I'm going to I'm going to describe the most perfectly formed slides ever.
Are you not
but
able
I have
to share?
a little mock-up of them, so we're good.
Is sharing being denied to you?
Host disabled participant screen sharing.
Oh, dear.
And yet
Perhaps,
we have full positive regard.
Perhaps this is a thing that Sharon could help us with.
Perhaps it is. The wonderful Sharon is wonderful.
That's it.
While we're solving that, I want to say to everyone, welcome. My name is Sparrow. I am known by the pronouns she, her, and I'm broadcasting from traditional Coas Abenaki land in New Hampshire in the Signum time zone. And when you try to schedule your MA and discussion audit and premier audit courses, I'm the person who thinks about your time zone and your work schedule and when that will all work. All right.
Sparrow is one of those wonderful people I was talking about earlier who makes all of our programs run and has been helping at Signum for a long time.
All righty. What I would like to do, I still don't have thing sharing. So what I would like to do is simply share my slides with you, Corey. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure. I could slap them up on my screen.
That might be the very, very easiest thing to do.
Okay. By what means are you sharing them with me?
By Google Share.
Okay.
Google Slide Share thing.
Google Slide Share thing.
That's a technical term, but the first slide says welcome. So while we're sorting this out, you're going to need something to write with. Anything from markers to a spreadsheet will do. And there's a handout available not only to the class, but to everyone. Should be on Twitch, on Twitter, on the Zoom. I have asked my wonderful colleagues to share a little document. That's just because as I am talking, I will be referring to things that you might want to click on and find out more about. Okay, so.
I have your slides.
I'm so excited. So number one, the welcome slide, please.
Yeah.
Our first little space capsule here is going to be similar to the creative writing workshop course. The plan for that workshop is once a week we'll do a skill builder and once a week we'll do a feedback group. The skill builders will be drawn from all kinds of sources, from Neil Gaiman to modern marketing to the immortal words of Peter Beagle, who said, "Show up for work." All righty. So can we do a technology check? Are folks seeing the slides? Because I am not seeing them right now.
Not yet.
You can, no, so you won't see them. Maybe I can do them.
Oh, maybe they're on the
Twitch. Yep.
Twitch and everything else. Okay, fantastic.
They are on Twitch.
Oh, spectacular. Thank you, Carrie. Alrighty. So perhaps it's October. Perhaps you're getting ready for a big writing adventure. Like, for example, may I have the next slide? The National Novel Writing Month. That's one of the links that you can click on the handout, by the way. National Novel Writing Month is a challenge, free to join in, to complete a 50,000 word novel in November. Day 1, you write Once Upon a Time. Day 30, you write Finn, and you just write your socks off the entire rest of the month. And it's a lot of fun. So I thought that perhaps, since we're not running space during November, maybe we could dedicate today to preparing for NaNoWriMo. Whether or not it ever occurred to you to try this or not, it's a method that will work for many different projects. Well, we're gonna put a little National Novel Writing Month hat on it. Okay. Please iterate the slide. The Mythgard forums includes something called the Community Hearth and a creative writing space. And this is how we're integrating with our creative writing workshops. The creative writing space includes a feedback board. It's low volume, it's really gentle, and that's a nice way, if you're doing NaNoWriMo, to get some support there. We also have, if you would like to just say that, oh, excuse me, if you do participate in NaNoWriMo, you can befriend Mythgard. Mythgard is the account is run by me, but the point of the Mythgard account is to record the progress of a story called The Horde. If you want to just touch NaNoWriMo, the account is run by me. I'm hearing my own voice come back to me.
Yep.
Okay.
Here we go.
If you want to just touch NaNoWriMo, you are welcome to be one of the cooperative creators of The Horde. The title and the concept came from Corey because he and I have long drives to Virginia together. And it's a lovely, like, middle school novel about how a boy who wanted to be a monk in the 13th century and the girl who was the daughter of archaeologists, kind of a time team hanger-on in the 21st century, worked on the same puzzle. And it's a lot of fun. So if you would like to just sign in and work a little bit on The Horde to say, I participated a little bit, please do. It's a lot of fun. And then I'll take the word count and update the Mythgard progress on the NaNoWriMo boards. Hello, Sarah. I can see you now. I have to stop and wave at my people. Sorry.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand what NaNoWriMo is. I can't see the handout.
Let me begin and speak more clearly. National Novel Writing Month, shortened to NaNoWriMo.
Oh,
that's it. It's a challenge to write a novel in a month. Is that a ridiculous amount of time? Yes. If you're Neil Gaiman, you can write a really good first draft in 3 months. So who can write, what do you write in a month? It's awful. It's permission to be awful. Right? And we are in favor of this. Okay. Whew. So the technique we're going to try today is called a beat sheet. Would you be willing to iterate the slides, please, Corey?
Yes.
A beat sheet is very simply a map of how the story is going to go. It's a method developed fairly recently in response to the patterns found in probably the last 20 to 30 years of action movies. And there's a big crossover in the pacing of action movies and modern adventure novels. Whatever flavor of speculative fiction the adventure is happening in, this is what the audience now expects. Now, does that mean it's the only way to do it? No. If you look at the very, very most amazing works of movie or written literature, they don't follow a formula. But what if you just want to tell the story and have it feel like a good story, right? So let's go. I'm just going to show you my method of using a beat sheet, which means we're relying on that good old-fashioned 3-act structure. And you know the 3 acts. Corey, would you be willing to iterate the slide? That's the signature bake, the technical challenge, and the showstopper. Thank you. What has this girl been streaming during pandemic? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Life is, but think about it. What happens during the signature bake? You get to know your bakers and learn something about their home territory. Then they get a series of challenges. What temperature? How long do I need it? Should I put it in the proving drawer? Right? And then finally, usually with a great deal of angst and emotion, you pull out the stops and create something spectacular. It's the classic 3-act structure. And once I realized that, I understood the classic 3-act structure. There's been a lot of British baking show at my house. Okay. Back off. Come down off the adrenaline a little bit there, Sparrow. What I'd like you to do with your lovely piece of paper or spreadsheet, obviously, is, and Corey's going to iterate the slides for us, I'd like you to number from 0 to 100 by twos. This is my method. I want you to go by twos. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. And give me a little thumbs up in person or on the slide when you're ready to move on.
I'm not quite sure.
Oh,
like
literally grab a piece of paper and write 0, 2, 4, all the way to 106. Oh my goodness, I'm doing that in mirrored.
Can a notepad
yes,
piece
yes.
of paper?
Absolutely. I tend to work on a notepad opened double just so I can
I mean notepad in a computer form.
Sure.
Absolutely. Sure. You can use crayon on a grocery bag, you can use notepad on a computer, you can use anything that will record those numbers with a little room to put something beside them.
I actually opened a new Scrivener document.
I have translated mine directly to a model Scrivener document, and then I just create a new one when I start a new work. There's a lot of starting at my house, not so much finishing, whatever.
Something you have in common with Tolkien, so there you go.
Oh, okay. I can ride that story. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Done.
Okay, so there's 1, 2. Corey's getting there.
I got it. I got my spreadsheet up.
You've got your 0 to 100?
0 to 100.
Would you be willing to iterate the slides?
I would.
The next step is very simply to pace out the story in a rhythm that readers enjoy and expect. And so at position 0, you want a starting image. And just to show you what mine looks like, we're going to go back to this blue slide. We're actually going to go forward because I doubled the blue slide, Corey.
Okay.
We'll come back to this list in a moment, but let me show you what mine looks like. Corey, would you iterate to my spreadsheet with colors?
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. That's what mine looks like. And go ahead, Corey, and go forward, and you'll return to the 0 should equal opening image.
Yeah.
Something very interesting about this format. Notice not to the people who are writing, but to the people who are watching the people writing. Notice that at position 50, we win, it's over. Right? I love that part. I love books that end there. I have trouble writing the rest. This is why a beat sheet helps me. Also, if you're writing for kids, you can stop there. Alexis Height, a wonderful Signum student, has a marvelous theory about how the child who goes through the heroic journey addresses that technical challenge differently. It's challenge, teacher, lesson learned. Challenge, teacher, lesson learned. A challenge, teacher, lesson learned. And that goes round and round until you get to that 50% part. But if we're going to go deep, we go all the way to 100. Okay. Give me a little signal when you're ready for next slide, my friends.
Oh, well, I haven't done all the things. So wait, am I supposed to fill this in with like what I'm actually doing for my opening image and stuff?
No, just the labels. Like here's the Slough of Despond.
Right.
Labeled.
Okay, labeled from Carrie. Sarah looks happy.
I'm totally lost here.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So yeah,
Would you go backward, Corey, to
I will go backwards. So we can describe for Cecilia what we're. So again, the point here. Yeah, the point here is that we've got the 0 through 100 is a way to show the pacing and to show the proportions, right?
Okay.
So next to 0, you put opening image. So why don't you read out the things again, Sparrow, that we're supposed to be?
Right now, I can do that because I can look at my own slides even though we're not showing them. Okay.
That's it.
So here we go. At 0 is opening image. What that means is you'll give a picture of the character at the starting point. Somewhere around 10% of the way through the story, there's some kind of call to action. Thank you, Joseph Campbell. Then around 20, I call it oh dear, and other people don't call it that, but that's where you really, you the hero, cannot resist the call to action. And we've completed learning about the character at home. At the 20% mark, something forces or startles or shakes the character into action. That's when the gate into the old forest clicks. From 22 to 48, the beat sheet people call it fun and games. And what it is little adventures during which the characters gain knowledge, they gain skills, they gain allies, enemies, mentors, lessons, magical swords. 22 to 48 is all of this: become challenged, learn a new thing, level up. At the 50% mark, there's a sensation of completion, of winning. Look at this great thing we accomplished. For a children's story, you can stop there. For an older person's story, we continue. From 52 to 74, I've labeled oops. The real beat sheet people call that the bad guys close in. So for the third quarter of the book, things go wrong, right? Someone puts your frozen thing out of the freezer, if we're extending the British baking metaphor. And around that 3/4 mark, around 76 and 78, our hero or heroes goes through the Slough of Despond, the dark night of the soul. They're crushed, psychically crushed. So we call it the downbeat, or the angst, or the agony. And then from the 80% mark to 98, it's all action. It is every lesson gets used, every magical item gets used, every ally, even if you had a big fight and we haven't seen them since chapter 4, they come back. That 80% to 98% is a showstopper. It might be a battle. It might be finally entering the Temple of Doom. And finally, there's triumph. And at the 100% mark, we label it the final image. And that might be, what does winning look like? Has the character gained a new level of maturity and responsibility? Sure. Those are the paces of a beat sheet. Alrighty, so let's see. What we're gonna do for about 5 minutes is, and folks can try to get questions to me, I don't know. But for about 5 minutes, those of you who are here in the capsule with me, Corey, would you advance to slide 10, please?
Yes.
I'd like you to go ahead and fill in something that might happen at each of these stages. What might be in the opening image? What's on the slide? Remember I told you about the 13th century boy and the 21st century girl? I have what changes for those characters in 2 different columns next to. So during the 2% to 8%, we're going to meet Ralph for a couple percent. We're going to meet Emma for a few percent. Then there's the call to action, whatever form that's going to take. It could be dreams, it could be treasure maps. I don't know yet. During the time up to the 20% mark, both kids are going to see that there's a problem. And it occurs to them that they might be able to help. For me, for the Horde story, at the 20% mark, the dog, Ralph's faithful dog, is going to time travel. And Emma's faithful dog, who happens to be the same faithful dog, is going to time travel. And the kids must, from their different centuries, leap into action. Okay, I'll be quiet for just a few minutes while you guys fill in some ideas at the different points in your story. I'm holding up a little 4-minute timer. Oh.
I just sent you a text which appeared on screen. That was awesome.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I'm
just
glad.
A little affirmation.
This is fun. Yeah. I'm broadcasting from a 1-room cabin.
Hey, there we go. There we go.
Those packets are making it all the way down to UNH.
Exact, totally interconnected.
Very sorry to bug you again, but
go ahead.
Could Corey, do you think you could stick that document that Sparrow put together in our Google Drive? I can't.
Absolutely.
I don't know if I can. I can't see the link, and no, I'd really like to have this.
There actually isn't any link. We're just what she just described is exactly what I was going completely off of her description.
I thought there was a document that she wrote.
There is a handout.
The handout, I mean.
That is yes, we would be happy to reach that. Sharon,
it's not.
That is to how to reach NaNoWriMo, how to reach the Mythgard forums, the things that I mentioned on the side.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
And if it would be any help, I'm very happy to share those slides.
I'd really like to see the different stages from 0 to 100.
All right.
I mean,
I will. Oh, and I will share. Let me write down. Is this Celia speaking?
Yes.
All right. I will be very pleased to send you not only the slide form, but the my text that I did first to work everything up. So I knew what to put in slides.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Sorry to.
Not at all. You are teaching me how to prepare all my technology better before we launch in December. So I love learning.
Oh. And Cecilia, I just emailed them to you.
Oh, you are the best. Thank you.
Corey is the best.
Okay. All right.
Let's see. Another kind of minute. Are we feeling ready?
2 minutes. No, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
You've got 1 minute. You've got 1 minute. You've got 1 minute. And
I've made it to Oh Dear.
Very good.
Yeah.
Oh Dear is the second one, right? Or the
Oh Dear is about 20%. 20% is.
Now, tell me more about Oh Dear again.
Oh Dear forces the character to accept that call to action.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a new thing, right? Just because Joseph Campbell says that it happened doesn't mean that it always happened.
Yeah.
Right? Look at Otto Rank's hero's journey. There's no refusing the call. What about an honorable person who is called for help? I really prefer characters who don't refuse a call to help. Right?
Yeah.
So there is not only one path, and we get to explore a lot of them. I'm very excited.
I hope I get to write this one for NaNoWriMo.
Wouldn't that be fun? And the great thing about Nano, even if you don't complete it, you've done something amazing and you've made progress.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
I have 8 starts now.
You may hate this question. Can fan fiction count?
Yes.
Oh,
yes. Yes.
Oh, yes.
Here's my favorite thing about National Novel Writing Month. If you're a kid, you get to declare your goal. If you think I might be able to handle a 500-word story, do it.
And you're a winner at 500 words.
Yes. And you are a winner, and you get to buy the winner t-shirt, and you get to brag. I love things that make it possible for kids to succeed and tell stories. This is all enlightened self-interest. I simply want to read all of your novels. And
mine's a leprechaun story. You would love this one.
I'm excited. All righty. Now that you've filled in a few things, and clearly you'll have time to fill in more later, let's iterate the slides to here's my secret to National Novel Writing Month. If you're on a blue slide, Corey, we're in the same place.
Yep.
Each of those lines, 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, whatever, I think of as a mini chapter, and each of them is 1,000 words.
Okay.
That's 51 mini chapters. You get up, you pour your coffee, you write 1,000-word chapter. Later in the day, you write another one. Don't have to go in order because you know what the order is going to be eventually.
Right.
It's actually a nice quiet hour of blasting out words. But Sparrow, that's too fast. They will be awful words. Of course they will. That's the plan.
Hey, I can do that.
Right? When I manage 50,000 words in November, I'm like exhausted. I'm proud of myself, all that. And I go back and they're horrible. But you know what rises out of those ashes? Is some very good 10,000 word novellas. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I am stringing them together into an interrelated thing, a bunch of novelettes sitting together. So, okay, let us iterate. I am winding down, wonderful Kelly. You're coming up next. You folks might know me from Writer Space at Mythgard. How does Writer Space intersect with Signum Space? Very easy. Writer Space is free drop-in time, which I broadcast on some of the different Signum media. There's a link on the handout to the schedule and the broadcast links. And it's because I know I'm going to be sitting down at my desk at that time working, and I'm lonely. So if you would like to join me, we can do our individual work at the table together. So if you're taking Old English 1 with Larry Swain or English Sonnets with Faith Acker, you can hop into Writer Space and do your homework while I'm grading papers or paying the bills very creatively. Grace doesn't let me pay the bills anymore.
Why, were you too creative?
I was a little too creative. I think I was a very, very good planner in that part. Alrighty, last slide is to say thank you very, very much for joining me for a nice 25 minutes or so. What are the questions from my model capsule classroom, what are the questions that are coming in through Corey from the rest of the planet?
So we've had a bunch of people who have been very encouraging. Specific questions. We had lots of encouragement. I think this is. So I will. One thing that I will say, I'm really grateful for this kind of. I mean, of course I understand that obviously one doesn't have to stick to exactly these kinds of proportions and everything, but I will admit. So I have a confession to make. I have a tendency for like the things that I start to get completely out of hand and grow into. I know it's surprising, but it has happened on occasion. And anyway, like any kind of writing project that I do is always like that. So like my worst thing is this kind of planning, like maintaining a shape, right? And not having my shape tends to be an upward asymptoting curve. And so having a clear shape like this and thinking it through in those kinds of like, 1,000-word sentences, as you say, is a really, really helpful way for me to think about like actually a story, like, putting things together.
One of the great things about our workshop model is we're going to try one new thing every week. If it doesn't work for you, if planning makes you feel straitjacketed, now you know. You move on. You say, okay, I tried it. I'm throwing it out. I might pass it on to someone who needs it. But so we're going to try different things every week in the workshop, and then do some peer review in the second meeting of the week. Am I allowed to tell people a little bit about the other two creative writing modules?
Sure.
Okay. So the creative writing workshop is something you can take over and over and just keep on joining me to learn new stuff. And I will have so much fun. And the 1 month story, maybe you have always wanted to take, and this is a real life example, your grandmother's notes and put them together in a memoir. You know that if you're focused, if you've got Sparrow and a group to report to, you know you can get it done. You'll have some advice, you'll have some support. 1 month working together, establishing our goals. We're going to pre-write, write, revise, edit, revise, edit, and complete, and talk about, I know a little bit about Kindle publishing. I know a little bit about EPUB publishing. We're going to talk about how to get that story perhaps to all your cousins who also remember grandma. What if you, want to, I'm just saying, December, want to create a story for your grandchildren to put in their stockings, right? It's a bounded project. It's not a huge project. The 1 month story is perfect for that. But what if you need a big push? What if you can only get childcare for 1 weekend? What if you're going to give yourself 48 hours in a cabin in northern New Hampshire, and your spouse is going to take the children and the dogs, and you're just going to write? That's what the weekend intensive is for. It's one contained story at high momentum, speed, impact, velocity vector, one of those things. And we will be visited by the permission fairy.
I was hoping that the permission wand would come out at some point today.
Yes. For those of you who do not know, the permission fairy visited my house at this point about 2.5 years ago, but she left behind her wand. And so when we need it, we can use the permission fairy's wand and give ourselves permission to be awesome. I'm so excited for space. Again, thank you for joining me. Are there more things I can answer immediately, or shall I just?
I think we're good. We're gonna do a quick transition to our second space module, which is Kelly Fancher's module on Japanese anime, and then we'll be back on schedule. Actually,
thank you,
so,
Sarah, Lynn, Cecilia, Carrie,
thank you.
Corey.
That was fun.
That was awesome.
That was fun. So
I'm still sitting here writing.
Good.
That's just what you should do.
I see it. Yay!
Very good. So I'm gonna okay, so I'm gonna close our breakout room and merge us back in. So we'll go back into the main room, and then I'm gonna create a new one. Actually, no, wait. Why do that? I'm just gonna shuffle around here. So because some of you are sticking around. So I'm just gonna move some people around.
Breakout room.
All right. Thank you, Sparrow.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to add in a couple people.
I'm out of here.
Yes, thank you, Cecilia.
Thank you.
On a scale of 1 to epic, how wonderful is Sparrow Alden?
I know. It's, as Druid's Fire said on the Twitch chat, she is a force of nature.
She is.
Okay, and let's see. Whom do we have? Okay, we're going to add, are people more or less alphabetized? Okay, I think so. All right, I think I have our people here. Oh, except Kelly, I didn't bring in the teacher. That would be important. Okay, hang on.
Just a tad.
We should bring in our preceptor too. We're all sitting here like, come on, Kelly, seriously, are you going to start class or what? Okay, I should also probably give him permission to start his video. Okay.
Hello.
There we go. Hey, Kelly.
Hello, let me close out Twitch so I don't get echoes. Okay, how are you all doing?
Very good.
Oh, looking forward to this one.
Oh, good. Good. Is it possible to enable screen sharing or not?
So, that may be. I don't know how to do that. I'm not sure I'm doing that properly. Yeah. Hang on.
If you click share screen, is there an option in that to enable participants to share their screen? Or if you click on my name, are you able to prompt me to share my screen?
Let's see. I think it's not giving me the participant option here.
And as I'm sure you're listening, Sharon, I've got this giant timer on my desk set for 20 minutes to make sure that I stop in time so that Corey can go to his Ask Me Anything.
That is
but okay, well,
impressive.
while you figure out if we can do this or not, I'm just going to start talking because a large portion of this was going to be the way my class is going to be designed is we are going to have a series of videos that we're going to watch, and we're going to be doing discussion about them. Seeing as how I didn't feel really good emailing all of you and saying, hey, can you watch these videos before, this Webathon on Saturday, I thought we would just kind of do a generic discussion of anime. I was going to start with talking about why anime, why should we watch it, why should we study it, provide a very brief history, and then just kind of open up to see what your experiences are with anime. If you are a regular viewer, if you love it, if you hate it, how familiar you are with it, and then just what your thoughts are on why or why not someone should watch anime. So if we can't get the screen sharing to work, then we'll just skip that first part and jump right into the discussion aspect of this little part of the webinar. So what are you thinking, Corey?
Okay, so well, first of all, I'm thinking I'm not finding the
That's
place
fine.
to give. I think maybe it's one of those special Zoom settings that have to be done globally.
Yes,
beforehand.
unfortunately, there are lots of special Zoom settings that we've found.
Yes, as part of our ongoing Zoom transitional experiment. But anyway, so but I can answer the anime question. I am new to anime. I've not really watched any anime until quite recently, because my my two sons are very interested in anime. My older son, extremely so. My younger son is sort of the apprentice anime viewer in our house. But he is also the one who has been getting his parents to watch it. So we are watching one of his favorite animes now, and he just started me watching a second one last night. So I have not seen much, but I have seen the first half of the Death Note series, and I have seen the first episode of Demon Slayers last night. So
Okay.
yeah, that is my
Good
experience
starts.
so far.
Good starts.
Oh, and I have seen Spirited Away by Miyazaki. I've seen the feature film there too.
That's great. Yeah, and my class this fall or this December will feature Miyazaki's a subset of his feature films, instead of telling you guys to watch 7 seasons of some anime. How about the rest of you? Are you guys regular viewers? How familiar are you with anime? Yes, Sarah.
I know absolutely nothing about anime. I'm a complete anime noob, but my daughter is very into digital art. She does a lot of it, and she does watch anime, so she talks about it, and that's about as much as I know. So I'm interested from if there is such a thing as below beginner, that's me.
Okay. Laurel or Lynn or Carrie? Yeah, Laurel.
I've been watching anime for the entirety of my lifetime. I started with Hamtaro and Kiki's Delivery Service as a very small child. I really got into it in high school. I've watched a couple hundred, and I love manga. I read a lot more manga than I watch anime, although many of the manga I love also have anime adaptations. My most recent favorite is an ongoing series called Spy Family. Viz Media is doing the English translation. It's only 6 volumes out, but it's a hilarious comedy about a psychic, an assassin, and a spy that all pretend to be nuclear family, and they don't know that the other people aren't normal. Set in like a Cold War, slightly Japanified setting. It's quite fun.
Okay. How about you, Lynn?
Like Corey and Sarah, my entry is through my son and wanting to try to understand what it is that he likes about anime. I'm a newbie also.
Okay. And Carrie, how about you?
Well, we got introduced through the Americanified editions of anime, and they were too Disney for us. And so my middle child and I have just been binging everything that's been dubbed that we can find through this pandemic. And it has been just absolutely amazing. The storytelling, the topics, the things that are discussed, the way it's presented. It is a completely new and amazing way of communicating emotions on screen that is just really powerful. It's way too much for my husband, but we really find some great joy, and we've had some inside jokes that are just really fun. So we've just been really binging probably about 15 animes that we've been able to complete that are completely dubbed. And then we get to a point where, oh, look, they quit dubbing in the middle of season 3, and it's just really frustrating.
Okay. Yep. I've been there plenty of times before. Now let's start with a fun game here. If you were to describe anime in 5 words or less, how would you do it? Now we have anywhere from complete newbie to Laura. I just want to get your opinions on when I say the word anime, what pops up in your mind? Laurel, do you want to begin? I'll put you on the spot, seeing how you are. Actually, no. Let's save you for last, Laurel. Okay. Corey, we'll start with you.
Eyeballs.
Okay. Okay, eyeballs.
I had this
Excellent.
fun moment watching episode 1 of Demon Slayer last night, where like the little girl is looking at her with these huge eyes, and then he says something, and her eyes got bigger, and I'm like, that could happen? Holy cow! So like I love the expressions and the reflections in eyes. I'm just like riveted by the eyes of the anime characters.
Wonderful. How about you, Lynn?
I was going to say the same thing. Big eyes.
Big eyes. Okay. Carrie?
I would say this is a teen girl drama packaged for a boy.
Okay, I think we're 1 or 2 words over, but I will accept it because that is wonderful. Sarah, how about you? Oh, you're muted. Muted.
Wait, you're muted, Sarah.
You'd think I'd know by now, being relatively techie. So the only things I can think of right now, apart from the huge, almost round eyes, is also the mouth. Think of the way that the mouth seems to move as well, it seems to just almost become rounded and just open, close, rather than have, kind of more human ways of moving the lips, sort of thing. So that's how I have seen what little I have seen. And it really reminds me of old cartoons that I used to watch back in the 80s, in the days when I was young, talking about things like G-Force and Thundercats and all that kind of thing, where they had similar sorts of things, like almost stop-go animation. And the big mouth thing and the big eye thing. That's it. And I know that's more than 3 words, but there you are.
That's okay. And let's end with you. We already have. Laura, let's end with you then.
It went a lot more literal, I think, than everyone else. Because what I would say is just multi-genre Japanese animation.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. And so I'm going to try to do this in a visual or non-visual way because I have a whole bunch of lovely pictures to share with you guys, but that is fine. And yes, you guys, all of you hit on all the points I want to talk about. Number one, when people think anime, they tend to think exaggerated expressions, like just way over the top eyeballs and facial expressions and movements and just like arms that are moving in ways that are not humanly possible. Also, compared to American cartoons or animation, they tend to have a relatively complex plot, tend to be at least possibly more adult focused, or let's just say they're not limited to just children. And Japanese anime also tends to feature a lot more of a space or time dilation, not kind of fixed on a normal physically limited space and time concept that exists in reality. And then finally, I would like to say that it tends to oscillate. It moves between a complete immersion experience as well as something that will just kind of throw you out as a viewer. Now, everything that I just said above, though, is what people tend to traditionally think of as anime, but in reality, what Laurel said is what I wanted to end with, in that over the past couple decades, this has got a little bit complex to be able to say and define, because anime is varied. It isn't a genre, it is a medium, and there is all sorts of different anime shows taking place with all sorts of different styles. But basically it comes down to it is animation made in Japan. And 15 minutes, a little bit less, let's go briefly into the history, very briefly, and why this is the case. Why are these Japanese animations, why do they tend to have this over-exaggeration, this just kind of emphasis on these emotions and this excessive movement that is a little bit more stopgap than a smooth animation such as Cinderella, which was made and designed to mimic real-life movement. And basically, it comes down to the time period in which anime became really popular. And that was in the 1950s through the 1970s. During this time period, once again, you can't see my beautiful quote here, but I will read this lovely quote that I have from Hayao Miyazaki. And he claims that no other country has undergone such a traumatic modernization. Japan very quickly went from a pre-industrialized to post-industrialized country entering the global age in a remarkably short time period. And with this, they went from a, whether or not you want to call it peaceful, but peaceful rural existence to full-fledged modern global society in a very short time period. And lots of people were looking to cope with this stress. And so the manga volumes became very popular for both children and adults. It's very common to see Japanese men in business suits going to a manga cafe, picking up something and just reading it on a break to deal with the copings of stress. At the same time period, anime started to pick up in popularity. Unfortunately, computers weren't very prevalent in the 1950s or 60s. And so they needed a way to be able to make animation much quicker. And so a lot of the things that we kind of associate with anime were not an artistic choice at the time period. It was, frankly, a cost-saving measure. They wanted to make 20 to 30-minute episodes as cheaply and cost-effectively as possible. And so that involved a reduction of realistic movement. They were no longer basing things on live actors and the movements. They were just kind of trying to instill the movement of someone in as easy way as possible without realistically mimicking movement. And that's why we ended up with this kind of excessive, over-the-top expressions and such that we have today. So now let's get on to actually the heart of what I care about here and why anime. Laurel, I'd be interested in your opinion of this, but I'd also want to hear from the rest of you. Where do you think anime stands in, let's say, literary analysis? What value do you think it has as a medium, if any? What can anime do that other mediums cannot do? Any initial reactions?
Yes, Laurel. So what I really enjoy about anime is how well it conveys emotional response visually. And part of the exaggerated technique that was mentioned with the large eyes even is something that you can't have obviously with a real life actor, or even in a lot of the more realistic animation that you see a lot in the Western fields. That kind of exaggerated emotion really conveys both character state and how the world reacts around it. Gives you so much more information as a viewer. So it allows for easy interpretation to an extent, but also a lot more deeper emotional. For example, you can have an anime, 12 episodes, and you can be laughing one episode and crying the next, and there's not as much of a disconnect for me with animation as there would be with that kind of tonal shift in a lot of other mediums. So I find it impressive how it goes with emotions and also incorporating different aspects of either mythology is one of my favorites with things like Mushishi, or even historical with Rurouni Kenshin, which is historical romance and also hilariously overdone at times villains, along with tragedy, and it's all together and none of it seems to disconnect from the rest. So.
Wonderful. Yes, that's my thoughts exactly. I love the fact that in anime you can, because of this just kind of historical accident and just carrying on a little bit of the Japanese art form before that, well, quite a bit, but because of this historical accident, trying to make things as cheaply as possible, there has come about this medium where it is perfectly normal and acceptable and expected that things are not depicted as they are in reality. And so if we, turn to Tolkien's, well, not Tolkien's, but in On Fairy Stories, he talks about the inconsistency of reality. The thing is, these exaggerated facial expressions or movements are expected. It is internally consistent to anime. And so I love the fact that because that is expected, you aren't thrown out of the anime when something crazy like that happens. You can stay in it. And because of that, you are able to experience and tell and learn about stories that just are not possible in other visual mediums. And because of its emphasis on the emotional characteristic, it's also something that's a little bit harder to experience in a text. Corey, did you want to say something to that? It seemed like you were.
There are a couple things that I think are really interesting there. One of the things that I think is really, and shockingly, I was thinking of On Fairy Stories too, but what I was thinking of in particular was Tolkien talking about children and children's literature, right? And to some extent, of course, we still deal with the like fantasy is for children thing, but that's been changing. I think in the post-Tolkien world, that's been changing, and it's for a while now. It's been more okay for grown-ups to like be into fantasy and not be ashamed of that. But I would say like cartoons are actually like another frontier there, right? Where again, watching an animated thing was something that you're supposed to leave behind when it's fine for kids to watch cartoons, right? But an adult who watches cartoons is either some kind of like connoisseur, right? Like a hobbyist of some sort, right? Or just kind of weird. And anime, I think, has created a real. But like, why should that be? Like, why should it be that animated TV or film should be like? It doesn't make any more sense than the fairy tales are for children thing that Tolkien was working against, right? And in a lot of ways, like animated stories and just as manga and graphic novels and things, like that kind of marriage of visual art with storytelling, it's a wonderful medium. It's obviously a wonderful medium. There's clearly no reason why that should be restricted merely to childly consumption, right? So one of the things that I sort of have felt about anime is that there has been, I have sensed anyway, and I don't think it's just the growing interest in my own house, but I have sensed this like, it's still a little bit weird for many cartoons, for adults to watch many cartoons. But if it's Japanese, like it's okay. Like it's in like a different category if it's a Japanese cartoon. Like so, and I think that's a really good thing. It is really interesting. I mean, as I say, I've watched a total of maybe 18 episodes of anime right now, and one feature film. So I'm still very, very much a newbie. But it's fascinating, and Laurel, I've been really interested to see just what you were talking, that kind of like internal emotional vocabulary of anime, right? The things that are not imitating life. Callie, I was just watching the episode of Death Note we were watching with my son last night. Featured this one like where the girl comes across the street to greet him excitedly, except she like launches herself horizontally and tackles him in the street, which would have resulted in like emergency room visits for the both of them had it happened in real life, right? But it was great. Like and Kelly, just as you said, I didn't feel like that. I kind of laughed a little bit because it was, I think, deliberately overdone it because it was supposed to show that her reaction is over the top, right? He's uncomfortable with her reaction, but still, like it didn't break the frame. Like it didn't break the secondary reality because I'm like beginning to get the vocabulary, right? It's not about realistic motions. It's not about realistic facial expressions. It's communicated, and it's really interesting. Like both as a storytelling art form and as a visual art form, it's really fascinating, and I've been really enjoying that.
Now, I half-heartedly want to begin today's talk by saying I propose to speak about anime, though I am aware that this is a rash adventure, but I thought I'd save that for the future because I am planning on proposing a space module on Tolkien's On Fairy Stories and Miyazaki's view, because if you read some of his publications, they share a very similar mindset on the core values, especially on recovery and this inconsistency of reality. And so I expect that at some point in the future, maybe January or February. But as my timer is about to go off, let's quickly talk about what is coming up in December. There's the timer.
Speaking of the timer going on. So it's got that big analog thing and it beeps.
Giant, that's an awesome big analog thing. Yes, it is an awesome timer. We need to send you one of these. You hear that, Sharon? And so, yeah.
I'm fine.
So I love tons of anime and manga, and you can expect a lot of space modules from me. But at the moment, I'm focusing on Miyazaki and his work because I feel there's the most crossover there. And so right now, the first module that you can sign up for right away in December is, I'm just calling Miyazaki's Anime 1, which is focusing on, what did I call it? I called it Recovery of Innocence, because you'll find that childhood is a very common theme throughout all of Miyazaki's work, in particularly this just over-idealized state of childhood, and where he views childhood as kind of this utopian site of innocence and wonder, and it is my opinion that he uses his films to instill recovery in us, to regain that lost innocence. And so we will be talking about 4 of Miyazaki's works. We'll be talking about My Neighbor Totoro, we will be talking about Ponyo, and we will be talking about Spirited Away, and we'll be talking about one final one that I have not yet decided on. I'm torn, but I figure 4 major works is probably all we will be able to cover in number. So I really hope that I'll see you guys there, and we can talk more about anime. I'm torn. There are several ways I could go. I am a little bit tempted to pull in a little bit of his work on Heidi, Girl of the Alps, because that was my thesis. But we'll see if I actually
as long as it's not Grave of the Fireflies.
Yeah, Grave of the that was Takahata. And so this of course focuses on Miyazaki, but I like Grave of the Fireflies. So we may do that in the future.
I feel like that needs its own. That's hard to include with other things.
Yeah,
yes,
it is. But any final questions in the 2 minutes we have before Corey needs to sign on to Reddit and start doing his AMA?
Yeah, I do. So let's see. On YouTube, Over says Princess Mononoke sounds like a must.
Once again, it will be. I will be covering all of Miyazaki's works and then some. But for this course, I really wanted to narrow it down to 4 things. And because my thesis was related to this topic of childhood, I figured that was kind of the least amount of prep work that I could just hit the ground running with. And so I'm more focusing on this childhood and innocence aspect. But Princess Mononoke will be covered. I'm thinking in a Japanese setting themed course for that, including Totoro as well and a couple of others works.
Yeah, and we may have an array of anime related options for modules after December. Where Kelly's first Miyazaki module in December is our first little taster of the anime stuff, but I know this is a rich field for study for which many people are very enthusiastic. So I'm sure there will be an increase of options there. We also have, of course, our Japanese children's literature class. We've got some
which I will be signing up for.
Perspective on that, from Pilar, who's going to be teaching later on. So we will have Japanese stuff in a couple different genres for this available this December. All right, thank you guys. We are now officially back on schedule. It's no thing. So thank you guys for your patience and efficiency. I appreciate it. And I do need to switch over to doing my AMA now. So I'm going to close out the breakout room. Thank you, Kelly. I am so excited to have your modules open, and you are very likely to find another Olsen or two, perhaps, in your modules moving forward.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, that'll be cool. All right, awesome. Thank you, guys. So I'm going to close this down. All right. And I am...
Recording in progress.
There we are. I'm coming back to... There we are. Back to the main room now. Okay, so now I've got to set up. Let me find, where's my thing here. I got all kinds of things happening here. I'm gonna stop the video here, and I'm gonna start my video back again on Twitch. There we go. Okay, got my desktop here now. Where I gotta get my there we go. My Reddit open. So here we are. Okay. Let me refresh this here. So I think that there we go. Here's my AMA thing at the top here. All right. So I'm going to move it over so that I'm not blocking it. Boy, I can't. Wait, what happened? I just clicked on the wrong thing. That was not right. Okay. All right. Very good. Now, let me get my chat box back. Okay. Sorry, I was muted briefly in Zoom, but I'm now unmuted in Zoom. There we go. Okay. So now through several different media. So here's what we're going to... Okay, let me try to make this bigger. Not only because... Oh, yeah, there we go. That is so much better. Okay. Can I go even bigger? Let's see. And then... All right. Maybe I can even cheat on this side. I bet you I can. Okay. All right, not bad. That's big enough even for me to see now that I'm getting old. Okay, so here is my Reddit heading here. And now what I am going to be... So I've got the... I can see chat in both that is coming in through the broadcast place. So I see the Twitch chat and I see questions in YouTube and Twitter and other places. And I can also see the Zoom chat. So I'm going to go through my questions now on the AMA. It is 4 o'clock, 4:01, and I'm beginning on time like I do. You know, it's the way of things. So here we go. What questions do we have? Let us see what Reddit has for me. Okay. What are the most surprising and or unique things you have found in the Legendarium? Okay. In the Legendarium. Let's see, I'm going to say, there's so many things we've found in Mythgard Academy as we've gone through the history of Middle-earth. It's hard to even begin. Let's see. I would have to start with Elvish reincarnation. The idea is one that Tolkien put forward in his old stuff, Book of Lost Tales. But it seems never to have completely died as a concept. It comes back in Morgoth's Ring, Volume 10 of History of Middle-earth. For example, the idea that an elf can die and then be reborn in the body of his own grandson is completely blows my mind. I don't think I should use dictation mode. Oh yeah, that would be one way, Sarah, to make this even more comical, right? Okay, all right. Yeah. I don't know how much Tolkien was really thinking this was the way things should work. But he kept coming back to it. Okay, there we go. Here's my first answer. Okay, you guys can feel free to make suggestions, you know, if you want to make suggestions. Okay, so there's my first answer there. Let's see. Okay, has Signum ever done a course on the mechanics of magic in Tolkien? Hot takes on the Jackson films, especially the Hobbit trilogy. Oh, I got lots of those. And any fun stories from your time as a professor at brick and mortar schools? Oh, sure. Not some that I could probably tell without getting in trouble, but yes. Okay, let's see. This is a lot of things. I don't know if let's see. No, we've not done a course on that specifically, though it is a subject that certainly arises from time to time. Okay, let's see, what else do I want to talk about with magic in Tolkien? I better not launch on a whole, thing on magic in Tolkien. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, we need more magic. Takako, yeah, I hear that. Tolkien's magic is both very persistent and very subtle. You could argue that there is little real magic in Tolkien's world. And you can also argue that almost everything is magical in Tolkien's world. It sure gives us a lot to talk about. Maybe, let's see, okay, nah, I won't. I was gonna, it's tempting to say, maybe we should do a space module on this, but then I'd have to link to it and they'd think I'm selling them something, which I totally would be. So I'll just say it to you guys. Jackson Films. Jackson hot take, : The Lord of the Rings films are 100 times better as movies than the Hobbit films. But the Hobbit films actually engage with Tolkien's text more carefully and thoughtfully than the Lord of the Rings films do. Yes, despite the sandworms. Okay, there's my hot take. And as for my time at a brick and mortar, come to a regional moot and I will tell you stories about wheelbarrow jousting tournaments. Yeah. Fun fact. One of the current members of the Signum faculty is a former wheelbarrow jousting tournament champion. True story. True story. Okay. Reply. Okay. All right. Look, I got them all three. How about that? Okay. Do I have a single favorite line or passage from the Silmarillion? Darren says normally there's a no movie discussion rule. Yeah. I just a hot take, Darren. Just a hot take. I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Okay. Yeah. Wheelbarrow jousting. Yeah. That was it was awesome. It was even more fun than it sounds, actually. I still have some of the dining hall tray shields that some of my students made in my garage. Anyway, okay. Let's see. Do I have a single favorite line or passage from the Silmarillion? Okay. Let's see. Single favorite line or passage. And Morgoth came. The duel between Fingolfin and Morgoth has always been one of my favorites. Yeah. Yeah. His defiance and challenge are awesome, but I will never forget my surprise the first there are two R's in that word apparently. The first time I read that Morgoth actually emerges and takes him on. Amazing. Yeah. Hurin making his stand. Yeah, that's a really good one, RD. Agreed. The arrival of Turgon at the near Ninth Arnoidia. That is a really interesting one, Estelle. Yeah, I think so. Okay. All right. Okay, Darren. Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah. Coming up with questions is hard, having listened to me talk about Tolkien matters for many hundreds of hours. Yeah, I know. I'm sure I'm going to be recycling stuff. I'm always kind of repeating myself. Yeah. Okay, curious about the following. My favorite of the non-Middle-earth texts. Okay, what's my favorite? Okay, am I Team Aldarion or Team Arendis? Oh, ouch. That is so hard. Why do you think, what do I think all the things Tolkien worked on, the story of Turin was the one, of all the things Tolkien worked on, the story of Turin was the one he actually finished without external pressure. Wow, really good questions, Darren. Okay, so let's see. Favorite, with an F even, favorite non-ME, Leaf by Niggle. And it's not close. I mean, I love a lot of his things, but Leaf by Niggle every time. One of my favorite Tolkien pieces, full stop. And then with Aldarion and Arendis, it depends. It depends on when in the story you ask. At the beginning, my sympathy is all with Arendis. But well before the end, she loses my sympathy very significantly. On balance, by the end, I have to say I am Team Aldarion. But one of the things that I really enjoy about that story is that Tolkien does a great job of showing both sides in their conversations and elsewhere. Like the conversations between him and his dad, I feel the same way. Like whichever one is talking at the time, I'm like, yeah, I totally see your perspective. He does a really good job with that. I find that story pretty remarkable in that way. And then what was the third thing? Oh yeah, Turin. Why Turin? I ask myself that a lot. I find that story depressing and frustrating at times, and I have a hard time seeing why he spent so much more time on that than on, say, Tuor, which he should have finished. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are talking about Cullervo. That's exactly it. Yeah. The pull of Turin clearly dates back to his youth and his attraction to the Kalevala, but it obviously goes, darn it, come on now. Little typing, never hurt. It obviously goes beyond that. Turin does not just equal Kullervo, after all. But maybe his desire to add to that story or refine it contributed, feeling like he was in some sense involved in the Kalevala tradition. It might have factored in. Who knows? Okay. Good. Okay. What's my take on what Bombadil is and who is really eldest, Bombadil or Treebeard? Okay. All right. He is. I am contractually obligated to answer that way, or Goldberry will yell at me. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Bombadil is obviously one of the Ainur, as he entered the world well before any of the children. Okay. Arthur is arguing that Bombadil is obviously Ungoliant, as proven in the text, he says. Right. Yeah. Okay. All right, Arthur. I hear you. Well, before any of the children, he remembers Morgoth, the Dark Lord, entering from outside. He is clearly attached to that patch of land, however, so seems to have established himself as a kind of genius loci. Him and Goldberry. He is a small picture version, therefore, of the connection between the Valar and Arda. Just like we saw in like chapter 2 of Nature of Middle-earth, or 3, whenever it was, the Valar becoming like the soul, like incarnating Arda. Like that's like Tom in the Old Forest, essentially. Okay, good. Yeah, that's good. Bombadil has obviously been in Middle-earth longer than Treebeard, but I don't think the word eldest really means quite the same thing when attached to each of those two. Treebeard is called that in respect by Celeborn. I don't think Celeborn was making some global claim about Treebeard's actual age. He is respecting his elders, and there are not all that many of them walking around anymore. Okay. Yeah, I mean, eldest, people get obsessed about this eldest thing. And again, it's hard because it's like, it's eldest, right? So it would seem like, yeah, that's, the oldest one, right? But I don't think it really is meant that way. Okay. Did Celeborn meet Fangorn and Balerion? I bet he did, Phil. Bet he did. I'm going to know for a fact, but I bet he did. Yeah. Okay. Right. What do you think happened to the bodies of the wolves that attacked the Fellowship? Ooh, yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about this soon, like within the next few months in Exploring the Lord of the Rings. Can you talk a bit about the new Signum Space? I sure can talk a bit about the Signum Space program. Holy cow. Man, do you really want to ask me that today? Okay, I'll restrain myself. I'm going to be so good. You'll see. Okay, so Bodies of the Wolves. We will talk about those vanishing wolves soon in Exploring the Lord of the Rings. There are two basic options, right? Either there were unusually tidy survivors, or something weird happened to the bodies. I am going with weird myself. I am not sure they were spiritual in the same sense as the boulders, but not in the same sense as the boulders, but they do seem to, change that. They certainly did not seem to be merely corporeal wolves. We will have to talk about the potential relationship between those disappearing wolves and the werewolves for which Sauron was famous in the old days. Okay, and space program. I could, and recently did, talk for a couple hours about our new space program. Briefly, it consists of month-long modules in which you can learn almost anything you want without any external pressure of degree requirements or a degree without any external pressure degree requirements. Yeah, I'll just stick with that for now. I'll just give the website. Check out the new page at signumuniversity.org/space. Reply. See, wasn't I good? I told you I was going to be good. Like two sentences. Thanks, Twitch folks, for explaining the spiritual boulders comment to people who didn't know about that. Okay. All right. NYC News Junkie asks, based on what happened in the shadow of the past and their knowledge that the ring will grow in power the closer it gets to Mount Doom, it seems unlikely that Gandalf and Elrond can believe that Frodo will be able to throw the ring into the fire. Do you think they see this as his job, or do they want him to transport it to the fire, trusting to fate to take care of its destruction once there? Put another way, does Frodo really fail, or does he succeed in his primary mission? Dude, you are channeling just what I was hinting at in Exploring the Lord of the Rings class a couple weeks ago. Frodo is charged with getting the ring to the cracks of doom. He actually makes no vow or promise to chuck the thing in. Did they expect him to, quote, fail? I don't necessarily think so. Elrond says, and I believe him, that he can't see what is going to happen. But it is clear that they are, in fact, relying on Providence, trusting, having Estelle without an R, having Estelle that things are going to turn out right. And Providence comes through. Yeah. Okay, one quick follow-up. That doesn't mean that claiming the ring for his own wasn't bad. It wasn't the right thing to do. But could he have actually succeeded in doing otherwise? I rather doubt that myself. Okay. Yeah, so Arthur's saying, put another way, did Elrond and Gandalf use Frodo as an unwitting pawn? To some extent, Arthur, when you think about the line, you remember when Gandalf is looking at Frodo in bed in many meetings and says, he's like, he may become like a light, that shine, that for anyone to see who can. He's thinking about what's going to happen to Frodo, right? And then he's like, you look splendid. Remember that passage? He's kind of aware that something like this is, that something like that could happen. Does it mean they're like just using him? No. But do they know the cost or have an idea of what it's going to cost him? Yeah, I think they do. Okay. Nerd Chaplain asks, what do you think Tolkien's work has to offer the world today? Hey, Sarah, you want to take this one? This is exactly the topic of Sarah's space module for December. Are you Tolkien to me? But I don't want to wimp out. Let's see. Okay, I won't whip out. Golly. So I'm not going to actually push Sarah's module because unless they ask specifically, I don't want to abuse my invitation to Reddit by like trying to sell folks. Okay. Yeah, Cecilia, that's just where I was thinking of going. Cecilia's thinking about some of the core principles. Yeah, I'll go there, Cecilia. I think that Tolkien was Tolkien's insight. There we go. That's how I want to say it. Tolkien's insight into reality and human nature and the human condition was spot on when he discussed on fairy stories the importance of escape, recovery, and consolation, and the power of fairy tale and fantasy to deliver those. I think it is also obvious that his works succeed in doing this. All three of those things are more important today than ever, I would say. And people still receive great comfort and wisdom through Tolkien's work for this reason. It is what makes Tolkien's work truly timeless. So, a plug. If you haven't read OFS, you totally should. Okay. There we go. Hard to do that one justice without taking the whole rest of my time. Whew, only half an hour in. We're good. I'm barely hitting my groove here. Okay. All right. Purplish Pilgrim. I am reading the Silmarillion for the first time. Cool. And am finding the Silmarillion seminar really essential for helping me digest it. Awesome. My question is, Morgoth refers to himself as Melkor while cursing Hurin. Does Morgoth still refer to himself by his name because he still sees himself as master? Does he reject the names Morgoth and Bauglir, and do his servants address him as Melkor or Morgoth? Thanks. I know there was a time where I used to read books on my own without podcasts or social media to help me sort through it all, but I'm not sure I would want to go back to that simpler time, even if I could. It really has changed things, hasn't it? The way in which you can not only read a book, but also, kind of immerse yourself in a whole community like that is pretty awesome. I agree. One of my favorite parts of the modern world also. All right, Purplish Pilgrim, let's see. Morgoth and Bauglir are insults, pretty much. They are a sign of rejection by those who use them. The Boldor, those are totally different. The Noldor call Melkor Morgoth only. Yeah, just call him Morgoth. Because they accepted him before as friend and ally, and they now reject him utterly and permanently. So they will only call him the Dark One or the Dark Enemy of the world. He is not going to call himself that, however, especially as we have reason to believe Melkor is actually quite keen on light. So he wouldn't think of himself as the Dark One, but as the Lord of Light, or similar. He actually asked Varda, Lady of Light and the Stars, out. I'll just say he asked out. Yeah, clumsy but clearer. Asked out Varda early on, but she wasn't having any. So he has had light desire issues for a long time. Melkor and light are very much in a it's complicated. Oops, hang on. State. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, he totally has light desire issues. Don't you say, Regenicus? Yeah, Varda's not into bad boys. Not at all. Not at all. Anyway, we don't know quite what his followers called him. My own guess would be Sir, or Lord, or possibly even, O most high and exalted one, who is totally greater even than Eru. We really mean it. But maybe they had some kind of acronym for that. Yeah, probably. Okay. Good. Oh, wait, I should say, hang on. I should reply again. And I am glad you are enjoying the Silmarillion seminar. It had been my career goal to help more Tolkien fans get through the Silmarillion. I am delighted to find I have succeeded somewhat in that. That's very rewarding. Good. Okay. Whew. All right. Oh boy. Okay. There we go. Good. All right. Hang on a second. I just want to look at where we are. I have no idea. Never mind. I'll just keep going until I run out of questions. Have you ever taken any Tolkien-related pilgrimages? Is there anywhere Tolkien-related that you would love to go see but haven't yet? Also, if you could live in any setting from the Legendarium, where would you live? Oh, cool questions. Okay, proper doggo. Yes. I did, in fact, have a pint at the Bird and Baby Pub in Oxford. And I also visited Tolkien's grave there in town as well. Both very cool, though I admit that the pub was so crowded the day we went that my family was kind of crammed into a corner. But I am hoping to get back someday. Yeah, I know that's not its real name. The real name of the pub is the Eagle and Child, of course. But I call it the Bird and Baby, like Jack and Tullers did. Because fanboy. Okay, and other question. If I could live in any setting in the Legendarium, where would I live? Gosh. Well, it's hard to beat the Shire, but I'm not sure that's really my answer, though. But I really want to live in the Shire. I don't think I've ever thought about the other one, really. I think, on balance, I would want to retire with Bilbo in Rivendell. I think his gig sounds pretty darn sweet. But I think I would enjoy old Minas Tirith, the Silmarillion one, too. Sweet elvish castle, scenic locale, convenient crossroads for meeting interesting people. What's not to like? There we go. Okay. There's my double answer there. Tyrion upon Tuna, yeah. Phil says shame about the werewolves. Yeah, well, nothing's perfect, you know. You know, it's got its drawbacks at certain periods in history, but yeah. Okay. That's the problem with naming a Silmarillion locale, is that almost all of them get wrecked, you know, so it's hard. Okay. All right. NYC News Junkie with another one says, The Lord of the Rings was begun in 1936, quoting here, and every part has been written many times. Hardly a word in its 600,000 or more has been unconsidered. And the placing, size, style, and contribution to the whole of all the features, incidents, and chapters has been laboriously pondered. What I intend to say is this. I cannot substantially alter the thing. I have finished it, and it is off my mind. Since Tolkien at the time considered the book the final embodiment of his vision, how do you feel about judging incidents and scenes based on his earlier works or drafts? For example, we know Arwen was a late edition. Does this matter? Since Tolkien had plenty of time to look at the whole book and any passage of that might reference or allude to her and revise them if he felt them out of place? Okay, this is complicated. Great question. It is complicated. First, yes, Tolkien was wanting to let it go and didn't feel he needed to rewrite it. But that doesn't mean he was done thinking about it. Also, with any of his statements in letters, you always have to remember the context. To whom is he writing, and when and why? When, comma, and why. So let's see. Let me make sure I don't want to trust my memory off the top of my head. Letter 131. Where are we in letter 131? Is that the? That's not the. Is that the big one? No. Letter 131. It is a big one, I think. No, maybe it is the big one. Yeah, it is the big one. It's the Milton Walden letter. Okay, yeah. Okay. Right? Yeah, it is. Okay. Great, so let's see. Letter 131 was written to the guy whom he was trying to convince to publish The Lord of the Rings. So, yeah, he emphasizes that it is a done deal and super carefully crafted and such. There is a modicum of salesmanship here. What else was I going to say? I was going to say something else about yeah. No, that's fine for that bit. And say however, it is not necessarily true that everything in the book is just what he would have wanted it ultimately to be. Especially with the later books, he was revising under a deadline. There was only so much Arwen that could be shoved in there before he had to send off the thing, before people rioted because they were impatient for the Return of the King to come out. I think some people in the chat remember that, waiting for the Return of the King to come out. I don't. I am too young for that. It is one of the things, it's on my short list of like wish lists. Like I would wish to have read The Lord of the Rings when it came out. That would have been a really fun experience. Okay, yeah. But he clearly thought about or fantasized about including her more in the narrative, giving her a role in the story. Remember, she is the Luthien parallel to Aragorn's Baron. And Luthien was an active character. in the story. No sitting home and stitching banners for her. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know, Darren. Just trying to imagine being there, like, you know, Sam losing consciousness, right? Frodo was alive, but taken by the enemy. And then waiting for, what was it? More than a year, right? Oy. Anyway. So does the published Lord of the Rings really represent Tolkien's final vision for the story? No, I don't think so. But it is a final state and fun to consider as such. But it is also fun to think about how the story had grown and was growing while and after he wrote. That's why I find the History of Middle-earth series so much fun. Okay. Woohoo! Exactly, yeah. No author ever finishes writing a book. We only ever stop. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Okay, Pixel Riffs. As a recent adopter of Exploring the Lord of the Rings, it's a pleasure to listen to. Oh, good. Cousin, episode 92. Hey, you're getting there. Excited to spend the next 100 episodes in Rivendell. And counting. If you're in 92, it's what, now up to 113 or so? No, 111 episodes in Rivendell? I find the field trip segments fascinating too, but I was wondering if your explorations of Tolkien and gaming have ever led you into the Minecraft Middle-earth server. Yeah, no, I have not. I have not. Let's see. I have not been in the, yeah. I have seen it, though, being the father of 2 teenage boys. I have been exposed to a fair bit of Minecraft. That would be fun to explore. What I really enjoy about exploring the Lotro world is not only the pure archaeogaming element. Hey man, that's totally a word. You don't know that word? Dude, learn that spelling, man. You gotta know that word. Come on, Safari. What I really enjoy about exploring the Lotro world is not only the pure archaeogaming element, parentheses, looking around at the visual world that is there, but thinking about the visual, world as adaptation of the visual as adaptation of the story in interaction with the narratives that the game develops. It is a fascinating 3-way adaptation relationship, and I love exploring it. No, that's not a spoiler. Okay. But I may look into the Minecraft thing someday. It is pretty impressive from all I have seen. Okay. Excellent. Okay. I'm looking at the timestamps. I'm kind of treading water, falling behind a little bit, but not too bad. I was at 50 minutes just a minute ago, a few minutes ago. Okay, Nub Stitches asks, how has studying the world of Tolkien affected the way you view and interact with the modern world? Be it how you vote, how you discuss or debate with others, how you raise your children. Well, I won't skip it. I'm not going to talk about modern politics. You're certainly right about that. Other than to say that I have felt more and more like Tolkien did, that I'm increasingly like I feel increasingly like an anarchist, not a whiskered dude with bombs, but the other kind of anarchist, a Shire anarchist. Okay. All right. Let's see. Pretty broad question, though. Tolkien has, throughout my life, provided a kind of vocabulary with which I can talk about and conceptualize my world. It is not just about relating to certain characters, but about finding myself thinking in terms established within the stories. I often remember particular passages at odd times or in stressful situations. Aragorn's "There is no rest yet for the weary" is a frequent quote of mine. Or I will pump myself up even more by quoting Gimli's "Give me a row of orc necks and room to swing, and all weariness will fall from me." I almost always connect back to moments like that in the stories when I come to moments of trial. I have found Tolkien a wise counselor in this way in my life. Yeah. It's more of an example than an answer, but that'll kind of work. Okay. Hey, you're welcome, Luthien Tenuviel. Why does Melian leave the people of Doriath instead of helping them? Dude! Oh my goodness! Holy cow! I literally just asked that question and be marveled at Tolkien's direct answer to it. In class 2 weeks ago. Somebody tell me, is that in number 2? Session 2 of the Nature Middle-earth class? I can't remember for sure. I don't want to. It was session 3? Thanks, Virginicus. Appreciate it. Exclamation point. In our discussion of the nature of Middle-earth, the awesome, mind-blowing new book edited by Carl Hostetter. In the Mythgard Academy, we talked about Tolkien's note on Melian and what happened to her physically when she bore Luthien. It's on page... what page is it on? In case you're wondering, why am I looking in the Cumber's Old Fashioned though? I should be looking in my ebook version. Hang on, not the Two Towers, Nature Middle-earth. Okay, Nature Middle-earth, Melian. Bingo. Note 9. No. Is that it? Footnote 4. Yeah. Yeah. That's the one. Footnote 4 of chapter... Which chapter is this? This is chapter 4. Okay. Done. Okay, it's in footnote 4 of book 1, chapter 4. I talk about it in session 3 of our discussion. Basically, the answer was that her physical connection to Middle Earth is pretty much severed when Thingol dies. She doesn't just run away. She is released. She is released and kind of loses her physical body. Let's just say physical body. This is an oversimplification, but hey, since when is a one paragraph answer to a question like this not an oversimplification? Okay, yeah. Page 21 in the Dead Tree version, Phil? Yeah. Thank you. She is released and kind of loses her physical body when her immediate family are all in their post-mortal, post-physical state. tell you what, I know how to equivocate this because Luthien's alive, but she died. It's complicated. You see what I'm dealing with here. When her family, oh shoot, I had just thought of a way to get around it. Physical body, when her immediate family has died. Yeah. Family members have died. Okay. So sticking around is not a very viable option. Totally recommend the nature of Middle Earth, and we are still in the early days of discussing our way through that book in the Mythgard Academy. You can join me on Wednesday nights at 10 p.m.-ish for our discussions, if you like. There's a surprising amount of math, so it is fun to work through together. I said ish, right? I said ish. That was true. Yeah, good point, Phil. And we are only 5, right? 5. So it won't take as long to catch up as Ex Lotro. Okay. All right. Good. Okay, so I got to the bottom of my page 1. I have a feeling that's not it. So I'm going up here. It says when I'm being now undermined by the huge print that I have done here. How do I need to sort or something, or refresh? Maybe I need to refresh. Let's refresh. Oof. We refresh and it gets bigger. Hang on, I'm going to be blocking it now. Okay. All right, hang on. Zoop. Okay, there we go. All right. Okay. Oh, great. Thank you, Darren, for posting the link there. Okay, do I sort them? Oh, here we go. Yeah, sort by new. How about we do that? That's going to be I'm going to leave a gap. Yeah, well, I know. Well, I'll mix it up. Or maybe I can go bottom to top. Maybe I can find where I left off. Okay, there's that one I left. I'll go up. That way, I don't want to, like, poor Dr. Woot would have been, like, stranded in the middle. Okay. But I'm good. I still got an hour. Whew. I'm good. Okay, between the two versions of Tolkien's explanations about what happened to the Blue Wizards failing in their mission / weakening Sauron's forces, which one suits the overall Middle-earth story better in your opinion? The latter, hands down. When Tolkien was insisting that Gandalf alone stayed true to his mission, Tolkien was in a big, no, really, Gandalf is the man kick in the immediate post Lord of the Rings years. Personally, I think he overdid it a bit in the essay on the Istari. In that direction. Radagast didn't fail, Tollers. I am willing to fight you on this point. This is another reason why it's so nice to be a fan of dead authors, because you can't tweet back at me or something. I'm sorry, it's the way it is. Okay. Okay, wait, what was I saying? And what's more, I think Tolkien thought he overdid it too. That's why later on we see him considering reconsidering. We see him reconsidering, because I like typing that word. See him reconsidering the fates of the Blue Wizards. Do we know which fellow the Blue Wizards followed? Phil? Yeah, Orome? No, he's one of each. One was definitely Orome. Or were they both Orome? I'm forgetting. Somebody will remember. I know one of them was Orome. Yeah, but I'm forgetting. I'm pretty sure it's in Unfinished Tales, which I have sitting right here, needless to say. I got a new desk recently, which I love because I have a bookcase right here. So like you'll see me like reach over, to stage left and pull a Tolkien book off the shelf. It is so much better. It was across the room before, and I used to in my podcast just be like staring at my bookcase across the room, wishing I could like draw something across the room. Mandos? Really, in Arwen? One Orome and one Mandos? Might think I'd have remembered that. Anyway, okay. Right. Orome chose Alatar, and Alatar brought, and Palanda was Alatar's +1. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are you guessing an Arwen? Because that would have been awesome, but I don't think it's so. Pretty sure I'd have remembered that, as I say. Okay. What's more, I think Tolkien thought he overdid it too. Right. That's why later on we see him reconsidering the fates of the Blue Wizards. Personally, I would settle for a 50% success rate on the Blue Wizard front. I think some measure of success suits the story better. As it picks up the many hands have contributed theme that we get at, for instance, Aragorn's coronation. All right. Both were followers of Orome? Okay. That's what I thought. That was what I thought, but I wasn't sure. Okay. Oh, right. NYC News Junkie. Full of questions today. Elrond says, if any of the wise should with this ring overthrow the Lord of Mordor using his own arts, etc., etc., this implies Elrond at least felt that a number of the wise could overthrow Sauron. In a letter, Tolkien claimed only Gandalf could do so. I just mentioned in the last reply, in a reply to a Blue Wizard question, that Gandalf went through a phase when he was serving as Gandalf's hype man. I am not totally sure why. Perhaps in the responses to the book that he heard, he felt people were not really getting... what did I say? Oh, Gandalf went through a phase. Yeah, you're right. Gandalf was always his own hype man. Yeah, so thank you guys. See, it's so useful to live stream this and have you guys catch my embarrassing typos before they go. Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Okay. All right. Anyway, so the responses to the book that he heard, he felt people were not really getting Gandalf's awesomeness. Not sure. Yeah, you're living spell checkers, Starla O'Neill. That's you guys. Okay, let's see. What letter is that? Can somebody look up which letter? See, now you can be my live research assistants too. Which letter? Let's see. I could search for it. Let's see. Letters. Yeah. Wow. Gandalf is gonna not be specific enough. I'm not quite sure how best to search for this. Okay, look at this pattern here. 2 references to Gandalf in the early letters. And then look at this big chunk right there. This is the, right after The Lord of the Rings was published period. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to identify exactly which letter they're referring to here. But anyway, if anybody can find that letter specifically, where he says only Gandalf could do so. Okay, remember that. Okay, thank you, Darren. Let's see, let's get, okay, 246, huh? So, table of contents. Oh, yeah, wonderful. This table of contents sucks. Holy cow, I forgot how much it sucks. Let me do a search by the number 246 then. Thwarted you, crappy table of contents. No, wait, that's page 246. Oh, thwarted in turn. Oh, okay. It thwarted me right back. This one? No. Darn it. Never mind. Hang on. I'm going back. I'm too close for electronic. I'm switching to guns. Okay. 246. Yeah. Okay. Letter to Mrs. Eileen Elgar. Draft. He never sent it. Oh, that's important to notice. 1963, clearly. Right in the middle of the hype man period. Okay. Yep. Well, I don't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole here. I got a bunch of other questions to answer. Okay. Okay. Remember that the book also implies that Sauron, at least, is suspicious that Aragorn could pull it off. Yes, thank you. Could pull it off too. Okay, because it implies that Sauron at least is suspicious that Aragorn could pull it off too. I am not suggesting that Tolkien was just flat wrong when he said that. But he was, in italics, writing a response to a fan, letter 246, right? Or so my sources tell me. See, you guys are making me look like I've just got this like off the top of my head, right? Which is totally a professorial secret, by the way. Like half of the professors you ever had who like seemed like they always knew everything right off the top had like, in fact, dutiful research assistants who helped them find everything. So like, you know, yeah, anyway, it's like totally talk about being backstage in the professorial world. The only difference is that I'm crowdsourcing it, essentially. Okay. Yeah, but he was writing a response to a fan, and thus is perhaps simplifying things a bit. Yeah. I certainly don't think he is considering every possible option there. Okay. Sarah says not to tell everybody, not to tell all of our professional secrets. Okay, no problem. I'll try to keep some of them, Sarah. Okay. Yeah. Always remember that Tolkien's letters are written to particular people at particular times and for particular reasons. The stuff he says in his letters are not just simply what Tolkien actually thought. Again, not second guessing him, just saying even he might say it was more complicated than he made it sound in any particular letter. Yeah, that was a Verlin Flieger dictum, by the way. Verlin Flieger was one of the people who like really drilled that into my head. Whenever you quote Tolkien's letters, you can never do it out of context. You always have to remember the context of the letter. Big time Fliegerism right there. Okay, any chance to get more on Blind Guardian's Tolkien interpretation? Yeah. I would love to, though I can no longer do my commentary sessions on Twitch with my son, or Twitch will nuke me in a heartbeat under the new draconian music regime. Yeah. Also, my son, who used to drum on my head while we were listening to the tracks, is now much larger and would probably concuss me if he did that now. Okay. Yes, Virginicus, it is draconian in a very pure sense. I don't just mean strict. I mean dragonish, right? Like that it's like there's some dragon sickness going on here, right? I often think of dragon sickness when I think about rights management and copyright. Caution to artists and stuff. I get it, but beware of the dragon sickness. I'm just saying. Okay. As I think the publishing industry, both music and text publishing industries, are fraught with the dragon sickness. But anyway, what was I saying? Matthias would concuss me now. Also, he now is an actual drummer and has performed several Blind Guardian songs from that album, actually. But anyway, okay. I would love to talk about that album more fully. One of my bucket list items is to have a nice sit down with Hansi from Blind Guardian and discuss the album with him. Fun fact, that album was the gateway drug into metal fandom for both of my children, who were in a metal band together until my older son left for college. Okay. All right. Good. I've been trying to connect with Hansi, actually, Ulfer, but haven't succeeded yet. Hoping to. Still hoping to someday. What has been my most rewarding moment in learning about the Tolkien Legendarium? Oh, no question. Feeling the Baird. Feel the Baird. Okay. Hands down. Reading The Return of the Shadow and discussing it in the Mythgard Academy series. And coming across the sentence that changed Tolkien's life. When, yeah, I get it, RD. So I keep forgetting how long I've been listening to Corey until he talks about his son being in college. I know, man. You and me both. Yep. Okay. Coming up said that changed Tolkien's life when Trotter, later named Strider, says, "I will tell you the tale of Tenuviel." That was very clearly the moment when this standalone fantasy sequel to that funny little book about hobbits became integrated into his legendarium as a whole. And Tolkien's world building just exploded. That moment was, without question, the best. Am I a metal fan, Ethelod? I wouldn't call myself a metal fan. I enjoy it and I really respect it. I've gained a huge respect for the musical complexity of heavy metal, and I enjoy it often. But I don't listen to it electively, really. So I wouldn't really call myself a fan. It's not what I choose to listen to primarily. Rap, yes. Yes, rap I am a genuine fan of. Metal, less so. Yeah, Darren, oh, absolutely. That Mythgard Academy episode was just so cool. What subtype of metal? They were in a death metal band. Yeah. Nile is my older son Nicholas's favorite band, so that's his primary inspiration. My sons are both kind of into death metal. My older son more than my younger son. My younger son is a little bit more eclectic. Okay. Adam Barrow asks, I enjoyed exploring the Lord of the Rings. Oh, thanks. Exploring the Hobbit. Yeah, immensely. Certainly more focused on the narrative itself than the Ratliff history and Anderson's annotated. Yes. Any plans? Right, my exploring the Lord of the Rings. Okay. Well, it's complicated. So, yes, many plans. I may someday write exploring the Hobbit type books on the Lord of the Rings. It could happen. For now, I am focused on our wonderful deep dive in the Exploring the Lord of the Rings weekly broadcast. If you don't know about this, brace yourself. It is tremendously fun, and it will take much of the rest of your life. But anyway, okay. I am also initiating a community web project where we are going to publish some kind of wiki-ish / web page thing in which we archive and chronicle and perpetuate the observations we have made and the discussions we have had. That project will be starting up in earnest within the next month or so. Really, truly. I'm telling you, man, I have had a bunch of people have volunteered and I have this like whole list and I'm like, ready to email them and get them all set up with that. But I keep getting put off by things like accreditation deadlines and launching space programs and things like that. So I haven't gotten to do it yet, but that is like totally happening soon. Okay. All right. Okay. How many volumes would actually? Yeah. Okay. Hang on. I'll type that one, RD. If I write it up in book form, I would like to do a 6-volume series. 1 book on each book of the Lord of the Rings. That would be the plan. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I'm like running a university. I know. It's like, it gets in the way sometimes, work and all that kind of thing. Nah, totally worth it. Okay. I grew up in a secular home, so I don't quite understand this, but why is it inherently evil of Morgoth to create his own races? Okay, cool. Forsberg, in the beginning, God created... let's see. Where do I start? Right. So it isn't exactly creating stuff himself that is evil. In fact, the impulse to make and shape things is part of the image of Iluvatar himself, which is in all of his creatures to some extent. Melkor, perhaps most of all. The problem is that he... And I'm not even going to get into the creating versus making thing, Phil. Like, it's a big deal theologically, but like, I don't think this is the time for like, I'm not going to start a paragraph to this guy with like, according to St. Augustine. I don't think we can go there. Okay. Anyway, the problem is that Melkor seeks to dominate and control. That is the most common thread in all evil in Tolkien's worlds. Melkor's desire to create / make, I'll equivocate here, is good in itself. His desire to have things his way, his tendency to think he knows better how things should go than Iluvatar does, and his desire to force the things he makes to follow his own will implicitly. These are the problems. These are the things that make his actions evil. Oh, hang on. We got a proofreading issue, Phil. His desire to have, things his way, his tendency to think he knows better how things should go, yeah, and his desire to force the things he makes. Okay. Yes, I think that's right then. Okay. Yeah. You're welcome. I should have been saying that more politely all along. Okay. Oh, I'm still treading water at an hour. Okay. Silly Wabbit 321. What are your thoughts on Lord of the Rings on Prime? I am cheerfully anticipating Lotra on Prime. Life is too short to worry about uncertainties. As far as I am concerned, it is awesome until I find that it is not. Why worry? He hasn't taken the victuals with him. Yeah. Blanking. Who says that? But why worry? Oh, yeah. Bilbo's party. Gorbadad? Is that Gorbadad Brandybuck? Rory Brandybuck. Yeah, Rory Brandybuck. Yeah. Okay. As Rory Brandybuck. Old Rory Brandybuck. That's right. Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. As far as forced diversity, it is really not something I get worked up about. The fact is, as it seems to me, there is a real tension between the people that Tolkien tended to picture, who do, in general, seem to be mostly white folks, like him and like he and his primary target audience were, that is, English people at that time. And the world that Tolkien built and described. If Middle-earth really is like Tolkien insisted it was, as regards geography and diversity of populations and such, then there certainly would be more diversity of skin color, etc., than is explicitly described in the book. So that is, for instance, Dol Amroth according to Tolkien's notes about latitude, would be somewhere around the latitude of Morocco. Would I be offended by a dark-skinned Prince Imrahil, therefore? Of course not. That would be consistent with Tolkien's text in one sense, though not consistent with it in another. This is why, as I say, I am not bothered about this very much. Virginica says, now I totally want to see a reboot of Casablanca set in Dal Amroth. I know, right? Yeah. Phil, so having Imrahil looking a bit elvish isn't inconsistent with his having darker skin? Why would it be? First of all, why are all elves have to be white-skinned? Do they? Why should they be? Wouldn't there be diversity among elves as well? I mean, again, if geography is really what he says, I mean, why not, right? So that's one thing. But second thing also, the elvish ancestors way back, right? So even if you do say that his elvish ancestor was lily white in complexion, you'd be looking at a dude like the son of a brown-skinned line who had a white ancestress a whole bunch of generations back, right? So, you know, whatever. Anyway, yeah, I just like, yeah. As I said, there's like a tension in the text. In my opinion, when adapting, you can kind of decide which rules you want to follow. The things that Tolkien does say in physical description, which are not as many as people make out, or the world that he created, right? And which he especially kind of built out a little bit more later on. Anyway, I will say, the one thing that I don't like is arbitrary mixes, like being asked to believe that two neighbors or family members have totally disparate skin tones or something for no story-based reason. Mere diversity like that jars me out of the secondary world. But brown-skinned humans, hobbits, or even elves would not necessarily, especially not if some consistent thought were put into it. Okay. All right. Anyway. Okay. That was a long answer, but I know this is a hot button question these days on the subject of brown-skinned hobbits in particular, so might as well put it out there. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, Michael. Michael, sneaking into Discord. I've seen you on our live stream here earlier this morning. What insufficiently supported beliefs, ideas, theories do you have in your headcanon of the Legendarium? If you chose to write a fanfic, what character or story or philosophical point would you expand on? Essentially the same question. Okay, Michael. Let's see. Insufficiently supported beliefs, ideas, theories do I have in my headcanon? Oh, man. There are like so many, Michael. I don't doubt. Let me see. I'm just trying to think of a specific one. I mean, there are lots of things I've got like opinions about which have no true substantiation in the text. Um, hmm. Oh, hey, yeah, Druid's Fire, if you're here, you could clear Darren to post that link. That looks like a good link. Discussion of the Black Hobbits question. I'm blanking, Michael. I'm blanking. I can't think of a good one off the top of my head. I mean, there are lots. There are lots of things that I like have kind of secreted, or not very secretly secreted, into my own headcanon. Okay, well, here's one. Where did hobbits come from? So I don't believe that hobbits evolved, just like spontaneously evolved, right? Somebody tampered, clearly. I mean, they're obviously related to humans, but at some point along the way, somebody, one of the Valar, I'm thinking, was like, this would be cool, right? And tampered. So that's a theory. That's an insufficiently supported theory of mine. And I will go further to say that I think my headcanon says that it was Nessa who did that. I think that it was Nessa roaming about the world, who tampered with hobbits, who tampered with humans and made hobbits. So there we go. That's my, there's my example, Michael. Oh wait, I should probably write it. Here, Michael, since I know you're here, I'm like telling you. Okay, hang on. I forgot to type. Let's see. So many to choose from. Where did hobbits come from? That Bob is a hobbit. Them's fighting words. Bob totally is a hobbit. There's plenty of evidence to show that. Okay, where did hobbits come from? They couldn't have evolved spontaneously. No time, or not enough time, for one thing. So someone must have tampered. My headcanon says it was Nessa running and dancing about Middle-earth, about the Great Lands, and improving a community of humans whom she befriended. There we go. There's my answer. Oh, hang on. Didn't take. All right, there we go. All right. Did anyone keep speaking the Black Speech after the fall of Sauron? No. That's why so little of it survives today. Just kidding. Sort of. This brings us smack against the what happened to the orcs after Sauron fell question, which can't be really answered until we answer the what the heck are orcs actually anyway question, which Tolkien never really satisfactorily no, I'm completely failing. Lost my way in that spelling. I wanted syllables. More syllables are better. Never satisfactorily. There we go. Factorially is much cooler. More syllables are better. Never really satisfactorily answered himself. So that puts us in a bind. It seems, but this never actually stops me from answering questions. It seems to me that orcs would likely survive in some mode after the fall of Sauron, as they did after the fall of Morgoth. Therefore, I would assume that the black speech would survive, but eventually get mingled with other speech. Indeed, I can imagine Tolkien having a lot of fun picturing how that would happen linguistically. In fact, I bet you Tolkien would have orcs survive, if only to ensure that that fascinating philological situation could be allowed to come about. Okay. Yeah, he does talk about goblins surviving into the modern world in The Hobbit, but that was before he was doing actual world building. It's fairy tale stuff. Doesn't necessarily at all spill over onto the end of The Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Okay. Oh, still treading water at 1 hour. How far down the page am I here? Not too bad, but I'm not going to make it. Oh, I'm running up against time here. Okay, Matt's Chinese food, which is sounding like a good idea. I've always wondered why the Nazgul or Sauron weren't able to detect the presence or sensation of the ring. Oh, yeah, great. Okay. Hi, Matt. People, in my opinion, tend to overestimate the ability of Sauron or the Nazgul to sense the presence of the ring. They can, to some extent, but there is lots of evidence in the books that they really don't. The blood of living creatures, yes. The ring, less so. Yeah. they aren't completely oblivious to it. Consider the Witch King's pause on the way out of Morgul Vale, for instance. A funny thing happened on the way to battle. But they do not have ring radar or a spiritual Geiger counter. Okay. Oh, I'm OP? Oh, no, I'm the original poster. Okay. Well, I was going to say, that's flattering, but... okay, do you think that Tolkien avoided getting in too deep on female characters since he didn't feel authorized to do so, being a man and unable to understand female perspective in a decent way? Somehow I feel the Entwives story, he stepped a bit out of his way, differentiating male and female, and femininity got criticized a bit too harshly. You can even compare the Entwives to Sauron. I'd actually compare them more to Saruman, in point of fact, but yeah, I hear you. Do you think it's a reasonable view? Can you give another take on it? To some extent, yes, I agree. The way I would say it, I think, is that Tolkien, like most writers, wrote what he knew. He had a wife and a daughter, and he was close to both, and he had female colleagues and friends and correspondence, as you can see in the letters. But that doesn't change the fact that Tolkien's world was still a very masculine dominated one. He spent much of his life surrounded by other men. At school, at war, in academia. So I do think that Tolkien was much more comfortable writing men and their interactions and perspectives. Okay. Not that that lets him off the hook. I'm not trying to excuse it. I'm just saying you write what you know. And I think that's what he knew. Okay. Oof, will you be getting another book? Maybe. Someday. Right now, you are getting about 8 to, well, say 6 to 10 hours a week of broadcasts from me, not to mention a university. That's all been enough to get on with for now. But someday I do hope to write more. And who knows? Maybe someday I will cease to be a chicken and write my own fiction. But that is a relatively unlikely eventuality. That is me ceasing to be a chicken, primarily. But you're right, Fort Thoughtless. Exploring the Lord of the Rings is kind of my magnum opus. Okay. Evil Dr. Cannon from the Discord chat has calculated with some precision that we will finish up in 2031 by the last count I recall. So we're almost there. And Bob is a hobbit. His name rhymes with knob. Q-E-D. Okay. What I'd like to see from the Tolkien estate. Oops, I'm out of time. Or at least I'm using up my gap time. Hang on, where are we? Looking at my schedule. 6:15 is when we're due to start our next space capsule on fairy tales. Okay. All right. Okay. I should actually stop soon. Maybe nowish. Technically, Bob is my Uncle Arthur. In fact, true story. I do have an Uncle Bob. So there we are. I'm out of time. Follow-up Bombadil question. No. Let's see. Do I know of any Tolkien-related education programs? Kind of do. Kind of have a preference there. Let's see. I think I got to be done typing. But let me to give a couple of verbal answers. Okay. Let's see. Tolkien estate. No, actually. I mean, I've been really glad with what they've released. I would love to see the poetic translation of Beowulf, but I feel like I'm nitpicking now. I mean, we've gotten most of what was out there. I would have had a whole bunch of preferences 10 years ago, but I've gotten the Fall of Arthur now. I've gotten, so much. So, yeah, I have no complaints right now. Okay, must-reads among secondary Tolkien literature. Secondary meaning like Tolkien scholars. I'd always start with Tom Shippey and Verlin Flieger. Like The Road to Middle-earth and Tolkien, Author of the Century by Shippey. Awesome. Verlin Flieger, Splintered Light, one of my favorites. I would then recommend, of course, The History of Middle-earth, which is kind of secondary. John Ratliff's History of the Hobbit and The Annotated Hobbit. Those are both really, really fascinating. I would definitely, that's where I would definitely suggest starting. Is Bombadil on a dangerous path? No. There's nothing wrong with being the master. There is a bad thing about attempting to master other things. Look, the very fact that Old Man Willow is still doing his thing and being a jerk shows that Tom Bombadil does not have the wrong kind of mastery. Does everything in his domain like march to his beat? No, his beat's kind of fun, rather compelling, but he doesn't make anybody else do it. So he does not assert dominion of the kind that we see there. Oh, so for Thoughtless, there you go. Okay, and then, Cornendale, yeah. I would look into Signum University's, I know you know about Signum University's programming. We have a wonderful relationship, have always had a wonderful relationship with Dimitra Fimi and the work that she does. She's recently moved to the Glasgow program. They've got a great program. We've got students, some of our alumni who are in their program, their PhD program. So I definitely recommend Dimitra Fimi's program as well. But yeah, that Signum University place is a pretty good place to start too. Okay. You've wanted to read Chaucer, but you've been too afraid to start? Space Module, Canterbury Tales. Do it. Do it. Main thing, don't read books about medieval writings. Just read medieval writings. Just do it. Just do it. Get a copy of Chaucer and start reading it. It's awesome. He's hilarious. And don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. And there are places you can go where you can find supporters, like the space program. Do I think Tarmioyo would have been saved had she ascended the mental Tarma before drowning? No, I don't think so. I don't think that Iluvatar's drowning her on a technicality, you know? Like, if you'd been had a little more foot speed, I'd have had mercy, but you lose the foot race. Like, I don't think so. I mean, it's a tragic image, right? Of near repentance, but it's, I don't think it's like actually, yeah. Awesome. Rigas Telrowan, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Any insight in Tolkien's fascination with trees? He just liked trees and thought that they were underestimated as like living creatures. People tended to like not think about them as living creatures, right? He loved to imagine seeing a tree not as a thing. It's not like a rock. It's a fellow creature, right? So that I think was mostly what it was about. Is there something Tolkien doesn't mention that you'd really want to know? Well, there's the Hobbit thing, which I gave my own theories about. This is the top. Okay, good. The Where Did Hobbits Come From is a good one. The Druidine. I want more about the Druidine, right? Like we get more in the essay on the Druidine, but that just raises more questions than answers. Like where did they come from? Again, somebody did some tampering there too, right? Why? What's the deal there? And what came of them, right? And like the people who lived in Dunharrow, which was probably them, but maybe somebody else also, right? What was going on there? I would love to know more backstory there. Okay, well, that's, didn't answer everything, but I touched on everything that I could, and I did them all orally, at least. But it's time to transition. So I'm going to have to say goodbye to the subreddit. Thank you so much for having me. This was a lot of fun. Maybe we can do it again sometime. Great questions. Those are really fun to think about and talk about. But I'm going to finish up because we're going to start our next session. So thank you, Reddit folks. And I'm going to bring my Twitch window. Oh, hi, Joe. Look, Zoom has selected you to show your name on my screen. And I'm going to, what am I going to do? I'm going to start a breakout room again. Okay, I thought I'd shut down the breakout room. No, but maybe not. Maybe it's already been populated on my behalf. I think it was. Okay. This is breakout room 1. I want to open that room. Okay. And I want to join it. Okay, wait a second. I think Carrie's not supposed to be in this one. Okay, right. And as soon as I join it, my little windows go away. I'm gonna start my video here, and I'm gonna turn off my video here so we don't get two of me. Okay, hang on, Cecilia. I think were you gonna be in this one? Yeah, you were doing this one, right, Cecilia?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I think so. Great. Excellent. Okay, so and I'm adding. Who am I adding? I'm adding Elise. I'm adding Elise, and I'm adding Sarah again. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, and I did it again. I added everybody but the teacher. Okay. Pilar. We'll bring in the preceptor as well. Okay. And then I can get the participant list. Okay, and I can like actually unmute folks and things. Okay. All right.
Hi.
Hello, Pilar. How are you?
I'm fine. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, absolutely. So time for another space capsule. So this is a space capsule on fairy tales. So Pilar, this is kind of a sample of some of the so people will have noticed that there were several potential fairy tale modules there, and those were suggested by Pilar. So you could tell us a little bit about your modules, but of course we want to do our discussion here as well. I think I've got Sarah again in a different place here. Okay, let's bring Sarah in a second time, or maybe it's the first time. Okay, go ahead.
But Sharon is saying that there's no sound on Twitch. Okay.
Okay, sorry. Hang on. Okay, I will try to. What is the problem here? Here, wait. Could you speak again, Pilar?
Yeah. Can I just go and begin?
I think we should have. Yeah. We have sound okay. We're good.
Okay, so here we go. So first of all, hi from Brazil. I'm from Colombia. I live in Brasilia, Brazil, and I'm happy to be able to share my passion for fairy tales. I'm just going to begin with a little anecdote about my life, and it is I can't remember a single moment in my life in which I wasn't reading fairy tales. I have been traveling around Latin America for the last years, and I have here always my fairy tale books with me. These are from when I was 5 years old, and I can't part with them. Look, they're really battered copies, but I love them. And I continued reading fairy tales because, like Tolkien, I believe that they're not especially for children. They are for everybody. And I would like to share this in my space modules with you. And without further ado, I'm just going to share my screen with you so that you can see. I need, you need to let me.
Okay. Yeah. So Zoom has been unfriendly.
You're muted, Corey, in Zoom.
Regard.
Yeah, we can hear you, Corey.
I am. Okay, right. So yeah. So or no, you can hear me on Twitch, but you can't hear me here. So anyway, yeah, sorry. We're Zoom is being unfriendly in that regard. Even inhospitable, I'm afraid. I've attempted and failed. That seems to be like some global setting that got done wrong. I'm still like junior varsity there. What we could do, Pilar, we could do the same thing we did with Sparrow. If you have slides and could send them to me quick, then I can show them on my screen and then people can see them. Not as good.
Okay, I'll send them to Slack, maybe better.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Quicker.
Perfect.
Let me just give me a minute, and let me just find that.
The joys of technology.
Right.
You know, there are always curveballs. Definitely always curveballs here, and especially since I'm just kind of getting adjusted to Zoom.
You will get used to it.
That doesn't mean, yeah.
Okay, Corey, I've just sent you the presentation.
Doesn't mean it's going to cease to be annoying. Okay, I see that. All right, and I am.
Says the man who teaches and who has founded an online university.
and hates Zoom.
I'm just saying, I'm not a lover of this platform. That's all I'm saying.
What's funny is that this is one of the easiest programs for a blind person to use.
And that's one of the things that I like most about it. And one of the reasons why, we are very seriously working on shifting to it. But it has many other less pleasant qualities. Okay, I have got it.
Okay.
And I am about to fix one thing here. And I've got it. Boom. Wham. Here we are.
Yay.
Okay. So I'll put it here. So there we go. All right. So you can just tell me to next slide. It'll be just like the old days when Tom Shippey used to do that. That was so much fun.
Right. Great. So you need to share your screen so that we can see the presentation, right?
Okay. No. What you can do is you can see it on Twitch.
Oh.
So we can.
I don't have Twitch.
You don't have Twitch? Okay.
No.
No problem. I can. Well. All right. Sure. I'll do that for you. I'll do that for you, and it's gonna change the student experience here, but that's okay. We've seen that in a bunch of other places. Maybe I can.
So
yeah.
Okay, so now I can see the presentation, so that's great. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to give you a taste of what it is like to take a module with me on fairy tales. So I use a lot of visual images because fairy tales are about images and the images that we can build in our minds, and they are fantastic. So please go to the next slide because I have a couple of questions for you. And I just want to ask you if you recognize any of these fairy tales that I have here.
Okay. Let's
Translation, please.
Yeah. Well, they're a bunch of pictures, so you have to bear with us for a second, Cecilia.
Okay.
We'll describe them after we guess. Okay. So there's one with a blonde woman with very long hair. So I'm gonna guess that that's Rapunzel.
That's what I would guess.
Yeah,
okay.
That's perfect. What else can you see there that you instantly recognize?
There's a picture of what looks like somebody with a crown, and he has nothing but a pair of tighty whities on. So I'm guessing that's the Emperor's new clothes.
Absolutely, you are right. Yes.
Okay.
Anything else that you can see there that you like?
Wait, I see a suspiciously red hood over there on that girl next to the wolf. So, though amusingly, she seems to have just a hood, like no cape or anything. It's just a little cap that she's wearing, but it is red and she has a little basket. Though it's interesting that she's strolling along in a companionable fashion with the wolf right there, which is not quite what I would have expected. But I gotta guess Red Riding Hood there. Okay.
Absolutely, and because before in some versions of the story she's called Little Red Cap. So,
Little Red Cap. Okay.
Yes, exactly.
I would imagine that's what the translation Caperucita, like that would be a little is that Little Red Cap in Spanish?
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. You got
it. Surprised there was nothing.
I used a lot of fairy tales when teaching Spanish to second graders last year, and Caperucita Roja was one of them.
I wondered why the word rojo was not in there.
Roja means red, so I don't know.
Caperucita
Roja.
Yeah, sometimes it's La Caperucita, sometimes it's La Caperucita Roja.
Or just Caperucita.
Or just Caperucita, right.
What other stories do you think you recognize? This is definitely Little Red Riding Hood, and what about the others?
If I were to... Oops, sorry, go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say, is picture D the Little Mermaid? Because I can see a mermaid in the picture.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's it.
And she seems to be picking sea anemones as if she were picking flowers, which sort of suggests that she's fantasizing perhaps about a terrestrial existence, right?
Because she loved her own garden, and her own garden didn't have any flowers, but she had all the marine, corals and things like that.
I bet the sea anemones didn't enjoy that one little bit. But anyway, sorry. Yeah.
What about sea? Do you know sea?
Sea, in the image, there's a donkey and a dog on top of a donkey and a cat on top of the dog and a rooster on top of the cat. Is that... Go ahead, Cecilia.
The first one that came to my mind was the little red hen, but there's no hen in that.
No,
there's no hen.
It's a rooster. Yeah.
It definitely looks like a rooster. Yeah.
The Bremen Town musicians or the Bremen Town players?
Yes,
I don't know that story.
Dude, I don't know that one either.
That's a rare one, and I only remember it because I just happened to peek through to my own fairy tale book.
Right. The story is fantastic. It's all about music and how the music of these animals scares some thieves away. And you can imagine the donkey and the dog and the cat meowing and the rooster doing their sounds at the same time. So that's basically the plot of the tale. What about G?
Okay, G, we have what looks like a wolf on his back legs, bursting in a green door, and a bunch of young goats scattering all over the place, knocking over furniture and looking quite alarmed.
So this is The Wolf and the Seven Kids. This is from the Grimm Brothers collection. And any ideas or thoughts on H?
It's a golden statue with there's a bird whispering on his crown. Yeah. Is that one of Oscar Wilde's fairy tales?
Yes,
I can't remember the title of it though.
It is The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde.
I don't know his stories.
Oh, they're wonderful.
I'll have to look them up.
They are beautiful. And what I did here in this slide is I put a lot of fairy tales. All of them are fairy tales. We have some collected by the Grimm brothers, like Rapunzel, B, C, and G, and E, of course. And also I have another layer of fairy tales, which are the literary fairy tales, which are those by Andersen, A and D, and Oscar Wilde's, which are really elaborate. And I also put F is a Russian fairy tale that has many versions in, it has a version in Norway and in Finland, and it's called the Frog Queen. It's also known as the Mouse Queen, and it's a folk tale, fairy tale. There are different versions from Russia. So
you didn't put my favorite one in there.
What is your favorite one?
Beauty and the Beast.
It is beautiful. Yes, absolutely.
Oh, my favorite.
So what I'm doing here is I'm showing that there are two different kinds of fairy tales. Those that are fairy tales per se, that have many different versions throughout the world, and you can find like Little Red Riding Hood around the world, and the Russian fairy tale as well. And then you have the more specific ones, really with elaborate vocabulary and imagery, like Andersen's and Oscar Wilde's. Next slide, please. So I put here my own opinions, and I'm wondering about yours. Why do you like fairy tales? For me, all of these reasons here are some of my reasons. I don't know if you agree, if you have other reasons. The first one I wrote was, they remind me of my childhood, of course. And then I go to they have beautiful images and everything is possible. They contain profound universal themes, and in the stories, good always prevails over evil. And they have many layers, so you can interpret them in many, many different ways, and this is part of the appeal. They're really timeless. So what about you? Why do you like fairy tales?
I quite like the darkness that's in some of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Darkness.
Absolutely. There's a lot of darkness.
Particularly the Grimm fairy tales, some of them are really dark.
Yes.
And I like that.
Yes.
I find that really interesting, how they're exploring some really scary elements through fairy tales for, well, I suppose meant for children, but still they're kind of cautionary maybe because of it.
Yeah. Absolutely. And we have to think that the Grimm brothers, they sanitized many of these tales. So when you find, like I have here my copy of the Brother Grimms, that they're shocking. There's incest, there's horrible, brutal violence in some of the tales, and yet they were sanitized for children when they collected them. But yeah, darkness is a very strong and important part of fairy tales. I agree with you. Anything else?
One of the things I've always loved about fairy tales is the sort of the combination of how, on the one hand, it's a combination of like traditional and expected patterns of story, right? All the way from, once upon a time till they lived happily ever after, right? And yet at the same time, like surprises, right? Things just like the craziest, weirdest things happen in fairy tales. So on the one hand, you have this really like the sense of timelessness, right? Of the patterns of the stories, and yet like they're always surprising. Even if you've read them before, I'm still surprised when I reread many of these stories.
Absolutely.
And that combination, I find just really fascinating and refreshing.
And this is one of the once upon a time function. Once upon a time is timeless. You never know when it happened. It happened somewhere in the past. It can be yesterday. It can be 200 years ago, and they're still up to date. Let's say that. So let's go to the next slide.
Because may I speak for just a moment?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
One thing that I love about fairy tales is that, again, the escape, recovery, consolation. When I read fairy tales, I am not Cecilia. I am the good queen or the princess who is trying to make something good happen. Things in my life that I know will never happen in fairy tales, and I'm a part of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So like I say here, everything is possible. And there are some stories, particularly in Andersen, that have sad endings, not the Disney-fied ending that we saw in the movie. The Little Mermaid dies at the end of the story. She becomes an air spirit, which is a little bit of hope. Oscar Wilde's stories are really, really sad. And they don't have these happy endings that we expect from every fairy tale. But yes, everything is possible. And I think one of the best things for me is the imagery, the images that come to your mind, because everything is possible. So let's go to the next slide, because I want to discuss with you the definition of fairy tale. What is a fairy tale? I have two definitions here. Let's read the first one. Go ahead, Corey. This is from the Merriam-Webster Dictionary. A story as for children involving fantastic forces and beings such as fairies, wizards, and goblins. So we know what Tolkien would say about this definition. What do you think about this definition?
Right away, yeah, I noticed that the parenthetical "as for children," a story, as like the tradition was that it was told by the fire or by at bedtime to either settle a child to go to sleep or to entertain children. But it's also it was also it could be the storytelling could be a community event. So women working together during the quilting bee or during a festival or this very, even though they're marketed for children, and we know Tolkien would heartily disagree with that. It was more of a community effort, and it was more of a way to bind cultures together. Every culture has its own interpretations of these universal themes, as you said, Pilar.
Yeah, that's that. What you're saying is exactly that, and they originally weren't labeled for children. Even Andersen's tales were very, very popular, and Oscar Wilde's tales were very popular as well, especially the first volume. The second one, not as much, but they were for everybody, and people would read them together. And even before the 1800s, fairy tales were for everybody. So yeah, I don't really agree with this one. Let's see what Maria Tatar, a very famous scholar on folklore and fairy tale, says about that. Take a story, turn it into something larger than life, add a touch of magic, let it simmer for a few centuries, and presto, you have a fairy tale. So what do you think about this one?
I like that.
Right? Very nice.
Truly
I
like.
especially like the simmering, again, which of course is explicitly invoking the same image that Tolkien uses in the Cauldron of Story, right?
Yes.
But that idea that, because that does seem an intrinsic part of it, right? I mean, if it doesn't have, if it's not built with the stock of long traditions, it's not the same, right? I mean, you can write a story, a new story, which is like a fairy tale, and it will partake of that stock in some ways, that you yourself have, kind of, brought in and used. But I agree that element does seem to be a really crucial one.
The oral transmission of the stories too. I mean, the 16, 17, 1800s, they were passed down from century to century, and when they didn't have writing or other things like that, they told those stories again and again.
Yeah. And something that I like about fairy tales, and there is this Italian author called Italo Calvino. He used to say that every culture appropriates the story and puts something from them. Like, even if it is a little touch, like a recipe or a cultural trait or something in the landscape that belongs to that particular culture, so that they belong to everybody. And that's why they're spread all over, and we find all over and all over the same plot. So yeah.
And to your point, Cecilia, that it is an oral transmission, because 16th early storytelling, if you was we didn't have the printing press, and so so books and paper and reading was a very privileged act. You had to literally be taught how to do it, and you only had access to that education if you were rich. Whereas the oral tradition and the oral storytelling was not only universal, but also specifically for the working class, because that was a way they could share story without needing to read it, and bringing the community together.
And fairy tales also, they combine superstitions and ideas from the Bible or pagan ideas as well, and they blend into the story, so they become a part of that culture and that specific community. So
exactly.
Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. So here we have some essential characteristics of a fairy tale. So just click once. There are many different versions of them, but the main plot remains. So we have a Cinderella story from China, in which there was a evil stepmother, but somehow there are some cultural elements, but the plot is exactly the same. We have the stepsisters and the prince and a lost, it is in a glass slipper, it's a kind of slipper, shoe or something, but it has to do with a shoe. And so there is the same plot, even though details may vary. Yes? Go ahead, Corey. Magic is natural. And this is good for Tolkien. This fits Tolkien. We expect magic to happen. We don't need explanations. We don't need to have why this is happening. This is a world in which magic is allowed and it happens, and therefore, Corey, the laws of magic are inviolable. If you have a spell, or if you have, for instance, here Snow White, she will not wake up unless the prince kisses her, or the poisoned apple is removed from, the bite is removed from her throat. So they are inviolable in every single story. Go ahead, Corey. The world of fairy tales resembles that of ancient legends. So that this is what we were saying before. They are connected to communities, to traditions, superstitions. So they go back in time, and they are blended into current events and all that. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No problem there. So basically, we have a very basic plot that can be defined into three parts. We have separation, initiation, and return. So we have separation from the main character and something happens. And then we have usually a coming of age story is typical. And then the hero returns back home. And this is like a regular plot. We have some other elements. Typical themes are coming of age, daunting tasks. Usually we have a number 3, so you have to do 3. We have 3 princes, we have 3 things, 3 stones, 3 something. There is conflict between parents and children. The restoration of justice is very important, and usually we have marriage. That's not always the case, but these are common elements in fairy tales. And I think we have one more. They are timeless, which is what we were saying. Is there any other thing that you would add to this list?
I also notice when I read some fairy tales, the number 7 comes up a lot in Grimm's as well. Just there usually are like 3 tasks or 3 to go with that basic plot, or even what Sparrow was referencing in her class, in the 3-part structure that you find in the Great British Baking Show, the three trials. But the number 7, I noticed, like the 7 brothers, or the 7th son of a 7th son. This notion of numbers being magic.
Yeah. I like very much D.L. Ashleyman. He says that 7 symbolizes completeness. It is derived from the 7 days of creation and the 7 planets of Greek antiquity. We also have 12, which has a special meaning from the apostles. And of course, we know 13 brings some balance. So yes, 7, I think, is also recurrent. So these are in general fairy tales, but I also talked about literary fairy tales. And they are a bit different from traditional fairy tales. Go ahead, Corey. And they are different because they have an author that we can identify. So for instance, this image that I have here is from the Snow Queen, and the Snow Queen was written by Andersen. So we know who the author was. So in the case of the Happy Prince, we know Oscar Wilde wrote that one. In the case of Little Red Riding Hood, we have Perrault's version, we have the Grimm's collected version, but there isn't a specific author because there are many variations of the story. Corey. They can be based on a folk tale, but the author creates significant or some parts of the plot, adding details that might modify. Andersen was famous at the beginning for working with folk tales and adding his own touches, and then he started writing his own literary fairy tales. And I think the most important part is this one. The language reflects the author's unique voice and is usually more aesthetically refined than in traditional fairy tales. So, of course, we have beautiful images in traditional fairy tales and elaborate language, but here we have specific voices, and we're going to see some samples of that next. And I think there's one more, and they are committed to print. Unlike traditional fairy tales, which, as Elise was saying, they pass from generation to generation or from community to community. These are committed to print. They were published, and we can identify them as printed work. Yeah. Go ahead. So here I have 3 short fragments, and let's work together and find which of these belong to a fairy tale, traditional, or from a literary fairy tale. And here comes the first one.
Okay, so the first one, we've got a picture of 2 rosy-cheeked children eating large pastries next to a gingerbread house.
So go ahead
Very
and click.
difficult.
And you're going to find the fragment there, the text, if you click. Right. So let's go ahead and I don't know if one of you wants to read this part.
On the third day, they walked until midday, when they came to a little house built entirely from bread, with the roof made of cake, and the windows were made of clear sugar.
Okay, so first of all, I love this scene because we never question why is there a house made of all this? Why doesn't it spoil? Why is it always like that? Okay, because it is, because magic is natural, because it why not? Because this is a fairy tale. And if we compare this little fragment with the next one, Corey. Okay, go ahead. I don't know if Sarah wants to read it.
Yeah, sure. Now then, we will begin. When the story is done, you shall know a great deal more than you do now. He was a terribly bad hobgoblin, a goblin of the very wickedest sort, and, in fact, he was the devil himself.
Right. So we have two fragments of two stories. It doesn't matter if you know the stories or not, but let's talk about the language. What do you find in the first one? What is it about language? Is there something that catches your attention or not really?
It was simpler.
Exactly. It is simpler. And what do you find in the second one that is not so simple?
There's a very sorry.
No, go ahead, Elise. Go ahead.
There's a very definitive voice. Like I could almost hear it as a parent saying this to, like, hey, we will begin. When the story is done, using the use of second person, we will begin. You shall know a great deal more than you do now, or you do know. It's a conversation. It's not. It's not simply passing down the story. It's either maybe a parent or a teacher chatting with the child that they're telling the story to.
Exactly. So we have the implied reader is involved here. We want everybody to get involved here, and there is a specific voice. This part, Now Then We Will Begin, is the beginning of The Snow Queen by Andersen. And Andersen was known for his very, very specific voice. He was very straightforward, and at the same time, he wanted to involve his readers, and he uses beautiful imagery, but he, in Danish, they were annoyed because he used very colloquial language, and he wrote as he spoke, and this was a big deal at the time. He was breaking from that. And Corey, are you looking at the time?
Yes.
Let's just finish the slide and we'll finish, okay?
That's great.
So yeah, this one, the second paragraph belongs to a literary fairy tales, while the first one is from a traditional fairy tale. And just the last paragraph, and we'll finish here. Go ahead, Corey, and read it.
I am waited for in Egypt, said the swallow. My friends are flying up and down the Nile and talking to the large lotus flowers. Soon they will go to sleep in the tomb of the great king. The king is there himself in his painted coffin. He is wrapped in yellow linen and embalmed with spices. Round his neck is a chain of pale green jade, and his hands are like withered leaves.
Okay, so what do you think, very quickly, about the language here?
It's third person. It's a character speaking to someone else.
Right.
And it's very descriptive.
Very descriptive. And it's talking about rather exotic things, if you agree with me, like the tomb of the great king, and spices, and pale green jade, and hands wither leaves. So yeah, this is from The Happy Prince by Oscar Wilde. Very elaborate. He loved Orientalism at the time. The Orient was fantastic for him, so he is full of these images. So here you have a taste of what it is to take a module with me on fairy tales. So
excellent. Wonderful. Yeah. And so you're doing you're offering your module on the Oscar Wilde's fairy tales and Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And the
So
Japanese children's stories as well.
yes, yes, I forgot to mention that. Japanese fairy tales and the connection of Japanese fairy tales and specific cultural elements from the Japanese culture. So,
Awesome.
yeah. Thank you. Thank you all.
Very good.
Muchísimas
Very
gracias
good.
a usted.
No,
Thank you so
ustedes.
much.
Ciao.
Thank you.
Excellent. Very good. Okay, so I think I'm going to close down the breakout room here. And
recording in progress.
Okay. It automatically mutes me, which is fun. Okay. So I am going to, we are now officially, if I'm correct. Oh, hang on. There's my, my copy of the slides there. Okay. No, I think we're good. Thank you. Where's my copy of the schedule? Here it is. All right. We are ahead of schedule now. So I think what I am going to do is avail myself of the opportunity to take a short break. Where am I? Here I am, popped up again over here. So yeah, we'll take a short break. And I will we'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. We're going to start up the next session, which is our Egyptian hieroglyphics session. Our space capsule, and we will start that at 7 o'clock, so 10 minutes from now. So thanks very much, and stick around. Okay. All right. It is just about time. Let's see if we can get things set up here. Next up on our schedule is our fourth space capsule of the day. And this time we're going to do some language learning. Something that I've always wanted to do, which is learn about Egyptian hieroglyphics. So let us see. I'm going to create another breakout room. And checking my lists here. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hey there, Sean. So I think you're muted there. Okay. And Carrie's back. I think we've got Lynn too somewhere. Perhaps. Make sure I get my participants. Make sure folks are unmuted. Lynn's audio might be wonky. But Carrie and I are here.
Hello.
All right. There we go. There's Lynn. Oh, she's getting a little dancing, connecting to audio dots. Okay. Great. Okay, welcome. Hello, Sean. I'm going to hand things over to you here.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Oh, great. And I can see my slides.
Hand things over to you here.
Hi, how are you?
Okay.
Oh, great. And
Hang on one second.
slides.
My own audio is all messed up now.
How are
That's
you?
what happens when you take a break.
Oh, great. And
My own audio. There we go. There we go.
Take a break.
Oh, great. And
My own audio. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
I'm getting feedback. Does somebody have like the Twitch feed on, perhaps, so we can hear?
There we go. There we go. I'm getting feedback. Does somebody have like the Twitch feed
Yeah,
on,
hang on.
so we can hear? There we go. There we go. Getting feedback. Does somebody have like the
It's in a loop. That's exciting.
Hi.
Okay. Hey, Sean.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Okay. So hi, I'm here to talk about Egyptian hieroglyphs, and a little bit about the writing system and a little bit about what we can actually do with it with respect to a specific type of writing. So I encourage you to ask me questions, though 95% of the time people will focus on something that I know nothing about, and I will tell you that I can look it up, or I can direct you to where to learn more about it. But the visuals end up being so complicated that there's a million possible questions. But I do encourage you to sort of interrupt with questions as we go. So this is what we're going to be looking at, this type of object. So people have sort of misconceptions about how Egyptian hieroglyphs work. So if you just saw this object, I wonder what people would think about it. Does anybody want to sort of volunteer? Just what do they imagine this is for?
Historical record.
Okay, that's a safe answer, because in a sense they're all records. Anything based on like the types of pictures that you can see there?
Well,
this is
okay.
not a fair question.
Right. All right. So we see there's the one big central person, right, with the other sort of secondary person
Yep.
Right. Which seems to be a woman, right? Secondary, like a wife or daughter or something, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
But then we have a bunch of pictures, like in like where he's the direction that he's facing, which look like food, maybe like fish and plants and stuff sitting in. So, one temptation that I would have would be to be immediately thinking of this in like a pictorial narrative kind of mode, like,
That's a good way to think of it.
is he going to a feast or something? Or like, is that what's happening? Is that like part of the setting of this story that I'm seeing? I mean, my impulse would be to try to interpret it like I'm looking at like a stained glass window or something,
So I think stained glass window is a good way, or even almost like a scene from a graphic novel or comic.
Right.
Sometimes the things are happening simultaneously, sometimes they're not. But you are on the right track. That is as a man with his wife, and that is a scene of all types of food. And in this particular case, this is one of the rare cases, not rare, but one of the types of cases where the pictures actually represent what they are. That is a feast, basically. It's an offering formula for this person who's deceased. And it's a sort of ritualized or standard way of presenting this information to make an offering so that this gentleman will have food in the afterlife. So these are all the things that he wants. So he wants fish and bread and beer and all of these objects. The reason I ask this is because people often try to look at the hieroglyphs and they see, well, there's a lot of birds in there. Are they talking about birds or snakes or scorpions or whatever? So I want to talk very briefly about the writing system before we go into the text, this type of text. If we look up really close, right, we see all of these little symbols, birds, little things for water. Some objects we recognize, many we probably can't until you're told what they are, and then they become more obvious. And then down here, like where you sort of focused, that's where the objects become a little bit more ornate. They become a little bit more clear as the objects that they represent. And this is a complex issue in Egyptian, right? Because words are sort of both used as text, and they're these sort of, they're meant to be pictures of things, to tell stories. So what I want people to take away from this, hopefully, is that they can recognize one of these types of stela, what's called a hetep dinesu stela. You can kind of look and see these standard parts that are included, and you can also see how visually complex this stuff can be. Both, it's sort of templatic, but at the same time, like there's a million little changes. So let's take a quick look at the language. So any guess as to what that is? These are unfair questions, I realize sometimes.
It's a box.
It is a box. It's an Egyptian house from above.
From above.
Yeah, that's their sign for house. So that is an Egyptian, that's a hieroglyph. So that's a sign that you could find in a million texts, and we'll actually see it over and over again. Egyptian was not just ideographic. It wasn't just pictures of objects. It was mostly phonetic. It was mostly about the sounds that these things represented. So it could be a house. So here we have this ideogram, meaning house, and has a little dot under it sometimes when you want to represent the item it actually is. And it was just PR, that's how we put it into sort of English, or transcription rather, and it just means house. And we have a little picture of legs there. So when we want to talk about legs, we might just draw a little picture of legs like that. If we want the sound it means, and that's the more common thing, it just means that the combination of characters or letters PR. Most of Egyptian is like that. We could go over the sort of top 30 characters, and you could kind of write out in a Roman alphabet most of what every text says. These ideograms were less common, except in the texts I'm about to show you, in which case the pictures are kind of important. And the last thing is these little words, or these little symbols, come at the end of lots of words to let the reader know what you're talking about. So they might have an ambiguous word that has the letters PR in it, or the sounds PR. And we need to know, are you talking about the purr that's a tree, or the one that's a house, or the one that means to walk? So this will get tacked on at the end to let the reader know this is the sort of semantic category we're talking about. So that doesn't get represented in the spoken language, but it gets written all over the place. So there's like 50 different little determiners that you could get to add. And it's kind of fun because the words change based on these little pictures at the end. So in this case, we have a picture of a house, but we actually just want it to be the sounds, PR. And then we have the little legs as a determiner to let us know, oh, that actually is the word ascend. So right there, that's the very brief introduction to the language that you get. So they can be ideas, they can be sounds, they can be pictures, just to let you know the sort of topic that we're talking about. And now we're going to jump in. If you have questions about this, or as it shows up in what we're looking at, please just ask.
Okay, I actually have one really quick question.
Oh yeah.
So the legs themselves, they're the determiner?
In this case, they're the determiner. They are telling you we're talking about movement, human movement. So going up or down or running or like walking, all of them are probably going to have some sort of little leg thing. And these determiners can be really they get kind of funny in a way, or interesting. A little bird might mean evil. So all the different bad things have a certain type of bird that shows up at the end of the word. Or if you're talking about enemies, it's always a guy who's hitting himself in the head with an axe, because you also can't represent an enemy being successful. He has to be losing. So there's all these little pictures of guys hitting themselves in the head with the axe. So some of them they're kind of funny. And then, so there's a variety of them. So you can have a leaf or a tree or the little legs.
So how do you come to figure out, so that if you have the little legs, which are so I can kind of conceptually see how the little legs suggest motion, like personal emotion, as you say. But how do we know, how do we get from house to ascend? Is it just like context we figure that out, or?
Yeah, and I know that when you start the language and people say context, it sounds very frustrating to a learner, being like, right. You've basically told me all of my questions will be answered in the future by context. Context is this magical thing that will... But eventually, especially with a standard text like this, you'll just know that they have to be talking about this thing and not these other options. Mm-hmm. But when you're dealing with new texts, that gets confusing, and you really have to look at your options and see, is he most likely talking to a building or a person that works in a building or something like that? Right. But it's a challenge. They're puzzles. They're complex puzzles in a way. So here's that image again. So I'm just going to sort of focus on a few parts of it. Actually, I'm going to skip over this image, and we're going to just sort of jump to the parts of this. So this hetep nesu, that's the way everybody calls it. It's an offering formula, or it's an offering which the king gives, or sometimes translated as a royal offering. And it's made up of 4 parts. So we're going to see a bunch of these parts in example pictures. So that's what I'm mostly going to do, is show you a bunch of pictures with different little things highlighted to let you sort of see the different ways that this happens. The point of all this, or I guess the sort of one of the other takeaways, is that it's standardized, so it's easy to recognize, but each little part is complicated within itself. And we don't have time to sort of go over that, but that's the kind of thing that as you learn the language, you learn how to pull apart these things. It's heavily abbreviated. It's like reading somebody's texts where you understand all of the nuances of the things that they abbreviate and the way they speak. And there's a little picture. This is what we're looking for. It is this little plant, a half circle, a little scroll that's wrapped up, and what looks like a little Paul pyramid. And that's the image that we're going to see over and over. And there's an actual one that's carved. So actually, I was going to ask you guys a question, but I gave away the answer here. These are these offering formulas, right? So we're dedicating an object or food or something on behalf of somebody, and we list who we're doing it for. We're listing who is doing the offering because somebody's working on our behalf, and we're listing what we're giving. And the interior parts of these can get sort of complex, so we're not going to worry about that stuff yet. But so here's an agent. So we have this offering that the king gives, And now we have this little picture of what is a throne, an eye, what looks like a half circle, a little, looks like a tower with some lines across it. This is who is doing this. So in this case, it's Osiris. I can't see all of my screen because my cursor disappeared. I don't want to go forward. The problems of technology. But so we're going to be able to easily spot this part in most of our texts, even though we won't always be able to tell who it is because you've been in a dictionary, a 900-page dictionary to list all of the entities in the Egyptian sort of cosmos that could be doing this. But generally, it's going to be Osiris or Anubis or something like that. Here's a list of the offerings, and this is a little bit more clear. We see that little house again, and we also see some other symbols underneath it. One is a piece of bread. One is a little thing of beer. Beside it, we see the head of an ox, the head of a bird, and then these other pictures get a little confusing. One is actually meant to be alabaster, and one is meant to be clothing. And then after that, we have an expression, all good things. So we're giving bread, beer, oxen, fowl, alabaster, linen, and all the good things. And then lastly, this is who it's for. In this case, we have two things. So one is we see that squiggly line, and then the half box, and then a squiggly line again. I'm sorry, I can't highlight my screen better. That's an expression that says for the ka of. The ka is their spirit. So the first little squiggly line is just a sign for water, but it's also the letter N. And in the letter N in Middle Egyptian, it's just a preposition that says for or of. So we have for, and then we have the little ka sign, little spirit, and then of again. And then we're going to get a name. Sometimes we have this little ka sign, sometimes we don't. It's great when you do because it's almost always that the next thing you find is going to be the person's name. If you don't have it, it's harder to find their name. And this is Imhotep, I believe. And so these are the items that we're looking for. I'm going to highlight each one, and we're going to see sort of the varieties of them. And then I should also warn you that these are all abbreviated themselves. So that little sign there, or that combination of signs, is actually what we call the Perteru form. It's a voice offering, and here's all the different parts of it if you wanted to really sound it out and wanted to understand it. But an Egyptian or an Egyptian translator is so used to it, they come along and they don't really focus on all the possible parts. They just sort of treat it as its own unit. Any questions so far? This is like the whirlwind tour of Egyptian offering formula. The benefit of this particular thing is these are the ones you see in museums. So all of my examples, I think, come from the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, but you can find these in every museum, and they're like the most common thing, which is great because you can go there and you can be like, oh, I can read most of this. So here we are again. So here's another one.
Question.
Yeah, sure.
Ancient Egyptian, is this read from right to left or left to right?
That is a great question. That is one of the many aspects of writing that I skipped. It can be written in any direction the scribe wants to. You know which way to read it because characters should face you when you're reading. They are sort of polite and they look at the reader. So you can go sort of, what is it, boustrophonic, you can go up and down, left and right, and then there's all types of subcategories where you reverse it because you're like trying to trick somebody or other motivations for it. But you just have to keep in mind the direction that like an object like with a head, which way they're facing. What is also challenging is recognizing up here in the left where to actually start, because there's two different sets of text here that come right side beside each other. If you look, there's a series of little dots that the scribe put in to make it easier for you to tell what should be separated. But on the top line, they don't do that. But we know that we're looking for that little plant. So we see that plant there. So we know we're going to start mostly towards the left top. I really want to be able to use my cursor to point. I cannot. So I highlighted the different things here. So that's that Hetep Dinesu form, an offering the king gives. And I actually highlighted these ones, or I took these already, so you've seen these. And then that's Osiris, the Lord of Abydos. And then it's a list of the things that he gives for the Ka of this Imhotep. And the part that's not highlighted there is the guy's job. He is an overseer, I can't remember, of the chamber. There are thousands of jobs in the Egyptian bureaucracy. So you need a separate dictionary just to look up that job sometimes. There's separate dictionaries for several different topics. But there's lots of interesting jobs. But I just didn't bother because sometimes they say the job and sometimes they don't. And then the black highlighted section there is a sort of reminder of the things he's giving. He's kind of rewriting. The scribe rewrote a few of those items. And he threw in the word there for 1,000. He's letting you know he's giving lots of these. They like to put 1,000 at the beginning. So here's another of these texts. But now we have a better idea what to look for. So where do we start with this one?
I admit I'm looking around for houses. Okay.
This one, well, for the house will come a little bit later. The first thing we want is that little plant.
Oh, that's top left, right?
Top.
Is that a little?
Oh, there's a little plant on the top left too. In this case, it's the top right. The plant we're looking for is top right.
Right. I see the set there. Yeah. Okay.
The one on the top left is actually the word for 1,000 again, and it's the beginning for the next line. So we have the same formula here. So we can figure out, well, there's the Hetepnesu. There's a very similar looking pattern for who it is, the god Osiris. Then we go to the next line, and we don't actually have that little house. For some reason, the house is missing, but we see the other elements. If you look closely, you can see a head of a bull maybe, and a duck, and you see that circular object. Everything in orange, right? Mm-hmm. So there's that thing again. Now we have the little Ka thing letting us know a name is coming up. There's the line Ka and another squiggly line. In this case, they're adding in a few more pieces of information, and then they get to the name. Unfortunately, the name is spread across different lines going in different directions, of course. So this guy is called, I want to look this up to make sure, because sometimes they get sort of translated so often, starting from 2,000 years ago, we say it a certain way. So that's Saran Utet. Saran Utet, and we start with that duck, and then we have that little mouth sign, two of those little squiggly lines, we move to the vertical. And then we keep going down and we get his dad. So that's Saran Utep, son of Bamaket. So this is a more complicated one. We've switched directions. We're kind of sort of trying to keep track of everything. But we also see the rest of the sort of normal image here, the big pile of food. This is nicely carved. Everything sort of within its proper place. There's plenty of them that we'll see that don't do that. Here's one that's a little bit, I'm reluctant to say cheaper. It could have been done during a different period. There's a variety of things that could be happening, but it certainly looks like the scribe was not of the ability of the last person. But it's still kind of nice. And in a way, I think that these ones are sort of more interesting because they show a little bit more about what closer to average people would be like, though my guess is your average person would not be able to afford any of these items. These are people that actually have some money, which is probably not the bulk of the people at that point. But if we zoom into the bottom here, we see those same elements. And there's certain elements that are really repeating, that this Hetepnesu is pretty much the same every time, except here the elements have been reversed a little bit. And there may be a reason that one could try to justify and maybe not. And then we have who it's sort of being offered on behalf of. And then we get down to the orange where we have the list of items again. In this case, we've skipped the alabaster and linen. We have those three little dots. which is their way of making things plural. You can either write 3 heads in a row, or you can put 3 little dots afterwards, and now you know it's plural. What you also get is that all things good and pure, which is nice. And then you've got this ka thing at the bottom, and this is Merenhetep. That's the name of the guy at the top. So after only a few of these, you begin to realize the pattern's pretty standard. There's lots of pieces in between that you might need to work on. You have to figure out, well, what type of job was this? What extra information are they giving? But you can, with a few of these, begin to figure out where to start, the direction things are going, a few of the more common words, and some elements like that. And you can see variations too, in sort of what you imagine the cost of this might be, and the importance of the job, because sometimes people have lots of jobs listed. And your sort of standard introductory textbook will give you the main things to look for that you can find on these. So you don't actually have to have that huge dictionary of jobs. You can have a list of 20 or 30 jobs that are more common. So here are elements again. They cross over from one line to the next. But we can see that, okay, so a lot of these are going in the same direction. This one is a little bit harder to see. It looks like some pieces maybe got sort of chipped away. But now that we know the formula, or the kind of standard, if we can only see half of something, we can usually guess what is missing, or at least up to some extent. So just like any other sort of ancient language, if something's kind of maybe a little hard to read in a very old manuscript or an inscription somewhere, we can start to predict the types of things that we would expect to see.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What usually is the relationship between the text and the image? Like I notice each one of these has like a big dude, right, in the middle of it. Which one is the dude? Is the dude the one on whose behalf the gift is being given, or is it the one to whom the gift is being given, or?
So this is a debate that's been going on for about 100 years, I'd say. Okay. Nobody actually knows. As common as this is, there's 1,000 examples. It kind of emerged already solidified, and the underlying structure isn't entirely clear. It is an offering. They say an offering the king gives because the king represents everybody. Okay. So all good things that people do sort of go through the king. Now he's making an offering, and it's not entirely sure whether or not he's really if he's sort of giving this to Osiris, or if Osiris is helping the king.
Right.
And those are debated. People take both sides. But generally we do know that the person whose tomb or like was buried around here, they're the beneficiary in the sense that they want people to read this. When somebody reads this, they they affect the magic. The words have magic, voicing them has magic, and that magic feeds them in the afterlife. So tombs rarely actually had curses. They have curses and things like that to say like, well, don't disturb the body, but you're still welcome to come here and look at the material because it's your presence that helps us in the afterlife. So they wanted visitors. In fact, there's stories about people picnicking in their relatives' tombs and things like that. But so, yeah, so the answer is nobody really knows except for certain parts of it. So yeah, that's an issue.
Yeah.
But the benefit of these is because they're so standard, a lot of it is still sort of more easily explained, like what the objects are, what the pictures are. So it's a good place to sort of start because you see these objects all over the place in museums. You can look and it's very clear when you're talking about oxen and birds and alabaster, things like that. And a lot of these words are fairly common. So those, I'm going to skip ahead. So this is a guy that had, a very fancy job. The bulk of this text is, sort of outside of the realm of what we're talking about. But you can see in the corner, if we sort of zoom in, you're going to see the elements that we're looking for. I realize I got like 1 minute here. So this is just a tiny portion of the text that's out there. This is like one of the types of things that Egyptians have talked about, in addition to a myriad of other things, from magic spells to sort of historical things, and stories and boundary stela. But this is a good place to start when you're trying to learn more about the basics of the language and sort of how to approach it, how to start learning the signs, what you can do with them, and like the question before, the complexities just of writing this way. Half of your initial study for Egyptian is to make sense of how to use the hieroglyphs. The language itself isn't that complicated, a Middle Egyptian itself, but the writing system they used has a lot of variations. So it's a good place to start. And so let me just jump ahead. And it's not always men. This is a stela for 4 women. They don't really know who, they believe it's like 2 mothers and 2 daughters, but as to why they're grouped together, we don't know. But still the standard formula sort of applies there. And this is just a sort of an image of all the ones that we looked at and how similar they are, even though these span hundreds of years and this formula spans about 1,000 years. In this particular case, we see this regularity that just gets perpetuated, and that makes it sort of fun to learn about and to read. And then we just have these sort of ones that get harder. The sort of takeaway here is that you'll start, if you look for those plant forms, you're going to notice them all over the place now if you're looking at Egyptian stuff. And you have a basic idea, like this is a formula that is to perpetuate or to give these items for somebody in the afterlife. But how to go about studying that is, I guess that's the next step.
Yeah. So talk a little more about that. Tell us like the kinds of things that like what happened in the first Egyptian hieroglyphics module.
So the main thing that you start to do at first is there's about 40 characters or signs. You would do like the first day. You'd sort of learn the basic letters and the order that they can go in and how you can rearrange them depending on certain things. You put important people's names first, even if that's not the first element. So in this case, we keep saying that it starts with that little plant. That's not the first word that you say, but that's the word for king. So he comes at the beginning either way. So you learn that sort of material. And it only takes a few days of looking at this material before you can actually start to, you know where to start, you know how to make your way through it. And then you learn how to look things up in a dictionary. And then you start to learn the more complex signs. And all the while you're doing this, you're starting to apply them to simple scenes so that you can get a good taste of how some of these scenes are represented. So you jump right into the hieroglyphs immediately, and the language study sort of accompanies that in a way. So it's sort of picture driven in a way, which I think for a lot of people is easier to remember. It's kind of fun because you can, after the first day, you can start to write your own name, you can start to write your own sentences, things like that. You can write little cryptic notes to people or mysterious notes in hieroglyphs. And then you work your way through just like any other language. They have verbs and nouns and adjectives, and you have to learn the order they go in. They conjugate their verbs. So people that are used to studying languages like Latin, Greek, or Spanish, there's a bunch of forms that you'll have to learn. But they're fun because at the ends of each of these words, you have a snake or a bird or something like that. So in a way, it sort of maintains visual interest the whole time, I think.
So Matt was asking on the Twitch channel, in the Egyptian context, are these things like the offering formula that we've been looking at, are they spells or prayers or something in between, or?
That's a great question. And it's really hard to say because the Egyptians didn't have a word for religion. They did have ideas about magic, but there was no distinction between natural world and magical world. They were one and the same. So they acted like magic in the sense that a non-Egyptian would think, well, that's magic. But to an Egyptian, they were just the cause and effect. the sort of the connection between there, whether or not it's physics or magic, was not important. So there are lots of medical texts where they give you very specific ingredients to put on a wound, or they'll tell you which god to repeat the name of several times, and they were woven together. There was no distinction between that sort of material.
Interesting. Great. Well, this is fascinating stuff. It's a great little. It's as you were. I know at the end you were kind of just rushing through to kind of show the different images, but even as you were going pretty fast, I could always find the little set of 4 there at the start. It's really neat to begin to get the very beginnings of a way to make sense of things. It's a really fun puzzle.
And once you see the person's name, it's a lot easier to go find the characters that represent their names in a text. So I feel like it's rewarding because you feel like you're getting pieces pretty soon that you can actually use on real world texts.
Right. Cool. Very neat stuff. Any final thoughts or questions from other folks, from other attendees?
I'd just like to say that if people decide to sort of pursue Egyptian, it's a pretty rewarding start. It's pretty, it's not sort of stressful, and it's sort of made, most of the textbooks and stuff are sort of made to be introductory at first, to sort of really give you a reward. And it's fun. There's lots of cool little pictures, and you learn a lot.
Yeah.
And the
That's
glosses,
absolutely fascinating.
Yeah.
the glosses looked like they were consonantal. Still something that's a part of Old Egyptian.
Sorry, can you say that again?
I said the glosses that you were given looked like they were consonantal, like PRT was one of them. No vowels.
Yeah, I actually can't remember. That one I just remember. So I don't remember there's 4 different ways of sort of categorizing these. Most people sort of adopt James Allen's, but I can't remember what category he would fit into, like that distinction that you're making.
Yeah.
For the first few modules, it wouldn't matter, I think, for most people.
Having learned a bit of modern Arabic, it just seemed normal.
And it's related, so it's distantly related to Arabic, to Hebrew, to Aramaic, things like that. So people will recognize aspects in there. It's part of a larger family.
This looks absolutely fascinating, Sean. I mean, I'm loving the fact that you can actually start to pick up the patterns once you understand that there are patterns in there. Because when you showed us the bit with the plant, the first thing I started doing whenever you showed a new piece was I was looking straight for the plant. I think that would be really helpful for the beginner to see all these different patterns that you've already started showing us. Thank you for this.
You're welcome. And most of these were sort of randomly chosen. It wasn't even pulled to represent that. Like, this is a fairly random sample. So this is what you can kind of do across the board if you have the right texts. If you have ones dedicated to this, it's even easier. And the sort of last piece is that, so people, when they study language, right, so there's a variety of topics that you can work within, like you might do literature. For Egyptian, there's a pretty big variety, and there's a lot of topics that people don't normally think about. It's becoming popular now, but it wasn't for the last 100 years. There's a lot of people that study Egyptian demons, which is a pretty cool thing. Like, oh, what do you work on? Like, oh, I'm a demonologist. And it's a fairly large field, and you can read those texts, once you've gotten a little bit of Egyptian under your belt. So it's not just like, well, you have to read these stories, but you can read, magical texts, things like that. So it opens a big variety. But I'll be quiet.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. Well, thank you for this. This is a really neat little glimpse, and I know it'll be more chance to dig in more deeply in your in the first of your hieroglyphics modules, which we're offering for December. So thanks, Sean, for joining us for that here this evening, and for offering that in December.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, so
I will stop my share.
okay, very good. Hey, I'm excited. We got screen sharing to work. So that was a step forward. I didn't even know that. So here we go. Like, we're learning things. Everyone learning things all day long. That's the beauty of things. So cool. Very good. All right. Let us shift now. We're going to shift to our last. We have one more space capsule today. Which is back to another literary one. So we're going to look at English sonnets. So I'm going to make some changes here. Let's see. Okay. And I'm going to fetch, where is she? There's Faith. Okay. Okay. Good evening, Faith. How are you?
Hello, Corey. How are you? I'm very well.
Good. All right. So I think we are more or less ready. We have Carrie and Lynn with us. Lynn, are you here?
Hello, Lynn.
I am here.
Oh, how
Excellent.
exciting. And I don't know
Okay.
Carrie, but hello, Carrie.
Hello, Faith.
All
I've got a
right.
screen to share as well, Corey.
Well, let's give that a shot.
Is that working?
Yes, it is.
Lovely.
Yes, it is.
Now, your last one before you go live. Are you live now? I don't know.
Yep. No, we are. We've
hello,
been live
everybody.
like continuously. So yes.
I was watching Sean's on Twitch, but then I signed off so I wouldn't get double inputs from multiple places.
Exactly.
Lovely. Okay. So Lynn and Carrie, how interactive do you want to be? Because I'm planning to ask you a couple questions, but I'm also planning to start from a very basic place. But if you're happy to talk, I'm going to ask you lots of questions.
All right.
Very well.
And Lynn has had me in class before, although a much more formal one than this. So you know I'm very mean, and I ask all my students lots of questions, although space is not quite as student-teachery as our last interaction. So you can let your hair down a little bit, Lynn.
Okay.
Do you want us just to chat for a few minutes, Corey, or then start right on time? Because I know we're a couple minutes early.
Well, I'm just afraid that people might be like fly into some kind of panic.
If we start early at
I know, right? Like what? How? I mean, it's bad enough that we're actually on time today. Now, we've recovered from being late early, and now we're fine. So yeah. But I think we can go at it some. Well, why don't we actually just start, Faith, by you talking a little bit about, because you're offering more than one module for December, right?
I'm offering 2 December modules, and one of them is the one I'm going to preview today, which is English sonnet readings. And the title slide that you see up there, if you're looking at it, is Shakespeare Sonnet 2. So each session of the 8 in December, or it might end up being 7 with Christmas, I'm not sure how that works. Each one of those sessions, we're going to focus on a different sonnet, maybe 2 if we have time. So I'll always have a primary sonnet and 1 in reserve. And we'll just sort of talk through the sonnets and different ways to approach them, context about the sonnets when I know it, to give students background. But I recently published a book on Shakespeare's sonnets, actually about a year ago now, and it was on Shakespeare's sonnets. So today we're doing Shakespeare's sonnet because that's my easy thing to do. And one of the things that I found when I started reading Shakespeare's sonnets is everybody's told how to read them. but there are actually a lot more ways to read sonnets than the ways that sort of schools tell you should read sonnets. And so today I'm going to take Sonnet 2 and hopefully undo everything you've ever been told about how you ought to read Sonnet 2 and force you to read it for yourselves as if it's something new that you've never encountered. And we're going to pretend for today that you've never heard about Shakespeare. And then the other module that I'm offering is a very, very, very introduction to Latin. And I've done some Latin precepting for Signum before. And actually, I know at least one person who's watching right now has suffered through Latin with me. Sorry.
Latin 1 and Latin 2.
Latin 1 and Latin 2. I didn't want to call you out because I didn't know if you wanted to acknowledge that.
So now, now we're getting the context of the mean calling upon here. So okay, right.
Well, I believe I've had Lynn in 2 of my classes. Actually, I think you've also took my Epic class and possibly my Shakespeare class.
No.
I feel like I see you all the time, Lynn. And so when we do Latin for the MA at Signum and for the diploma, the graduate classes, it's very formal and it's very structured, and there's hundreds of words to memorize and there's hundreds of grammatical forms to memorize. It's, I don't want to say awful, but it's a lot to pack into a semester. And so when I was designing the introductory Latin module for Signum, I thought we need to do something really different for clubs, for space, which is coming out of clubs. And the goal of clubs is to let somebody who's never had Latin before come in and figure out just how to understand it. So a lot like Sean's module that we just saw on the Twitch channel an hour ago, my goal with this class is not so much to make you memorize anything, but to probably ask all my students to buy or get access to a Latin dictionary and some kind of page with really good Latin forms. And then we're just going to figure out, like, how do you really use a Latin dictionary if you have basic to mediocre Latin skills? What Latin forms do you need to know? How can we attack it? And because we're starting in December, I thought, wouldn't it be so fun to pick Christmas carols? So we're going to structure a lot of that around the Christmas carols and a couple scripture readings from the book of John, which has the imperfect case and is a really easy reading text to start with. And then we'll add in the Christmas carols so that if you go to church and you get to the church in Christmas time, you can actually understand the words of Veni Veni and Emmanuel as you're singing it just right leading up to Christmas and right after, because it's technically a post-Christmas carol. Or sorry, that's an Advent carol, but then we'll do a Adeste Fideles, which is the post-Christmas carol. So I'm really excited about both of these, and now I've wasted all our time. So.
Hey, no, that's good. We're not early anymore. That's exactly why I wanted to give you that chance, so we wouldn't start the meat of the thing until it was actually time.
Okay. So my module today, you can see on the screen that I'm talking about Shakespeare's Sonnet 2. It might be where we start for the actual module. I haven't decided, but I just want you to pretend you've never heard any of these words before. Once upon a time, there was this guy, he lived in England, and his name was Shakespeare. And if you have been forced to take an English literature class at any point in your life, you have heard Shakespeare's name, and you probably have terrifying associations involved with it. And if any of my former students at any point are watching this on any of our broadcasts, I'm so sorry, because I've probably given you some of those bad associations. But I want you to remove everything you think you know about Shakespeare, because most of that was actually invented in the 18th century by the 18th century literary critics who decided how he should be marketed and then pitched. Shakespeare wrote 154, actually slightly more than 154, but 154 sonnets that we know today as Shakespeare's sonnets, and then he wrote a few more that went into his plays. And so where I want to start today is with the word sonnet. And I think most people watching this have probably also heard the word sonnet. So I'm going to ask you to tell me, you can do this with chat. Do I have access to see chat, Corey?
I don't know.
So you can do this with chat, or you can do this with oral. Oh yes, I can absolutely see chat. Oh okay. No, I can only see chat to you. So you can see.
Oh yeah, it's different. I I can relay stuff to you though.
You can relay stuff to me. So this is even better because Lynn and Carrie, you're my students, and I guess official sort of Corey's my student too.
Yep.
So I want you to type into the chat if you can, or you can say it out loud if you're feeling brave. What do you think a sonnet is? When you hear sonnet, it probably has associations. If you've never heard of a sonnet, that's fine. You can type in, I've never heard of a sonnet before, and Corey won't tell me who you are when he relays that to me. Or if you want to unmute and tell me what you think a sonnet is, that's fine too. There are actually no wrong answers to this question, pretty much.
So we have a poem in a specific form. Is a sort of a structured poem. I would say, like, just from the pure sound of it, you just say the word and I never heard the word before. I mean, it reminds me of song. It sounds like something you might sing.
It does sound like something you might sing. It is traditionally taught as having a specific form. We have three of you. Is there a third response?
No, I kind of lumped the two of them together because they're similar.
Oh, I had a slide about that. Sorry. All right, so I went to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is my online favorite website of all time. And the Oxford English Dictionary, if you've never encountered it before, it's the place where nerds hang out, and it tells you the history of how each word has been used in the English language. And at least one of you, if not two of you, are completely right. What a sonnet used to mean was a song or a tune or a ballad or some kind of lyric verse in some form. And it actually didn't come to have that formal term for almost 200 years. You can see that the first date that they give, because they're giving you the history of how this word's been used in English, was actually in 1380 in the poem Cleanness. And I cannot possibly read that. Corey, if you'd like to,
sure.
You're welcome to.
There what's ringing on ricks of riche metals, clattering of covacles, song als muri.
Oh, that was so beautiful.
There was lots there's lots of ringing and beating of things and clattering, and so there's lots of joyful noise going on in that line.
So a sonnet is just a song, or actually in a couple years later in the Renaissance, by the 1500s, it just means poem, basically. And almost anything we think of as a poem could have been a sonnet. And then it comes to mean what we get taught in school. A poem of 14 lines using any of a number of formal rhyme schemes in English, typically written in iambic pentameter, and usually having a single theme. If you've had to do this in an English class, your teacher probably made you beat it out, ba-da, 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 ba-da. And then she made you do that with a sonnet. I'm not going to do that because we're going to have fun in this class, so we're not being formal education-y anymore. So there's two really different ways to approach a sonnet. Shakespeare did the 14 lines. He mostly did the iambic pentameter, but I want to get on to the actual poems. And I just want to show you the title page. These are Shakespeare's sonnets printed in 1609. All the print book images I'm going to use tonight are from the first edition printed in 1609 by Thomas Thorpe, and then I'll have some pictures later from the second edition published in 1640 by John Benson. They're all from the Folger Shakespeare Library, and if you're a teacher and you're watching this, they have amazing, freely accessible, high quality images that you can access and look at. So if you're really interested, I've got the URLs on all the slides. You can go type those in and see not only this page, but the whole text of Shakespeare sonnets and just flip through the pages. It's super cool. So when they were first printed, this is how Shakespeare's sonnets looked. They were printed on these funny pages and they were kind of lined up together. And the first one doesn't have a number, but every other sonnet is just numbered. Lots of people like to read the first 17 as all being read in a sequence to a young man. I don't know how big your screens are. It's a little bit small, I think, on this image. So I'm going to read you the first 4 lines of the first poem on this page, and then about the last 6 lines from the last poem on this page. From fairest creatures we desire increase, that thereby beauty's rose might never die. But as the riper or reaper should by time decease, his tender air might bear his memory. And then I'm skipping down to the last 6 lines. How much more praised is that true? No. Oh yes, the last 4 lines. Sorry. How much more praise deserve thy beauty's use? If thou could answer this fair child of mine, shall sum my count and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. And so lots of people like to read these sonnets as being written as part of a long sequence urging a young man to go out into the world and procreate. You can sort of read these first 17 as urging anybody to go out into the world and procreate. Lots of different attitudes to have about it. But I want to pretend for tonight that Shakespeare didn't do that these sonnets can be read as individual poems, which they actually were in the Renaissance. And I want us to ignore the context surrounding Sonnet 2 and just look at the poem on its own. You will notice that the 14 lines of Sonnet 2 don't work. They run over onto the next page, and I haven't given you an image of the next page. So I've reproduced that page break on the next slide. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you this sonnet, which is now up on the slide on your screen. And as I read it, I want you to think of what images or metaphors might come to mind within this sonnet. So I've already told you that it has to do a little bit perhaps with childbearing or procreating, but see if you can find any more. Lynn, you've got one already. That's so exciting. Hang on to that, because I'm going to ask you, we're going to see how many we can find in about the next 5 minutes. So I'm going to read it so you can hear the words. You might also get some puns. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tottered weed of small worth held. Then being asked, where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thine own deep sunken eyes, were in all eating shame and thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use, if thou couldst answer this fair child of mine, shall sum my count and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. To get to the last 2 lines, you have to physically turn the page. This were to be new made when thou art old, and see thy blood warm when thou feelest it cold. And there's a little pun there with could, because they have non-standard spelling. So I know it's a lot to throw at you right now. Here's a new sonnet surprise. There aren't wrong answers to this either. Kind of like the sonnet can mean basically anything, any song, lyric, verse, or poem. What do you observe in Sonnet 2? You can be out loud, you can type to Corey and he can relate to me, whichever you prefer.
There's a lot.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
There's a lot.
Shakespeare's amazing. There are probably 30 different contexts for this poem. Yeah. So give me the first one you saw.
Front and top and bottom. We've got winter in the first line and the warm and cold in the last line. So there seems to be a he's kind of connecting the coldness thing and with the changing of time at the beginning and the end.
Yeah, seasons, time, temperature, all of the contrast, all of those things. Good. Lynn or Carrie, anything?
Things having to do with the earth, or like the tottered weed, trenches.
Digging trenches. Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, there's so much agriculture in this poem.
And the treasure too, like the digging there. I think maybe we're even talking about, because where thy beauty lies and all the treasure, as if it's like the treasure is lying like buried or something like that. It needs to be dug up.
Beauty's field.
Yes, fields. Yeah, there are probably, I think there are about 10 that I've identified agricultural metaphors in here. This whole poem, tied in with that idea of your child will replace you, is also about agriculture. You plant stuff and it grows out of the earth, the same kind of growth and perpetuating human life, perpetuating natural life. Yes. And while you're talking about trenches, the last time I talked about this sonnet with somebody, they pointed out the first 2 lines have besiege and trenches, and it has these military metaphors
stuff,
at the front, which I was so excited. I've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Livery isn't what, a uniform?
Livery can be a uniform, like a regiment. Yeah.
Ooh, and that leads to my favorite pun, which is weed, right? So because weeds in in 17th century
Are also
usage
clothes.
means your clothes, right?
Yep.
So weed and livery is like the same thing, right? So thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tottered weed. So one day you're going to be wearing rags, right? Is what that means on the one hand, but of course it also means like a weed, a plant that's fallen over, right? So that's a really, so it's both agricultural and clothing. That was my favorite pun that jumped out at me.
Yes, and while you're mentioning rags and having to wear rags someday, there's also a lot of words that have to do with money.
Yes.
So there's a lot of words about value and money, like treasure and riches. So you start out rich and full of treasure and splendor, and then by the end of your life, you're just walking around wearing rags and you're tattered and miserable.
And then
right?
the shall some might count and stuff
some
like
might
that.
count.
Lots of financial language there.
Yes.
Thriftless praise, right? Yeah. So we're being prodigal with our praise, right? We're spending praise lavishly on the one hand, and then, but then there's the summing of the count that happens, later on. So you've got to, that's cool.
Thriftless praise and all eating shame.
Yes, the contrast between praise and shame, like contrast between winter and summer. Yeah. Also, I mean, going along with the agriculture, the all-eating shame is a food metaphor, and they've kind of got some subtle food metaphors in here, definitely.
And there's a deep joke. There's an icon joke there. All-eating shame, because of course, all-eating, as all good Renaissance folks know, when we think about something that eats everything, we're thinking about time, right? One of the great expressions, tempus edax rerum, right? That time, the devourer of all things. And so Shakespeare was really fond of that metaphor of, the tooth of time and stuff from like Measure for Measure, right? So anyway, sorry, I've never heard of Shakespeare before. I forgot. But anyway, point is, time is the thing that eats everything, right? That's the very, very pervasive imagery. And so he's, on the one hand, he's not talking about time. Right. He's like, we're an all eating, like shame is going to eat everything. Like everything's going to get eaten up in shame. But of course, he is talking about time. Like he's talking about the effect that time has. And so he's kind of using that famous image associated with time to describe the effects of time. So it's pretty cool.
And having ever heard of Shakespeare before, Corey, wink, wink, you won't know that one of his later sonnets actually begins with the words devouring time.
Devouring time, exactly. Right, yes.
So this is definitely foreshadowing to that, but you don't know that.
No, I have no idea. Yeah.
It's so hard to remove what we know of Shakespeare in any context. Yes, you're absolutely right. He's definitely playing with time and that waste and the eating and what does time take away, basically? What does time make us gaunt or losing things? There's at least one more, so I'm going to give you one more minute to see if you can catch anything else. And there are dozens, so if you don't catch the other one that I have that I'm thinking of, one of the wonderful things about this sonnet is I've probably talked about it with 10 groups of students, and every single group comes up with something different that I've never thought about before. It's so rich and lovely.
I'm tempted to say like it's like a forging or metallurgy thing, both this were to be new made, right? As if it were like being reforged. And also that I think proving. Yeah, exactly.
Proving and treasure. Yep.
Yeah. As that same kind of metal work kind of language there.
Metal even can be new made when it's old.
Right.
It works even with words that aren't metallurgical or alchemical in tone. Yes. Yet, see, that's lovely.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of almost a Tolkien reference there because he's got so much foraging.
Right. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Tolkien references, people in the Twitch chat were pointing out that, of course, Gollum was obviously familiar with that favorite expression of Shakespeare's as well. This thing all thing devours. Time as the devourer of things. If Bilbo had only, read more Shakespeare, he would have been right on that without having to be helped by luck. But yeah.
I mean, I definitely see that's Bilbo's main problem as a character.
It's true. It's true. Yeah. It's okay.
What does shall some might count mean?
So in this context, it's basically he's going to pay my bill. Right. So we've had all these metaphors for loss. And when I'm, well, that's the easy answer. The real answer is that we've just read this sonnet in 5 different ways. And so you can make those words mean different things. But the simplest meaning is to read these as he will take my place. He will pay my bill. He will be what I haven't been able to be, because this is obviously about a child and what benefit a child will bring to the addressee if the addressee will only hurry up and have a child.
Do you think that's count in the sense of like account, like ACC, like the way that we would say account, like my account?
I read that as account, yes.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Although you could read it as the kind son coming along and doing his father's figures and checking his numbers. Oh, you have counted right. Good job.
That would be a kind thing to do for one's father, wouldn't it?
It would be a kind thing. You should tell your sons that.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just going to point out before we shift, you all haven't picked up on it, and I don't want to say giving you 5 minutes to read the sonnet. There are also a lot of nautical metaphors in the last half of this poem. They always kind of signal out to me, like the sinking and the tottering and the words about depth and things. So if we had more time, if we were doing this in a full hour, we would probably spend 15 or 20 minutes just seeing how much we could plunder out of this sonnet. Since we're only doing half an hour, I'm going to kind of skip on and give you challenge number 2. Actually, I guess it's challenge number 3, because first I asked you to tell me what a sonnet is, and then I asked you to find all the metaphors in this random poem that I've thrown at you. My third challenge, we don't do this with Shakespeare's poems, but if you had to, how would you title it? Because when we read poems today, we don't read them numbered generally. We read them with a little title that kind of tells us the theme or the main idea. We've just found 6 or 7 themes or main ideas. So what I want to know is, how would you title this poem if you had this poem? You can type your answers into the chat, or you can just blurt them out. There's no wrong way to do this.
Can I be facetious?
I'm not.
Your biological clock is ticking?
Yes.
That is a great reading. Your biological clock is ticking. Yes, and that's still even better, Lynn, because I know you haven't heard of Shakespeare before, but that's actually in the Shakespeare abridged play. There's a whole scene with Hamlet and Ophelia, and the audience is supposed to shout, "Your biological clock is ticking" at Ophelia. So that's perfect. Yes.
Yeah.
Anybody else? I got at least 3 of you, and if somebody wants to post in on Twitch, Corey clearly has his finger on many pulses.
I do, yeah. One suggestion was "Time Will Show."
Time will show.
Tarlonial, that was Rosie. Tarlonial suggests "The treasure of thy lusty days."
Taking words right from the poem.
Kind of
that's
extracting
beautiful.
that as it is. I was trying to do that too, but I was like, I keep being torn between like 6 or 7 different phrases that I want to elevate to the title, you know.
And I love the pun you found there, whoever that is. The treasure of your lusty days.
Lusty days, yeah.
And of course,
yeah.
back then, lusty is more healthy, but we have this wonderful modern connotation for lust and lustful, and your lust could certainly cause you to procreate and come up with treasure at the end. So that's great.
Yeah, lusty is, yeah, as you say, a much happier word back then. But yeah. But not without the same kind of connotations as well. It's just, sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking of something along the lines of "Let's make hay today."
Let's make. Oh, I love that, because that gets the planting and the agriculture in there. Oh, and John Donne would love that too. So many exciting things. So what I want to do for the last few minutes, did you know? You probably don't know. I would bet that even Corey doesn't know that in the Renaissance, Sonnet 2 by Shakespeare was the favored sonnet, and lots of people loved to copy it into their commonplace books, and they gave it titles.
Oh, awesome.
So you've got a couple titles. I think your titles are actually better than theirs, but they don't speak ill of the dead. So I'm going to show you 3 different ways this sonnet was titled, so we can think about that a little bit. So this is from a manuscript that's at the folger that has the lovely pictures that I've been using. They have weird numbers. V means it's in the 17th century, and then A means it's a reasonably small manuscript, and then it's manuscript number 345 from that era in that size. It's super tiny on my screen. On this page, the bottom left corner of the 2-page spread is Sonnet 2, and I've blown it up for you on the next slide. And then I've transcribed it for you, and they called it Space Altera, a song. So that goes back to that earlier definition we had of a sonnet as being a song. And if you can see on the manuscript, they've actually numbered the stanzas on the side and the margins. You can even sing this as a song, although we don't know what melody they might have used. I assume that you would have to sing the 4th line twice to make it work metrically, since it's only 2 lines at the very end. And Space Altera is a great phrase to pick. It actually comes from Virgil's Aeneid, which was written in Latin, and it means a second hope or another hope. And it's the word that's used to describe Aeneas's son as he's carrying him out of the ruins of Troy. He's the second hope. So that's a word already used to refer to a second child. Right. And then it gets used to refer to a second hope. So if you go on and make hay while the sun shines, you'll have more hope in your life. You'll sum your count, all these other beautiful, lovely, life-giving metaphors.
Man, so this person decided that the point of it was about having an heir and the importance of that, and then embedded that in a Latin-based Aeneid reference. That's kind of flexing, awesome. Right there. I mean, not gonna lie, that's not bad.
It's pretty clever. And actually a bunch of people copied it from him. So Space Altera is one of the most popular titles for this sonnet, because they copied it off of him, and they were, oh, okay, here's this great title.
It's pretty good.
You can't see this because I've covered it up with the text, but the poem right under it, but when the sonnet ends, is actually a satirical epitaph. And I've got the text of that, so I'm going to read it to you. It's on Sir William Sands. And it says, "Unto our names we must not trust, for I was sands, but now am dust."
Oh, yes.
And so what I think is just great about this, here's this like lovely, hopeful song about procreating and life going on. And they're like, let's just make fun of the dead. That's a funny name. Now you're dust. Very irreverent, but that's just the kind of thing you find in Renaissance manuscripts. They love the sonnets, they love the metaphors, deeply classical references. Look how smart I am. And he's like, oh, I thought this was funny too. So we're going to move on. This is another Folger manuscript, same century, same kind of size. This one's number 170. This manuscript, like the original, you have to turn the page. So the picture on the left is the front of the page, which is called the recto. The picture on the right is the back of the page, which is called the verso. You can maybe see, I don't know if you can see it, the poem right after this is Mr. Herrick, another Renaissance poem, his Welcome to Sack the Drink. So we've squashed this in next to poems about drinking, all kinds of good things, drinking alcohol, specifically kind of beer-like alcohol. This one is called To One That Would Die a Maid, which is a really different context than Space Altera, the high Latin, we have hope for our futures. Yeah. What's going on with this?
Well, it's like the glass half empty version, right? So like the first one emphasizes the message that's being delivered to the person. And this one is emphasizing the person who appears in the person's opinion to be not receiving that message, right? So it's the same kind of thing, but it's looking at it from a very different perspective.
And that kind of depends depends on how brutal you want to make it. Is this like to one who would die a maid, like emphasis on death, and of course we talked about time and all the
Right.
ravaging kinds of words, but it also, you can kind of read the title as kind of a seduction. You think you want to die, and maid is used in the Renaissance for virgin.
Just virgin,
Right.
yeah, generally, yeah. Yeah.
So you think you want to die a virgin, but hang on. Think of all the bad things that will happen if you have nobody to do these jolly things.
And your biological clock is ticking.
Your biological clock is ticking. See, you got it right on the head. They would have put that if they had known that phrase. Yes, you're all right online with all these early Renaissance readers. So I have 1 minute. I see Corey checking his watch.
No. Hey, far be it from me to hustle people along. Besides, after you is nothing but I'm doing the rest of the things all by myself. So that means I can relax and not have to worry that I'm keeping other people anymore. So.
But I think your fans are building for the Tolkien trivia. I know
It's
that's
true.
coming.
It's coming.
Okay, so we've had Space Altera, High Latin Hope, had One That Would Die a Maid. Shakespeare's sonnets, which were printed in 1609 in that numbered sequence, were reprinted in 1640 in this wonderful little book that has been overlooked and forgotten for generations. Got disdained by the 18th century people who made Shakespeare Shakespeare. It's my favorite version of the sonnets. I don't know if this is staying up on YouTube. People probably figured that out by now. That could ruin me as a scholar. It's this charming book, and I kind of made it small on the slide. You can't really tell, but it's about the size, the book, of a pack of 3x5 index cards.
Wow.
It's this little tiny book. So it's on my screen, it's actually a little bit too big because I have a big screen. A little bit thicker than a smartphone right now. It's a tiny little book. It has all but 8 of Shakespeare's 154 sonnets and a bunch of his other poems. They have this nice woodcut that you can see on the screen. And what the compiler of this book did is he went through and he grouped the sonnets, and then he gave them titles. So sonnet 2, he lumped right after sonnet 1. He mostly kept them in order. You can see it on the left. It's called Love's Cruelty. And it's also got sonnet 3 after it. We haven't talked about sonnet 3. And I think this is so different. Not to think of this as urging you to do anything, but urging you to think about why is love brutal? Because I don't read the sonnet as having much that love is faulting in the poem.
No.
It would actually be much better titled something like Time's Cruelty.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, what's love done to anybody in that poem? I mean, like literally done to anybody. I mean, I don't mean just what harm has it done? Like, what has it done at all? Like, how's love even involved in that poem? I guess is what I mean.
It's basically a poem about sex.
Sex and time and beauty and stuff,
Yeah. Another poem in this collection, which we don't have time to look at, is called Injurious Time, which would actually be a better title for this poem.
Digging the trenches and whatnot, yeah.
And if you can see on this page, the poem on the bottom right, it's called Youthful Glory, which would also be a better poem title for sonnet 2.
Yeah. Why was this edition, you said it was disdained?
This edition was disdained. There's a short answer, there's a long answer. And the short answer, which is more politically correct as well, is that it came out after Shakespeare's death, so these titles are not considered authorial. They're reorganized from the first edition, so also there's like, you put it in groups that maybe Shakespeare didn't intend, which is a whole controversial thing that we're not going to get into in this class. And then the editor actually changed a couple words and left out a few lines. There's some very light editing going on. And so the combination of those 3 things being after Shakespeare's life, they decided this is not authorial, it's not real Shakespeare, but actually it's this wonderful, cute little readable text that breaks the sonnets down. It's really fun to read. It has the titles. Sometimes they're spot on, and sometimes you have to kind of think about, why would somebody read this sonnet as having this title? Why is this about love's cruelty, and why did you think it was? So I think this is a really beautiful way to look at the sonnets because it makes us think about other readers and how they might have interpreted the poems in ways that we don't expect. So, if there are questions, I'm happy to answer questions. I know we've gone just a couple of minutes over.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yay, Signum.
Yeah, exactly. It's all good. Perfect freedom. That's what space is about. Perfect freedom. Let's see. So there've been a bunch of comments. People have been kind of participating and commenting on stuff as we've been going through. Right. Rosie's wondering if the person who's waiting for a love that won't come was thinking about the love's cruelty thing. And maybe that's why the exhortation, right, has to be made.
And one way of reading the love's cruelty is also that the speaker finds love cruel because the speaker loves the addressee, and the addressee is still determined to be a maid or hasn't come around to deciding to reciprocate that love as well.
Right. Get on with the procreating. Yeah. Yeah.
And sonnet 2 is pretty mean to a young girl who thinks she's very beautiful and is looking very longingly at her soldier lover, and he's saying, "You're going to get ugly, and I'm not going to like you then. So let's get this on now." That's oh boy, that's just really going to turn me on.
It's pretty brutal. Now there are
brutal.
There are people who think this is written to a young man. Mm-hmm. As well.
Could be, yes.
And I love that it's so gender neutral. It works both ways. But you're right. Like that idea as a woman of having deep trenches. Like, I'm getting on in age, and I know there's some wrinkles there, but to have them called trenches is just so mean, right?
Character lines.
Yeah, exactly.
But Shakespeare's not doing that. Like Shakespeare's not, oh, you'll still be nice. Like, no, you're gonna have trenches on your face, trenches and potholes. You better get on with producing somebody new.
Tottered weed, man. I mean, that's harsh. That's harsh. Yeah. Of small worth held, right? I mean, it's yeah.
We didn't have time to talk about this, but some of the manuscripts changed the words. And one of the manuscripts actually describes them as rotten weeds, which is even worse.
Yikes.
That's very different.
It is very different.
Yes. Now, it's hard to tell because tottered and rotten are sort of similar, and they're written in handwriting, so it's hard to tell whether the copier was just misreading it and guessing at the most likely word, or whether they actually went and changed the word intentionally. But it's very clearly rotten in the manuscript.
Yeah.
But either way, it's still this horribly bleak decay image, which fits with the time. It works. What we have is so fragmented, it's hard to know, but it's wonderful that it gives us so many different ways to think about the texts.
Yeah. Well, you could say it's bleak, or you could say it's realistic. I mean, like the seven stages of man, or whatever. That.
Right.
Your body goes into the earth, rots, right?
But where's your immortality? It's through your
children.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got this. You got to have the succession going on.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. And I was just processing something that I didn't before about the blood, warm and cold blood at the end. So you've got like both the passion and the coldness, right? So you've got the you feel your blood cold, meaning you're not into me, but you should feel thy blood warm, right? So you got the warming up of cold blood, which is kind of the point, right, of the poem on the one hand. But then you've also got the whole youth and age thing, right? The young have hot blood, and the old, the older you get, the colder your blood gets. So you've got the whole aging thing, and it's the way to reverse aging, right, is the procreation thing. So I wasn't even processing that before.
And I think it can also even be a little bit racy, like hot blood.
Oh yeah.
Getting out there, and so this is one of my favorites because it's so layered with so many meanings. We could probably do this for an hour.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I mean, more than an hour. I mean, we've just been throwing out ideas. We still have to put it all together, figure out how it goes,
And I like how coming from a decade on the other side, he thinks she's old and ugly, or he is old and ugly at 40.
Right. How quaint, right? How quaint.
Yes.
Now there is also a manuscript version of this poem where they changed the number to 60, which is actually 60.
60.
Yes.
When 60 winters shall besiege thy brow. Okay.
There we go.
Winters,
There we go.
yes.
See, yes, much better.
Yeah. Probably transcribed by somebody in their 50s, you're thinking?
or even their late 30s.
Right. Let's push that back a bit. Yeah, exactly.
This is coming a little soon.
Right. Striking a bit close to home, perhaps. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Awesome.
thank you all for
It was so much fun.
participating. This was so fun. Have a happy Tolkien trivia. And if you want to know more about Sonnet 2, sign up for my Sonnet module.
There
and
we
if
go.
you want to know more about Veni Veni Emmanuel, sign up for my Latin module.
Excellent. Yeah. So we're gonna we'll be, and of course we'll be, as I mentioned at the very, when I was describing the space program, likely expanding some of our module offerings to give people even more choices. So yeah, there could be more of Renaissance poetry stuff with you, and not to mention more Latin and other things like that going on too, right? Very
Definitely.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you, Faith. That was so much fun.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you so much, Carrie and Lynn, for being my students. And thank you also to the fine folks on Twitter. I don't know who you are, but I really value and appreciate your contributions.
Very cool. Thank you, guys. All right. I'm going to merge things again. And now
recording in progress.
There we are. Okay. Now I'm back here. I'm going to unvideo here and be back. But now, having unvideoed and being auto-muted, apparently. Okay. Next is going to come the trivia competition. And so I want to encourage folks who are watching elsewhere to join us in Zoom, because I'm going to be conducting the trivia competition within Zoom, because it'll be the easiest way for me to track. Because we're going to do, so the way we're going to do it is I'm going to read out a question, and then people can type in the answer. And you will type in the answer in Zoom. Like, that's where I'm going to see the thing, and then it'll keep track. I'll be able to know by timestamp who. People will get points for first, second, and third. So that is that's what's going to happen. So I want to give folks a chance. And so we're not doing this in Twitch or YouTube or somewhere else because there's a delay, and that makes things awkward, especially since some people can hear me live. So everybody should join me in Zoom, because then, or everyone who would like to participate should join me in Zoom, and then that way you will all be on equal ground there without the time delay. So I'm going to give you a little bit of time to do that. The link. Yeah, that's a great idea. Yeah, I should do that. I wonder where that is. There it is. Thank you, Rosie. Appreciate it. That's very helpful. So Rosie just posted it there. Yeah, that I say that looks like it, as if, that string of 20 characters after the Zoom link looks exactly like this one. If you copied it off of the annual fund page, then it very likely is the correct one. So, okay, good. I see a bunch of other people participating here. And yeah, you should be able to chat. Make sure that the chat is coming to me. I think you're able to chat to me or to Sharon. Sharon is my co-host here on the in the Zoom session, so it should come straight to me if you so that your chat comes to the right place. That will be important. Okay, and now meantime, while we're getting set here, good. I see more people coming in. That's great. Excellent. And I'm going to do some other things. I have not, I recently checked. There we go. I wanted to, there we go. Exactly, Sharon. That's just what I'm thinking. Okay. Oh, how wonderful. We've received a bunch of donations today. I was just looking at our donations. And I'm going to have to do math in my head to calculate. Oh, wonderful. Oh my goodness, yes. There's a substantial quantity of math for me to do. Okay, hang on. I'll try to estimate in my head. Okay, give me a minute. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're over $3,000 donated just today, which is great. That is awesome. That puts us over 75. That puts us to over $76,000 for the campaign as a whole so far, which is awesome. Yeah, well, I think I'm gonna do a giveaway, but I'm gonna wait for a little bit to give a couple more people some chances who haven't had a chance to donate yet. We've also had several folks who have purchased space tokens already today. I've been seeing emails come in. I always have email notifications set up to our PayPal account because I love seeing people's names coming across. I've been doing that for 10 years. Yep, we have. I can't scan through all my inbox right now, but I see a bunch of space token purchases, which is really fun. Yes, Mary, I am seeing that message. So you are good. Awesome. Okay. All right. I think, okay, hang on a second. I'm going to Here we go. There's my little trivia page here. Okay. Let me see if I can get myself all set up properly with my correct keyboards all going to the correct places and that kind of thing. Okay. Yeah, let's see, Sharon. I think I put the spreadsheet in the Webathon folder, I believe, so it should be there. I think. And so yeah, if you wanted to, I have it'd probably be easier for you to do it than for me to try to do it. Okay, so before we start, let me explain the prizes because that's important, right? So the how it's going to work is I'm going to ask a question. It has a short answer. All of these questions have short answers. Not all of them are one word only, but they're fairly short answers. And the first one to enter the correct answer gets 3 points. The second person gets 2 points, and the third person gets 1 point. And then we will total up the points, and that we will decide the first place, second place, and third place winners. The first place winner will receive 1 space token. The second place and the second and third place winners will receive cool stuff from the Signum Redbubble site, from our merch store. Like an example would be, now we'll let you negotiate for items, but we're talking about something like a t-shirt would be the second place prize, and something like one of our spiral notebooks or something like that would be our third place prize. That's what we're that's the ballpark that we're talking about. Like I said, we can agree on and you can choose, of course, whatever design from our store you would like. So those are our prizes: first place, second place, third place for our trivia competition here this evening. Now, has everyone had a chance who would like to participate to get into Zoom? I see there are bunches of people here. Okay. All right. So you ready? Okay. Let's see. I don't have anything on my screen. Well, it's fine. I don't really need anything on the screen here for this. Okay. And I certainly don't want to put like my trivia spreadsheet with the questions and answers on now, do I? Are you ready? Everybody ready to go? Got me all queued up so that your chats to me are set to go to the right place there in Zoom. Okay, yeah. So you do the answers in Zoom. So for those who are on Twitch, you'll want to get onto Zoom. There's the link right up top there. Okay, so I'm going to do mostly Lord of the Rings trivia. I was starting to do this whole Silmarillion section, but then here's the problem I keep having with trying to make Silmarillion trivia. I'm so anyway, like, and we together have been doing so much discussion of not just Silmarillion, but of the nature of Middle Earth recently, and the other in the History of Middle Earth series. I'm like, it's hard to find a question for which there's like obviously one answer, right? Because it's anyway. You see what I mean, right? There's like multiple potential answers. So I could have like just tried to go like purely on published Silmarillion, but even I get like confused about that these days because I've been thinking about the other stuff so much. So I was like, you know what? Forget about it. Let's just keep everybody on even ground, and we'll do mostly Lord of the Rings trivia. So these are, I thought these were some fun Lord of the Rings trivia questions. I tried in most cases not to go too terribly obscure. These are by my standards not very obscure trivia questions. Okay, there's one that's really tricky, not gonna lie. But anyway, okay. And but I also have a few other questions in honor of the imminent. Was it already released? I'm so out of touch with things. The Dune movie is coming out, right? So I've been thinking about Dune, and I'm really excited to see the Dune movie. So I have a few Dune questions to throw in as well, because we did that in the Mythgard Academy too. So that's fair game. And besides, like, if you've not been like gearing up and rereading Dune in preparation for the film, well, whose fault is that? Okay, so, but first, some Lord of the Rings questions. Ready? When Sam awakes on the field of Cormallen, whose voice did he first hear? When Sam awakes on the field of Cormallen, whose voice did he first hear? Okay, great. Lots of answers. Let's see. And Robert comes in. The correct answer is, of course, Gandalf's voice, which makes him sit up straight and say, that's when he delivers his line about are all sad things going to come untrue. So we have Robert Williams got in first, Rob Henderson, a very close second, and Faith came in third. Very good. Faith Hacker got in on that one. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, Rob Henderson was second and Faith was third. Okay, very good. Number 2. Who is the captain of the Tower of Cirith Ungol? The captain of the Tower of Cirith Ungol is Okay, some very understandable confusion. There are some who have said shagrat and some who have said gorebag. The correct answer is, of course, shagrat. Not lurts. Lurts is that is definitely not the right one. Nor even a real one. But I know, Julie, you already said the right answer, and then we're joking about that. And Rosie, no, Bob is not the right answer either. So Julie Dick got it first. And I totally understand typos. I get it. I get it. I know you're typing fast. So Julie got it first, and then Jenny Aldred got number 2, and Carrie Gross was third on that. Okay. All right. Number 3. What was unusual about the swans that were spotted flying over the River Anduin? What was unusual about the swans that they spotted flying over the River Anduin? Very good. Very good. Almost everybody got that one right. The answer, of course, is, and they are black swans, right? Black, exactly. Very good. So Jenny Aldred got that one first. Rob Henderson got that second. And Faith got it third again. Very good. Okay. Let's see. Number 4. This was a little harder. What does Denethor call Gandalf when they are in the Hallows? What does Denethor call Gandalf when they are in the Hallows? What does Denethor call Gandalf? He addresses him directly as this. No, it's not Stormcrow. You got several of you are thinking of that's Rohan's side. He calls him a slighting name. This one's tricky. This one's tricky. No, it's not G Money, Zach. No, it's not Mr. Grumpy. Brandon, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. That's close. That's close. You have the key word. No, Dan from Twitter, it's not Joe Crow of Mandos. Dan from Twitter on YouTube, of course. It's not Joe Crow of Mandos. That's not what he calls him. Well, this was a tougher one. This isn't the really hard one, but this one was pretty hard. So the question, I'll read the question again. What does Denethor call Gandalf when they are in the Hallows? He calls him an insulting name. What does he call him? Denethor calls, I'm just looking to make sure I didn't miss any. Yeah. Several people remembering Rohan and thinking about Stormcrow and Lothspell, but that's not Denethor. Thief of Love? No. That's not quite it. Not quite it. No, it's not Conjurer of Cheap Tricks. No, definitely not. Definitely not. Okay, Brandon, I'm going to give it to you. So that's Brandon Minnick gets credit for coming in first. Correct answer, Grey Fool. Grey Fool is the correct answer. Yeah. Okay, that one was tricky. Here's an easy one. Well, I should never say that. I should just never say that. But here's an easier one. What does the word Hosh mean? Translate the word Hosh. And all the Lotro players are like, oh, dude, that one is super easy. Yes. Very good. Lots of people got this one. Hosh, of course, means fire. And I should not say that word too many times when I'm in like hour 8 of Webathon, because I'm going to lose my voice fast enough. Okay. Yes, the correct answer is fire. Jenny Aldred got it first. And then Rob Henderson came in second again, and Robert Williams came in third. Very good. Very good. It is not, in fact, Brandon, a potato dish. That is not quite right. But there we go. Okay. Okay, this one is trickier. Not trickier, more difficult. It's not the same thing. Okay. What did Frodo see from Amon Hen that made all hope leave him? We are told that when he saw, so he's looking around on Amon Hen, he sees lots of things, and when he sees this thing, all hope left him. What was it that he saw that made all hope leave him? Okay, Robert Williams has it. John Hanson has it. And Jenny Aldred third. Okay, yes. So that was again, where did I say? Robert Williams first, John Hanson second, and Jenny Aldred third. The correct answer is Barad-dûr, the Dark Tower. Barad-dûr is what he saw that made him, because he sees for the first time battlement upon battlement, right? As it's like the great strength of Sauron. It's when he sees Barad-dûr itself that all hope left him. Good, good. Okay. Who guided the company from Caras Galadhon to the river? Who guided the company from Caras Galadhon to the river? They had a guide to take them down. Who was it? Okay, yes, good. Lots of correct answers here. Yes, the correct answer is Haldir. Yes, Haldir, who guided them to Caras Galadhon in the first place, comes and says, I shall be your guide again. Yes, that was Haldir. Robert Williams, who is super fast, came in first. Jenny Aldred came in second, and Rob Henderson came in third. Okay, there we go. It's a dominating performance there. And you don't have to worry about spelling. I will, I understand typos in this context. Absolutely. Okay. Let us, let's do a couple others. Want to do a hard one? Let's do a hard one. How many of the little folk are killed in Bree during their set to with the ruffians? How many of the little folk are killed in Bree during the set to? Okay. Robert Williams has it again. And Sandra Schroeder came in second. Yes. And Zach Komen got it third. Franny, that's close. So 5 is close. And I say that 5 is close, not because it's actually close, but because it's the other number. Like, remember, this is, it's Butterbur who's telling them, right? And he tells them, when they ask how many were killed, he says 5 and 2, right? So it's 5 of the big people, 2 of the little people. So the correct answer is 2. 2 of the little people are killed. So there are 2 hobbits killed in the battle with the ruffians. So, yep. Okay. We got that one. All right. I think this one is my favorite. I'm not saying it's the hardest or anything. I'm just saying it's my favorite. What sensory experience are we told that Pippin can never have again without tears coming to his eyes? What sensory experience are we told that Pippin can never have again without tears coming to his eyes? Okay, Jenny Aldred got it first, Robert Williams second, and Cecilia got it third. It is not, in fact, the smell of eggs and bacon. It is not smoking. Nope. The correct answer, the feel of a bowling ball. the correct answer is hearing a horn. Hearing a horn in the distance, technically, but yes, hearing a horn. This is brought up, of course, when he hears the horns of the Rohirrim coming when he's there down there by the gates of Minas Tirith. That never again in afterlife could Pippin hear the sound of the distant sound of a horn without tears starting in his eyes. Isn't that a fun question? I like that question. Let's see. Okay. What were the hobbits from the Fellowship known as in the Shire after the War of the Ring? Collectively, what were the hobbits from the Fellowship known as in the Shire after the War of the Ring? Jenny Aldred got it first. Yeah. Zach Coman got it second. And Robert Williams got it third. With an honorable mention to Kelly Palmera there. Kelly, I'm not Palmier. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your last name properly. Sandra Schroeder got it. Yes, very good. John Hansen got it. But again, the first three were, what did I say? Jenny Aldred, Zach Coman, and then Robert Williams. The correct answer is the Travelers, the four Travelers. That's right. Okay. All right, let's shift gears. A few Dune questions. These are easy. These are easy Dune questions. These are easy Dune questions I just kind of did off the top of my head. What is Paul's tribal name among the Fremen? What is Paul's tribal name among the Fremen? Ben has it. Ben, this is a tricky question. Careful, a bunch of you guys are falling for the trick question. Ben has it right. Only one so far. His tribal name. That is, his private name among the Fremen. Ooh, John, I'm tempted to give it to you but I can't for reasons that will be made clear in a moment. So it's not the really famous name. It is what he is called in siege, in private among the... Francis Schmidt has it. And Zach Coman. There we go. Okay, so first was Ben K. And then was Francis Schmidt, and then Zach Coman. Usul is his name. Usul is his name. And my second question, what does Usul mean? What is the translation of Usul? John Hansen was ready with his answer. You deserve it, John. You had that before. Yes, John Hansen came in first. No. Usul. It is a slightly counterintuitive. Well, not necessarily, but it's not obvious. It does not mean bear, though it rather sounds like it might, right? It does not mean that. It does have to do with strength, though, Zach. It does. It does. Okay, so John got it. Only one? Oh. Well, clearly, you know what you've got to reread before the movie comes out. And I'm kind of torn because on the one hand, I I'm rereading Dune before the movie comes out, but at the same time, I'm wanting to reread The Wheel of Time before the Wheel of Time series starts. So I'm busy. I got homework, you know. Yes, I just started reading the Eye of the World day before yesterday. Okay, the correct answer. So we get. I think John Hanson is the only one that gets credit for this. Yep. The base of a pillar. The base of a pillar is called the ousel. So there we go. The base of the pillar. Now, what do the Fremen call sandworms? They refer to sandworms as, this is an easy one. Ooh, Rob gave the complicated answer. Okay, Faith came in first with this, and then John Hanson, and then Ben Kay. Makers. Makers is what I was going for. They call them makers. Shai Hulud is also the name that they use for them. Makers is what I was thinking of. I'd have to give you credit for Shai Hulud because they do call the sandworm Shai Hulud. But we had 3 makers votes come in first anyway, so that worked out. And good. Okay. Now, this one is a little bit easier because this is what some of you were guessing before. What is a muad'Dib? What is a muad'Dib? Muad'Dib, of course, is the answer that the majority of you were guessing when I asked about his tribal name before. Yes, a muad'Dib is... Rob Henderson got it first, and then Devorah Allen, and then Francis Schmidt. And the correct answer is a little mouse, a little hopping mouse, a little hopping desert mouse. That one is one that's even more counterintuitive than the base of the pillar. Final Dune question, then I'll go back to the Lord of the Rings. What is the name of the Emperor's prison planet? What is the name of the Emperor's prison planet? I won't count spelling against you. Ben Kay has it. The Emperor's prison planet. Nope, it is not Endor. In fact, it turns out that the Ewoks are not indeed enslaved by the Emperor, for which I think we're all very glad. Ben has it right. Nor is it Tatooine, Brandon, though that's closer. And Sutirtho Roy has it second. And Florida in August is also close, Zach. Definitely close, but not quite. The Emperor's prison planet, which is where the Sardaukar come from, is... One more? No? Sorry about the spoiler there, John. So, look. If you've not read Dune for yourself, I have no sympathy for spoilers. You've had plenty of time to read Dune before now, between when it was produced and now. The correct answer is, so we got the 2. Sutirtho Roy is second, and Ben Kay was first. Seleucus Secundus. Seleucus Secundus is the Emperor's prison planet. Okay, back to the Lord of the Rings. Back to the Lord of the Rings. Who had a solitary grave in the shadow of the Hornburg? Who had a solitary grave in the shadow of the Hornburg? Well, this is a slightly tricky question. Robert Williams got the right answer first. Zach Coman second, and Ben Kay third. Slightly tricky because the correct answer is not Helm. The correct answer is Hama. Hama the Door Ward has a solitary grave under the Hornburg. in the shadow of the Hornberg. Okay. What distant sound does Mary hear near the Iwanock beacon? In the darkness near the Iwanock beacon, Mary hears what distant sound? Robert Williams has it first. Zach Goman has it second. And Jenny Aldred has it third. Okay. Sorry, so the Hama winners again, Sharon, are Robert Williams was first, Zach was second, and Ben Kay was third. And for the What Sounded Mary Here, we've got Robert Williams first, Zach Coman second, and Jenny Aldred third. Sandra Schroeder got the right answer too, but was just beaten out for that. And the answer is Tarlonial, not bagpipes. That is not, in fact, what Mary hears near Iwanock Beacon. What he hears near Iwanock Beacon is the throbbing of distant drums. It is the drums of the Woses, of course, that he hears. I would have given you credit had you said the Woses, because, of course, when he talks to Elfhelm, Elfhelm says, you hear the Woses. So I'd have to kind of give you credit if you said that. But drums is technically the sound that he hears. Okay. What is the name of the stream that flows from the Valley of the Wraiths? What is the name of the stream that flows from the Valley of the Wraiths? Robert Williams first again. Oh, you are on fire, Robert. The name of the stream. Cecilia has it second. And Jenny has half of it. You're technically not wrong, Jenny, is the thing. But okay, Francis Schmidt has the full answer there. The correct answer is Morgulduin, which just means Wraith River, basically. Wraith Stream, or Morgul Stream is what Jenny said, which is like, that's not even half right, Jenny. That's like 3/4 right. I mean, it's technically exactly what it means, right? But Morgulduin is its name. So again, that was Robert Williams first, Cecilia Lee second, and Francis Schmidt third. Okay. All right. Here's a fun one. Who did Legolas say was a fair lord and a great captain of men? Who did Legolas say was a fair lord and a great captain of men? Towards whom was Legolas's compliment directed there? Okay, Kelly Palmer got it first. And then Rob Henderson got it second. And Cecilia got it third. It's a little bit tricky. Robert Williams got it, but got beaten to the punch this time. Correct answer is Prince Imrahil. Prince Imrahil was the one. Remember, it's when Prince Imrahil and Legolas meet. And Legolas is like, oh, hey, dude, totally have an elf ancestor, don't you? And he's like, yeah, true. And then he leaves and Legolas is like, that dude was awesome. It's in his that dude was awesome speech. Okay. All right. Let's do a hard one. And then if you guys get this, we'll do the harder one. Okay, here's a hard one. How much pipeweed did Merry and Pippin find among the flotsam of Isengard? What quantity of pipeweed? Ooh. Good. Oh, yeah, you guys, so we're totally doing the harder one. Totally doing the harder one. Okay. Julie Dick got it first. Robert Williams got it second. And Jenny Aldred got it third. Jessica Fleming is living a little Hobbit-like fantasy there. It was not, in fact, 20 barrels, though they would have liked it to be. Herrera Zach actually is not quite correct because rabbits could in fact count the barrels of pipeweed that they found. The correct answer is two barrels, 2 small barrels technically, but yes, 2 small barrels of pipeweed they found among the flotsam. So again, that was Julie Dick first, Robert Williams second, and Jenny Aldred third. Okay. All right, fine. Let's do the hard one then. We'll do the hard one and then... Okay, we'll do the hard one and one more also hard but fun one. Okay. How many years did Celeborn say it was since Aragorn's last visit to Lothlorien? This is the how much do you really pay attention to what Celeborn says question. How many years, according to Celeborn, how many years has it been since Aragorn last came to Lothlorien? Okay, bunch of answers. Cecilia got it first. Cecilia got it first. It's close. Julie, you just throwing out numbers? You seem to be just throwing out numbers. I think Cecilia is the only one who's got it right. This one is hard. This one is hard. Legitimately hard. It's not 70. Elise wants to know who listens to Celeborn. I know, right? That's why I asked this question. Nope. I don't think anybody else has it right. Cecilia got it. And yes, Torloni, we're speaking of, this is Years of the Sun. Years of the Sun. Yes. Yes, Years of the Sun. Yeah, Ben was just asking the same question. Yep. Sun years. Sun years. How many Loar has it been since Carrie Gross? Yes, Carrie, you got it. Carrie comes in second. That is correct. Yeah, Carrie got it second. Kendall wants to know why in the world is Celeborn counting? That's a good question. That's a good question. Okay, so Cecilia got it first and Carrie got it second. Correct answer? 38. It has been 38 years of the world outside. Yeah, 38. 38. Now you know. Yeah, 38 years. Since Aragorn has last been there. So yeah, I think it's got to be like a protective grandfather thing, right? That's presumably why he's counting, right? Okay, that was the super hard one. It does round up to 40. Jenny, you were close. Yes, Rob, good job. 38. You got it right. Okay, yeah, so good. All right. So let's see. Good. All right, one more. Oh yeah, the fun one. Which of the fellowship was the first to cross the bridge in Moria? Who was first across the bridge? Durin's Bridge in Moria. Who went first? The first member of the fellowship to cross the bridge. Robert Williams, who has been dominating, has it correct. We do know. And so far, it's the only correct answer. Zach has it. Zach came in second. No, so a bunch of people are guessing Boromir. Remember, Boromir and Aragorn both hang back because they want to help Gandalf. Jessica, yes. Jessica has it third. So Jessica Fleming has it third. The first one to cross the bridge, of course, Gandalf is last, right, because he's guarding the rear. Gimli. Gimli is the first one to cross the bridge. Gimli leads the way. It makes a little bit of sense if you think about it in that way, right? If you think about it from the point of view of like, you know, Gandalf is going to hang behind and the two big warriors are like hoping to back him up, right? So who leads the way? Gimli, of course. You know, Moria. So it makes a certain amount of sense that it would be Gimli. But isn't that a fun question? That's a fun question, right? That's one of those things I had never really thought about too much before. Okay, cool. I think that ought to do it. I'm already over time, but not too much. I mean, look at this. We are 8 hours, my friends, into this webathon, and we're like 10 minutes late. I mean, seriously, right? Holy cow. I'm setting all kinds of personal records today. All right. So strong work, folks. That was really fun. I'm glad that you guys could participate with me there. I think Sharon's going to total up the points, and we will be able to announce winners very soon. Very good. Rosie says the Signum Eagle just fainted with shock. Yeah, Torlonio, I'm just glad that it was Faith, not me, who was running that sonnet session, or we would still be in the first quatrain of that baby. I mean, holy cow. There was so much. I mean, we talked about a lot of the things, you know, we really did, but, there's so much more to say. We barely started. Holy cow. Yeah. But that was awesome. Okay, cool. So strong work, everybody. Excellent job on the trivia again today. I hope my questions weren't. I've been trying to get better. I'm usually pretty bad at choosing trivia questions because I tend to choose really, really obscure ones. The 38 was hard, but I warned you that was hard, right? Yeah, it was awesome. There was once this. I was like talking to a group of, I think, high school students or something, and like wanted to do a little like icebreaker thing. And so I like I did like 5 trivia questions or 10 trivia questions or something like that. And like nobody knew the answer to any of them. Like not one person in the room knew the answer to any single one of the questions that I asked. And I was like, darn it. I've historically been very bad at gauging that kind of thing. Yeah. Good. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Cecilia, that's how I go by it too. Cecilia was saying, of course, she got 38 right away because she could hear the actor saying it from the BBC production. Yep. No, exactly. Normally when I'm able to remember quotes, I'm remembering, you know, I'm running back the audiobook in my head. That's exactly what I do too. Yeah, cool. Cool. Excellent. Okay. All right. It's things are pretty close. Well, I have a shrewd guess as to who probably came in first. Is my shrewd guess. I guess third place is tight. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so meanwhile, we're sort of semi between sessions now. We're still gonna but I'm gonna see if I can get my, oh look, it's Windows and lots of junk on my desktop. Okay. I'm going to start up Lotro here because it's about time to start up Lotro. Ooh, which reminds me, I need to change my audio setting. Hang on a second. Changing my audio setting. There we go. Now, in theory, y'all should hear game sounds eventually. And I'm typing on the wrong keyboard. That just won't do it all. Okay. Now let me try typing. There we go. Uh-oh. Hang on. I'm muting for your own safety. Okay, I was muting for your own safety because whenever I turn on Lotro, the sound is like maxed and it just blasts my eardrums out every single time. So that's why I muted briefly for while I was starting up the game. Okay, I'm resetting things. How about those that resolution, right? That does not look like that will work at all. Let's try something maybe a little bit less 1995. Okay, yes, I do wish to keep this setting. That looks a little better. Okay. And, okay, Grifflet, I'm going to go to your big brother Wigand here, who has unfinished business in Mordor. Okay. All right, but first, before I get too involved here, we have our winners. I am happy to announce, in third place with 12 total points comes Rob Henderson. Congratulations, Rob. You are our third place winner in our trivia competition. And that, congratulations, Rob. Our second place winner today is Jenny Aldred. Jenny came in second with 18 points. Strong showing today, Jenny. That was excellent. 18 points for Jenny Aldred, who is our second place winner, and in first place, Robert Williams with a whopping 30 points, just absolutely dominating the field here this evening. Congratulations. Robert with 30 points is our grand prize winner. So Robert, you win a one complimentary space token for the space module of your choosing. Well, I was going to say in December, but of course you can redeem it anytime you want to. And Jenny and Rob, you should send an email to info@signumu.org, and you can get instructions on and get and give, so you can give your addresses and stuff, and we'll send the stuff of your choosing to you, so you can work that out with our door ward at info@signumu.org. So thank you guys for playing. That was a whole lot of fun. Now I'm going to give away another space token. I'm probably going to do that at the end of the evening to everybody who has donated during the Webathon here today, but we still have time. So if you haven't made a donation yet, you can still make a donation. Go to signumuniversity.org/donate. As I said, we've raised over $3,000 today so far, today alone so far. That puts us over $76,000 for the annual fund as a whole, which is just awesome. I mean, we're almost $10,000 shy of all of last year's record-setting total. It is so cool. Very good. All right, so I've got, what do I have? I have my various chats open, so I can see still comments in Zoom, and I can see comments from Twitch and YouTube. So you guys can decide. I think theoretically I could actually close down, I think, the Zoom session, and we could probably just switch to Twitch permanently, and YouTube and the rest of them. Because, yeah, I think we're done with this interface. That would be a little bit less confusing. And then that way you can listen to the audio that, like, matches up with my face and everything. So that could be fun. All right. So I am going to close down the Zoom meeting. I was about to, like, say goodbye, but there's no need to say goodbye. Come join me on one of our other things. one of our other platforms, Twitch or YouTube. And oh, here, hang on, let's put. There we go. I put the eagle behind me there. There we go. All right. I think I am mostly ready. Tell you what. Let me. Oh, hang on. I gotta get my Hobbit present. That's important. Ah, Scroll of Universal Crafting Lore, which I'm almost certain to save until I don't need it anymore. Good, good. All right, all these quests that I do not need at this moment, except I might want to take this opportunity to make the text bigger. Okay, very good. And coin. All right. Wigand is just about ready, and he even maxed out his LIs in his legendary items, that is, in preparation for the day. So, yeah. There we go. Okay, so his sword is maxed out and ready to go. Spectacular. And I'm not even going to pretend that I truly understand what's going on with the legendary items. All I know is I'm fine, probably. So he's level 109, so he's ready to go into like the level 115 area and get handled roughly by the locals, presumably. But I see Kiriana is very, as always, generously waiting to restore my bacon. So, but let me pause for a second because I am remembering that I should probably take another brief break before we get into Lotro, because it's been a while since we've had a brief break. So I'll be right back. We'll have a brief break, and then I'll start up. I'll start up in like 10 minutes, something like that. So by 9:30. So that's hey, I'm still like practically on time. This is ridiculous. Okay. Yeah, cool. Oh, Elise says Pine Leaf has a good video explaining what's what. Well, Pine Leaf is so good at explaining what's what. I mean, like I learned literally everything I know about skirmishes from Pine Leaf, for instance. So yeah, I should totally watch Pine Leaf's video to educate myself. Robert says he barely knows the old system. Yeah, I like mostly figured out the old system, though goodness knows there's plenty that I don't really understand about the finer points of the old system. But I had like a workable a sort of a working understanding of the old legendary item system. Yeah, Pine Leaf, thank you for putting that. Well, I'll make sure to check out Pine Leaf's video. Okay, so I'm gonna, but first I was gonna say goodbye to the Zoom people. So goodbye, Zoom people, or goodbye to the Zoom interface, and we'll see you guys over in Twitch and YouTube, etc., and other places. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my goodness, there's like space and stuff on my second screen all of a sudden. Woohoo! All right. Okay, so see you in like 8 minutes, and we'll be right back. All right. Not to like freak people out by being punctual or anything, but here it is. It's 9:30 and we're ready to go. Okay, I'm not hearing game sounds. So I just want to double check and make sure I don't have an audio setting wrong. Just in case. Okay, no. Maybe I'm just not in a good audio place. Hang on. Nope. With Guardians, I can always test the sound. Not hearing it. Yeah, not hearing it. Yeah, not really much idea. Do you guys hear it? Did you guys hear the? You got the sound. Okay. Well, at least one of us is hearing it. Let me see. It's possible. That I have thoroughly confused. It is the opposite of last time. You're right. Okay. Weird. Oh, that's awful sad. On account of the music in Mordor is awesome. If you guys are hearing it, I don't want to blast it. Because I'm just not getting it at all. Well, it pretty much is what it is, I think. Not sure I can fix that. Okay. Well, all right. If you guys can hear the awesome music, then I'll be happy that you can hear the awesome music. But what I am going to do is I'm going to turn off the voiceover, because if I can't hear the voiceover and you guys can, then like they're going to be talking and I'm not going to know they're talking, and I'm going to be talking over them, and there's just going to be like confusion, chaos. Okay. All right. So here's Wigand. Oh, look at the Mordor map here. All right. What do we do? Last time we went down to Rothkale and we did Durthang. We did the whole, pretty much, the whole Udun thing. We did a lot in Udun as he was leveling up, and he's still tragically under level because things zipped up to really high level very quickly as he moved forward. But we went down to the Eisenmouth. We went into Lingrease and ran past a whole lot of spiders, kited spiders for quite some time. And then we went to, well, not all the way to the Morgul Vale, truly, but we went to the Tower of Kirithungol, which was a lot of fun. And then we went down and we did some exploring down here in Talath Urui and ran really fast through lots of mobs who were determined to do us harm. Oh, we did go up to Dora Marth as well, and we saw the hole where Barad-dûr used to be, at least from a distance. Yeah. And so we were just getting to here, right? This is here. Yes, we were just here in Agarnaith. Yes, Agarnaith. This region over here, which is the final and like most hideously dangerous region that we were being sent to. So that's where we were. But before that, so I've been confidently informed that there's a really cool session play that I'm going to want to do in Lingris, right? So y'all can help me with this and make sure I don't miss it, because I'm having a bad run missing session plays lately. So I already had a scarring experience yesterday in my Grifflet stream. So let's not repeat that experience. I can't check my loot. I know, Kendall, right? Exactly. I'm going to be like paranoid about that from now on. For those of you who didn't see it, in my Grifflet stream, I was trying to do the attacking the Hornburg session play after the Battle of Helm's Deep. And I can't do it apparently because it has to be triggered by a letter that drops in your loot box, and it must have timed out when I was in the middle of streaming, when I'm not normally checking my loot during streaming, and just couldn't do it. I didn't get a chance, Druid's Fire, to put a ticket in yet to ask them, could you please resend that letter? I didn't yet, but I'm hoping to do that sometime soon. I was, kind of focused on getting ready for today. Okay, so anyhow, so like I said, I was told that there was another really cool quest line that I needed to do here. And so let's do that first because it's going to be lower level than Agarknife. So let's start with that. So I need to do, where do I go? The Legolas quest line. Okay. Legolas quest line. So I need to go down. Where's the dude? Okay. Here's the stable master. That's the dude in question. Okay. So I'm going down to, where am I going? Dingarth? Is that where I'm going? Why not? Doromarth, in that region, right? Okay. Here we are at the ruins of Dingarth. All right, with all the ferocious wild animals. Okay, so here's Legolas, but this is not the Legolas I'm looking for, apparently, right? Oh yeah. So what is this? This is quest level 114. Yeah, fully 5 levels above me. No problem. Ingold, right? Looking for another wall to build. Okay. So where do I need to go? Where's Legolas? I love it when Kiriana I feel like I'm talking to Lassie. Okay. No, are you just hiding? Are you trying to tell me to talk to this stable master? No, I don't think so, right? I think we need to mount up. Okay. Road west, says Hoggrow. All right, road west. Let's go. Oh, we need a horse. Okay, there we go. Trying to go off, riding off without the horse was less than perfectly successful. So I'm gonna take the western road because we saw Legolas over there. When last I saw Legolas. I mean, not counting the time just now when he was standing in that camp and I was just standing next to him. But I mean, after that, except before that, it was time is an illusion. Lunchtime doubly so. So I know. And don't I have to... This is the way west, isn't it? Okay, no, that's east. Right, I understand. So... my other west, up into Lingries. Got it. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. I do fine with my right and left, but my east and west, that sometimes, eludes me. Okay, fine. Wayward. I'll blame my horse. Come, Wayward. Right. Where it says to Lingries. Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, I had a big familiarity with the fact that Lingries was where we were headed. Okay. No problem. We will head to Lingries, which is totally the other way. And there's one of those funny looking little newts. No, he's not a newt. A newt. No, he's a salamander, right? So whatever he was. Okay, here we are. West. The correct west now. See, it's hard when you're in Mordor, right? Because east normally means towards Mordor. When you're in the middle of Mordor, how do you tell he's from west? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, this is the west. Oh dear. Just ran into some problems with the hill. Okay. And now we're looking for Legolas. So we're heading west and there's a gate, which... Who built the gate here? Yeah, no, seriously, who built it? Gondor. Yeah, and you can see by the trim right there, Gondorian wall. Yeah, okay. Okay, just wondering. Okay, and I've got giant spiders about to assault me indecently. Okay, now that I'm in Lingerus, where am I going? Okay, so here I go. How would a spider assault me decently? I really don't know. I mean, okay, should be at the crossroads. Which cross? So there's this crossroads at which I see no Legolas. So, oh, carry on. This is actually not the real crossroads. This is a mere side road, and I don't think I did go on this far. So, okay, do I have a quest for Legolas? I'm not sure that I do. I don't know where I would have picked it up. Whoa, that was nasty. Did that crawler just like commit suicide as I ran by? But it was like aggressively committing suicide. Like it was, that crawler committed suicide with malice aforethought, right? I mean, that's pretty good. Okay, those large spiders are just disturbing. Even more so when they spit at you from a distance. That is just vexing. Get over here and fight me properly, would you please? Hey. Uh-oh, see now, like, my guardian dignity is being wounded. There we go. I'm gonna shout all these little spiderlings to death. Woohoo! Okay, now I'm remembering how to do guardian things. How many of them are still alive? It's hard to tell the difference between the living ones and the corpses. Oh, there they are. Okay, they're still alive. Okay. There we go. Oh, man, and then another one just spawned right in the middle of the road. How close am I to those crossroads? No, I'm at the crossroads. Where's Legolas? Is he in webs or something? Or is this not the crossroads I was looking? And where is this? The other, oh no, there's the path. Okay, I see the southern path right there. That southern path looks smaller than the other southern path, which was just a small, wait, there's a corpse in the road. That's not Legolas, is it? No, it's an orc. Oh, yeah. An orc with the Udun shield there. Okay. Ooh, see, look, from here you can see a little bit more closely how they add the creepy spiky bits, right? So you can see clearly underneath there the Gondorian understructure, and then we've added those black spiky bits. Yeah. The black spiky bits are more intricately textured than I would have given them credit for, right? Like from a distance, they just look like charred black, you know what I mean? But it's quite intricately patterned, actually, all the way up. Huh. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. Okay, okay. I need to talk to Ingold first. Do I? Okay. A quest ring would be handy. That's okay. So you know what I'm going to do, Hoggrow? I'm going to ride east from here. Because I'm pretty sure that's how I get back to Ingold. Okay. No problem. So here's what I'm wondering now. Here's what, try south. Nah. Okay. So here's an idea I'm trying out. What if the big horned spiky black things that are all over the tops of the battlements here, what if they're original? What if those are Gondorian things? See, the detail work is making me question it now. I had assumed that those were later add-ons to make it look creepy, right? And the idea that it might have been deliberately looking creepy is still in play, of course, but what if the Gondorians did, because the Gondorians, Numenorians do have this sort of liking for like the big spiky things on top of their towers, right? I mean, it is known. Look at Illuminus, for crying out loud, right? All right, let's see what the former wall builder has to say. As we have fought together on the Pelennor, I well know you can protect yourself. Still, the plains of Gorgoroth are filled with fires and crevasses caused by the eruption of Mount Doom. Is this the one? Is this what I'm supposed to talk to him about? Our first scouting party has returned, and they bring a captive, a black Numenorian servant. No, this is not the one. This is not the one. This is a reluctant captive. Yeah. Okay. No, we don't want this one. It's hard because I don't even know, like, you guys are being really, really cautious. I mean, appropriately, but kindly, I would add. Not only generously, but kindly, because you're not wanting to spoil what's going to happen ultimately if I proceed down this quest line that I'm trying to find. But it's I'm kind of like guessing in the dark here. It's like a riddles in the dark sort of situation where, like, you guys won't even say what the name of the quest is because it might give something away. So yeah, this is the door Amarth chain. That seems likely, right? Yeah, ultimately we're going to Lingris. That I do know. But I don't know if something was going to vector us. So this is the right one. Okay. Fine. Let's do it. So where was I? Dangerous place. Gorgoroth. Fires and crevasses. Eruption. Scouting party. Our first scouting party, Ingold is communicating in semaphore. Our first scouting party has just returned, and with them they bring a captive. The man they have captured is a black Numenorian servant. He refuses to speak with us. We must either persuade him of our cause or somehow convince him to talk. I was hoping that you would try speaking to the man. See if you can find out what he knows and whom he serves. Okay. All right. It's fine. You know what, Rosie? If I end up doing a little bit of a quest line here, more XP. Ooh, concerning which, hang on. Which is the, okay. Yeah. Let's beef that XP. Good, good. Okay. And it's 100% VIP XP weekend. Oh man. Right? There we are. Okay, so I got that. And 100% experience gain. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's gorgeous. And it'll stack. That is sweet. Okay. What a great time for Wigan to gain some levels. And then maybe he will not be a complete embarrassment when I get back to Agronath. All right. So let's go speak to the dude. Black Numenorian servant. Where'd he go? Oh, he's over there, tied to the wall. Tied to the wall. Hey there. You're like not going to attack me. It's like, nice. Did they put his eyes out? Well, there's your problem right there. He looks like he's been blinded on purpose. Like he's been slashed across the eyes. I don't know, I think I might have divested him of some of this armor before I tied him up. Look, he's chained. Top and bottom, look at that. Okay. Not messing around with you, dude. But I can't see why you're unhappy and unwilling to talk. I mean, they've chained you hand and foot to the wall. That's a good start. Ingold, you're doing it wrong. Okay. You question the captive. The man seems to have no interest in anything you tell him or anything you ask. Really? You're not interested in, like, me trying to talk some sense into your captors? Be like, if you want cooperation, maybe you should consider. Oh wait, I'm not supposed to do so. I'm supposed to intimidate him. Okay. All right, look out, man. I'm gonna be intimidating. Yeah. Oh, he flinched. I saw that, man. That was a tell. You're really afraid of me. Uh-oh. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Okay, that didn't work. But he's starting to break. I gotta intimidate him again. Oh, I'd look worried too, somebody posturing in front of me like that. You're right, it does work for goats. I'll try shouting at him. Why not? If I speak to thee, Dulgabeth shall have me killed. The black word is not one to be reckoned with. Is the black word the one who is like a flame of fire these days? Is that no? Or is Dulgabeth is the mouth of Sauron, right? What was the name of the woman who turned into fire? What's she called? I'm forgetting. It was like a week and a half ago, man. Urudani, right? Urudani Stone Maiden. Thank you. Okay, so there's Urudani, and there's Lomazar, and then there's the other dude up at Durthang. I remember. Okay, my name is Lomazar. I was once a faithful servant to Dulgabeth. I have made more than one mistake, and as punishment was struck blind. See, I knew it. To escape further torment, I severed my bonds, only to be captured again and brought here. Perchance will you spare me torment inside the walls of Mordor in the exchange of knowledge? Yeah. Let me tell you a secret. I was going to vote to spare you torment inside the walls of Mordor anyway. That was actually going to be plan A for initiating the exchange of knowledge. So, right, Ugrukor, Urudani, Dulgabeth. Thank you, Kendall. Those were the three names I was scaring folks with outside the gate. See, I remember. Okay, yeah, let's move along with the sparing of you torment. I say again, you must give your promise to send me away from these lands. Okay, I can't blame you. These lands are pretty nasty. Even rotting in a dungeon until the end of days would be better than endless pain and torture at the hand of the Black Word. Fair enough. You give your word that Lomazar will be treated fairly as a prisoner. Good. Now listen closely, as I have not the strength nor will to repeat what I am about to say. I do not know why only the most important and awe-inspiring bits fell to earth, while much of the city remains. Wait, only the most important and awe-inspiring bits fell to earth. Okay, Dulgabeth, the Black Word, known to you as the Mouth of Sauron, has claimed what still stands of Barad-dûr. He has many followers, myself once included. Now Dulgabeth seeks to rule all of Mordor and take Sauron's place by use of powerful relics buried within the tower's walls. None will oppose him. His faithful servants are not to be trifled with either. Glúrugoth, ooh, that's a fun one to say, Glúrugoth. The Whole Warden. Okay, that's a disappointing title, though, right? I mean, if your name is Glúrugoth, and they're like, and I name you Whole Warden, you've got to be ticked, right? I mean, am I wrong? Like, you got to be really mad about that, because that is a lame title for somebody with a name that intimidating sounding. Sapakar, the Cleaver. Cleaver is admittedly better than a Whole Warden, but then Glúrugoth is cooler than Sapakar, so I guess they average out. Krasa Fursa, Bringer of Tears. The clear winner! Krasa Fursa, Bringer of Tears. See, that well-balanced name and title? Yeah, okay. These are all names that strike fear upon mention. Sure. And I have 3 more names to remember. Okay. Do you now possess the knowledge you seek? Given that I've already forgotten what knowledge I was supposed to get. I was just supposed to get anything you knew, I think. So, sure. Okay. I'm supposed to search rubble for lesser artifacts. Ooh, the rubble of Barad-dûr? That sounds like fun. Oh, and then I've got 3 other things to complete? Well, but I don't actually have to do that, you're saying? Oh, hang on, he's got more. Look at all this. Okay. Well, Hang on a second. So what you're telling me is, oh no, Ingold is not spawning anything here. Oh, nice. I do have to do all those, huh? Okay. Okay, that's cool. Okay. Very good. Excellent. Let's do it, Lomazar. I'm into it. So I got the... Do I have it? No, I don't have it yet. Search for Sapakar. I would be wary in tracking Sapakar the Cleaver. The mighty Olug Hai might be easily outsmarted, though he makes up for it in brute force. That's okay. When it comes to brute force, he'll find his match. If you seek allies of Dulgabeth, look first to the enemy of Sauron. Huh. Many years ago, a beast by the name of Narkra crossed Sauron. He was locked away in the dungeons of Barad-dûr for his crimes. The dungeons can still be found. Okay. There are troubling rumors that Dulgabeth has spoken with Narkra. Find the beast and kill it at once. Okay. Enter Barad-dûr and kill Narkra. Okay. It's Narkra with an R. Okay. Hey, no problem. Like I said, I got a little time and I need to gain levels anyway. Okay. Besides, I'm like sifting through the rubble of Barad-dûr. What's not to like, right? Okay. You wish to seek more knowledge about Krasafursa, the bringer of tears. I cannot help you. Oh, man. Well, I have seen the Wraith before. Ooh, she's a Wraith? She's a mystery, and she's a she. All these female villains here. She follows her own will and serves Dulgabeth with devotion, but it is her own secretive ways. What? She's following her own secretive ways, but she serves Dulgabeth with devotion? Okay, so I'm supposed to find an orc who might know what the heck is going on. Okay. Okay. And then you describe Sapakar as best you can. Yeah, big dude, cleaver. Men under my command have reported a large creature similar in description to this Sapakar. The monster was last seen near Barad-dûr. Well, no, that doesn't help much. I mean, that was obvious. But okay. And I'm supposed to look around for Sapakar. I'm supposed to enter Barad-dûr to find Narkra. And I'm supposed to find an orc who knows something. And I'm supposed to sift for rubble. What about the Wrath of Glurugoth? Doesn't anybody care about the Wrath of Glurugoth? Where do I pick that one up? Huh. Okay. All right. Well, from here I'm going to go east now. Not west, mind, because I know the difference. When I'm heading east, I can tell it. So first I'm going to head south. Then I'm going to bang an east there. We'll head towards Barad-dûr. So here Mordor is still to the east in a sense, right? Even though I'm inside Mordor. Okay. All right. So yeah, so look from here at the distance. So yeah. Look right now. Look at those silhouettes of those tower tops, right? Notice the spiky bits. Look how from this angle, it's kind of given an Enuminous vibe, isn't it? Don't you think? Right? So at first it looked like they were some kind of crude, like let's put charred black spikes and then we'll have officially turned this, charming, dignified looking Gondorian ruin into something evil, right? But now I'm wondering, having looked at them more closely, the decorative patterns on those spiky bits really kind of looked like Gondorian work, honestly. So, or at least similar to it. No, I think it's just that the Mordor work is more complicated than I think, because this spiky bit right here, these, I don't even know that this thing was ever. No, that was Gondor. What did the Gondorians build, like a public baths here? Nasty. I mean, like, it must have always been nasty, mustn't it? You'd think. Okay, so next stop, an orc who knows something or other. Okay. Little fell beast statues going on either side. Okay. Seeming to mark a boundary. Kind of like watcher statues. All right. Yeah, see, there's your classic Gondorian stone right there. Oh, hang on. Gotta dismount here because apparently there's an orc who might know something. Well, I guess there are two orcs who might know something. Right? No, there's an orc who might know something, and a bat who almost certainly knows nothing. But that's okay. Okay, no problem. And these guys, these guys are under level to me. Holy cow. Oh, we've stopped, have we? How would I know what that wraith seeks? Well, I don't know. The other guy just implied you might. No? Oh, so you didn't count? Are you on fire? Excuse me. Mr. Orca... Oops. He's gone. And all that's left is floating ash, so maybe that answers my "are you on fire" question. Okay. Okay. Over this little crest of rock with... No, that's a goat. Does the goat know anything? No. The goat, that is an uninformed goat, it turns out. So... So I'm finding orcs, hoping that they'll drop something, but instead... Oh. Stout axes met an unfortunate fate? Wait, there's something scattered in a... Oh, is that like one of the... Is this like the cleft that Sam threw his pans down? Oh, man. That is so sad. Anyway, I was going to say, instead of like killing them and hoping that they drop an object, I've got to basically kill them and hope they'll drop knowledge, right? That's the thing? No. Another likely underinformed bat. Worm. Come on, man. Seriously? I'm just looking for orcs. Oh, wait, there's one. Hiding behind the worm. That's fine. Okay. There we go. Let's see how we do here. Well, already? Okay, no problem. I gotta kill these worms now. So you cower. He totally is on fire. That can't be healthy. This isn't even like one of those fire orcs. This is, oh no! I lost him! You worms! Now I've got to find another informed orc. That's okay, I probably didn't know it. Hey, look, there's one! Hey, he respawned. Maybe he received some additional information and then respawned. If he were truly thoughtful, that's what he would have done. Okay, now. You saw the wraith. She went towards the north. Okay, see, there you go. He fetched some information. Okay, look around for signs of Krasa Fursa at her last known location. I'm doing a lot of looking around here. Okay, so, right. Oh, the blue ones are the stout axe things, which I'm not doing because I said I wouldn't. I'm not even tempted, truly. Not even a little. Okay, treasures forgotten. Which one is treasures forgotten? Oh, that's Krasa Forza. Okay. So she went north. So having found an orc who could tell me that she headed north from here, I then must head due east in order to find her. Does that seem right to you? Okay. All right. No problem. Okay. I think what I'm getting here is not, in fact, Krasa Forza herself, but the spot where I'm meant to look around. Oh man, there's a big old, whatever it is, Sulak standing right on the spot. Hope you don't mind. You look like a gentle fellow. This must be the location of the orc last saw. Right, so she must have gotten eaten by this thing. So let's look around. I do not see the wraith, but I notice an enormous beast standing immediately next to me. No, wait, what did I notice? Some uruks to the southeast. Okay. And then the beast wanders away, bored, apparently. Yeah, I thought for a second, too, she might have gotten turned into the rhino cow, Kendrell. Kendall, okay, wait. No, those are just not uruks. Wait, there's one. Oh no, I have to find another informed orc. Okay. Oh, hey, the game sounds came on. Okay. Okay. Looks like she's still looking for something, you filth. Did that count as information? That she's looking for something and that I am filth? No. No, that did not qualify. Okay, the Sulak is, as is traditional, and might have been guessed, uninformed. How about the salamander? No. Which is said to be, rather generously, I think, said to be of dragon kind. Okay, there's another goat, which presumably knows nothing. No, that's a worm. No, I'm getting cold. So... Sorry, I got a mosquito buzzing around my face. Oh, you came back. I guess I can try you again. Are there no other uruks around here? I thought I saw uruks plural. No? I guess I'll go up the slope. Okay. You and your bat friend too. Okay. Bat, be good. I'm going to talk to this guy. I can't? Fine. Bat, would you please knock it off? What is wrong with you? Oh, and the stupid bat. Man, those orcs are such wimps that they not only do I knock them down, but they vanish before I can kill the bat. Okay. Gar, she went up to the hills, the ones with the towers. No one goes there. Which towers? Oh. Up near the time traveling device. Great. Okay. Well, that'll be fun. And, ooh, I get to look for crumbled bits of Barad-dûr. Cool. Okay. So, I can't wait to see crumbled bits of Barad-dûr because the architectural evidence should be fascinating, right? Because it was pretty tall and it fell in this general direction or something. I'm still a ways off. I think I gotta head north across the plain here. Yeah, you're right, Drought Snake. No one goes there is game speak for that is your next destination. Hang on. Is that a piece? No, I thought that was a piece of tower. But it's just a rock. What's that guy? Oh, it's just a skarn deposit. Am I getting there? Yeah, getting there. Okay, so... Trying to figure out what is... Oh! No. I'm looking for rubble. What, am I actually... Okay. Let's see if I can get up out of this slag heap that I'm in now. It's okay, I can go up this hill, clearly. Okay, so we've got this structure up here, but I don't think the structure is quite what I'm looking for. Huh. Building over here is, again, Gondorian, I want to say. All right, I guess I'll just go along here until I find something that looks like rubble. I mean, all of it, to be honest, looks like rubble. But I'm not seeing any actionable rubble. There was rubble up the stairs? Why was there rubble upstairs? Did the rubble only fall in that plaza up there? Why shouldn't there be rubble all over this place? Huh. Okay. All right. I'll look up here and see, I guess, if there's rubble. There's ghosts. Well, I guess this is kind of the direction for Wraith Lady anyway. Oh, come on. Come over here. Don't throw whatever you're throwing at me from that distance. I don't want any. Okay. Yeah. Pretty weird. Okay. So I just got to re-kill these dead guys. And now I get Whispers of Arid Lewin. Okay, their numbers disturb me. The fact that they're like floating spirits doesn't concern me, but... Oh, I'm supposed to defeat Grims too? Defeat Shadow Grims, Fell Spirits, and Wraiths. Okay. Alright, so I guess I do have a quest for you actually. Might as well. Free XP. Well... free, technically not free actually, but okay. Well, those shadowy roots are pretty far away. I guess they're not technically roots. What are they, like tendrils of darkness? Whoa, I just got all of the did each one of his tendrils count as a separate Grim? That was awesome. Oh, I just got a 4-in-1. That means I don't have to kill that dude. Well, I might have to get by him, though. Who's attacking me? Oh, Mr. Whoa! That's a relatively impressive looking AoE effect. Look, if you want to fight me, you're going to have to come around the corner up here. I am not coming into the middle of your AoE effect. You can think again. Okay, thank you. I can meet you halfway, right? We can agree to compromise, be reasonable about this. Okay, thank you, Fell Spirit. Oh, no, was wanting not that Grim because I just killed a bunch of them. Okay, but I think, yeah, I am headed, definitely headed the right way towards the forgotten treasures of What's-Her-Face. Krasa Fursa. Darn it. Grim was supposed to wait there for just a little bit longer. Maybe it won't chase me that far. Whoa. Oh, that is rude. What are you even doing? Where did I go? I vanished into a black hole. Like there's seriously a wormhole there. Okay. That was disturbing. Okay, I want to at least get a couple Fell Spirits with me. We can do this like civilized people. Oh, enough with the lightning thing. Okay, fine. There we are. How about that? Right? Okay. These guys are doing some damage. Oh, I got 2 Shadow Grims on me now? Oh, this is a party right here. Okay, well, look, it's another Grim. What is that, like the fourth? I've already killed scads of those. Hey. Okay. Well. Oh, that and still 5 more fell spirits. And I haven't even found a single wraith, apparently. I'm not getting close to that. Yeah, I thought I was. Ooh. Do you think she lives in there? Seems likely. That or she's hiding in these bushes. No, I don't see any Wraith Queen in the bushes. But there's one fell spirit. Here, come over here. Will you come over here? There was where did he go? There was another dude. Fine. Okay. The rubble checking? Where was there rubble? I mean, the correct rubble. I still didn't see it. What am I looking for? I didn't see any glowy, interactable rubble. I know glowing piles of rocks is more or less vaguely what I was looking for, but that's just what I saw none of. Though arguably I've been focusing on dodging Grims wholly unsuccessfully, I would add. Okay, well that was 5. So were there some against the walls in the north side? North is over here. Ooh, there it is. Okay. It's a little bigger than I thought. Okay. Ooh, wraiths. Do you count as a wraith? Yes, you do. Okay. Oh, I'm getting them both. All right. Here we go. What could go wrong? I hate fighting on the stairs because I can't see when I'm supposed to disrupt them. Not that I'm very good at that at the best of times, but... Okay. These are not... I mean, for Kargul, they're not all that red. I mean, they've got the red highlights, you know, but they're really more of a gray ghoul. Like a myth ghoul then, right? Something like that. Okay, well, I got a twofer on the whites, but more importantly, look at that. You're kidding me, right? That's the kind of detail work that Barad-dûr had on it? This is a chunk of Barad-dûr. That's what I'm gathering. That's a chunk of Barad-dûr. First of all, it's not even black. Kendall, maybe they are the Nazgul's hand-me-down robes. That would make a lot of sense. Look, if I just say I don't want to fight Grims, does that just destine me to fight every single Shadow Grim in these entire mountains? That's more or less how this works, right? Well, unfortunately, Kiriana just vanished down a black hole. So that's awkward. Oh, no, there she is. Okay. Anyway, I was just searching, collecting, excuse me. Nothing. Nothing was just what I was collecting. So this means that the Wraith Lady is probably up here where the other Wraiths are. Okay. Yeah, see, look at this. It's like overlapping black. But see, look at the underside there, the inside. It's linked rings. It's linked rings. Does that suggest that's a dwarvish design? Huh. Really interesting. Of course, I want to put rings in his architecture. Well, fine. But not that many. It's a watching stone. As I approach the stone statue, a fog quickly falls off the arid Lithuania and surrounds you. Your eye loses sight in the thick clouds, and you begin to sense emotions. I'm getting feelings. They must be coming from the ominous carven stone before you. The stone is helpless, blind, and bound. Well, that sounds like a good thing. In the midst, you see a rune mist, surrounded by anger. An angry rune. The stone is trapped. In what? The stone? The mist suddenly disappears, and the stone is silent once more. You wonder if you should try to free the spirit from its bonds. I'm going with no. I'm going with no. Seems to me like a bad idea. But I'm also thinking I've got to do that in order to get past here. If you look at it sideways, it looks like an Eye of Sauron. But with a horizontal slit? No idea. I just leave him here. Okay, but I thought the Wraith Lady was up here. No? Next set of stairs? Okay, fine. Hey, look, there's a Grim I want to not fight, so he's destined to hunt me down. What's that? Hey, it's an ancient rune fragment. What do you know? Oh, it's one of the things that I'm supposed to not find. Of course, I only find the things I want to not find. I still need a couple of those, don't I? Oh, it's like the same dude. Okay. The Wraith Lady is east. You're just trolling me now. I will not fall for your tricks. Okay. East is good. All right. Well, that's where do I go up these stairs? You think? If only these guys would cluster a little bit, it would be a little bit easier. It's okay. I can wait. You do your thing. Okay. Don't worry. I've got plenty of time, Mr. Fell Spirit. Do I have enough of those yet? Yes. I only need 2 more wraiths. Okay, so I got this other set of stairs. Oh, look! 2 more wraiths! That's great. Come here, guys. All right. Fantastic. Cargool's doing something or other. Okay. Oh, and a Fell Spirit. Okay. Well, that's great. That helps a lot. It really does. Excuse me, whom am I targeting? Nobody useful, that's for sure. Okay. And thank you, Mr. Cargill. Hey, I defeated many shadowy things. Whoa, did you see that? I just gained like a fifth of a level. Okay. All right, so I don't need to do the watcher thing. I don't need to fight any more ghosts, but it looks like I'm going to have to. Looks like Wraith Lady is in vaguely this direction. Okay. Going west. Is that her? There she is. I gotta chase you back down the stairs. I was just looking at your boss lady, who's got a really nice set of robes. Okay. Now, anyway, back to the snappy robes of Crasafursa, bringer of tears. That, like, teal green. That is some advanced Wraith fashion right there. Do I just fight you? I guess so. Okay. Okay. The gold trim, it's not in the best of shape, you know, but it's pretty nice. Will she have something on her back? Hang on, Crasafursa. Oh yeah, you got a cape going on there. That's nice. But like a cape on top of the robe, it seems a little extra, you know? I mean, it's a lot of fabric you're wearing right there. I mean, I understand that you need to give shape to your nothingness, and I'm too polite to comment on the, you know what I mean? Like the buttock question. But, look at that. I mean, that is a lot of fabric. While Crasafursa is withering from her defeat, you conclude that neither of you have found what you seek. It's like it wasn't good for the Wraith, it wasn't good for me either. Okay. Your only solace is in the defeat of this adversary. Okay, why I was looking for her, I found her. Where's the problem? I don't understand. Oops. Seems to me okay, while Crasafursa, we already took care of that, didn't we? Okay. Great. All right, so new theory. Oh, great, the Cargolls have respawned. So I need to do, hang on a second, let's get one thing clear. Two things clear. I'm removing that, and I'm removing this. So I still have to look around for Sapakar at his last known location. Oh, oops, and I'm missing the whole... hang on. Where are we going? We're in Dora Marth. Thank you. No, that's the one I just. This is the one. Yeah, the rubble. The rubble. And Narcraw. I need Narcraw. Okay. Right. Okay, those are the ones I want right there. Okay, and those are technically in the area. I just need to head south. Okay. Hi guys, you guys are kind of tedious and I'm done with you. I'm over it. I really am. Where's the way out? There was like a set of stairs or something. No, I just ran along this way. Wow, look at you draining me. That's kind of like impressive actually. Whew. I don't even know what was going on there, but I don't want any part of it. Okay. So I just, excuse me. Yeah, pardon me. Oh, you would. Don't you think that just because you can make a black hole open under my feet, I'm going to stand there and... Okay. Meanwhile, no, that's a rune I don't want. And that's a grim I really don't want. Yep, come on. Enough with the black holes. It's a little bit impressive and stuff, but I got... Okay. Yeah. No. Really. It's... Oh. There's some rubble over here. Just in case I need to, like... This is like... There it is. It's right there. Hey, I found a dusty artifact! Woohoo! Hi there, Fell Spirit crowd. How are we doing today? Oh, that's... Yeah, don't do that. Hey! Oh, and a Carghoul too? Great, all I need is a Shadow Grim now to come join. Fine. Okay. Kendall, I am having that experience all over the place. Like when you're minding your own business and suddenly the undead open a black hole at your feet. I know. It's not just inconvenient, it's frankly rude. Okay. Oh. That is it. That is it. I'm out of here. Okay. I'm not sticking around to fight the shadowy tendrils of one more Grim. I found the rubble. I'm out. Okay, back in the land of giant rhinoceros cows. That is more like it. Whoa! Like phantasmal spiders phasing into place. Don't care, Mr. Shadowgrim. You're going to give up eventually. Because I know you're not going to follow me all the way to Barad-dûr from here. I'm probably going to have to find every single piece of rubble to search for dusty artifacts, aren't I? I wonder what dusty artifacts I'm finding exactly. Oh, but anyway, I have a theory. So I have a theory. I don't think I said my theory. I have a theory. Nice. Esto, I like that. Esto Aragorn says, like folk that knocking at a cottage door to beg for drink of water have been answered by a foul, undead, fell spirit opening a black hole at your feet. Exactly. Just like that. Okay, yeah, so this stuff. Here's the black spiky stuff, right? So here's my theory. It is Mordor make, imposed upon the Gondorian ruins in order to make them look evil, but, it is stout axe work. This is what they've made the stout axes do. So they have held the stout axe people in slavery in order to complete the insidious overhaul of the Gondorian architecture. That is precisely the task that the stout axes, have been put to. That's why it's the interlocked rings, right? Because I know rings, it seems like a Sauron thing, right? Except I doubt it. Not like that. He's going to make a whole plethora of rings. Okay, where's the rubble? I was told, my map tells me there's rubble here, and all I'm finding is rhino, cows, and a goat. Hello? Rubble? No? What, behind the goat? Okay. Oh, you would, goat. Just aggro onto me like I've got nothing better to do. Okay, good. Oh, it's a Gorgoroth Skarn. That's just not it. Well, that goat gave up easily. It's this way? Well, that rubble will fall in unaccountable places. I think the map is just wrong. There's no rubble around here. Now that I know what the rubble looks like. I see no rubble meeting that description. With the spikes? Which spikes? Back to those spikes I was looking at? No. Can't be that far back, can it? Are you saying that those spikes are part of Barad-dûr? Oh, yeah. There it is. Sure enough. Okay, so the giant, huge, fallen girder sticking in the middle of nowhere next time will be a tip-off. Perhaps. I mean, look at that work. I mean, the detail work in that panel. Does this say Evil Overlord's Castle to you? Stout axes. I'm blaming the stout axes. When your slave laborers are dwarves, they're going to make you a nice place. Even when you're like, no, I'm thinking Tower of Evil. Tower of Evil, people. And the dwarves are like, but pretty Tower of Evil. Okay. We're doing great. Wigand, you're making wonderful progress through Mordor. This is excellent. I felt really rushed going through these places before. Didn't really get to take a good look at Barad-dûr. I am seeing, spiky business over here on the left. Probable rubble detected. Suspected rubble site. Oh my goodness. Look at that. It's like the mother rubble lode. An embarrassment of rubble riches. Chock full o' dusty artifacts. Oh. An orcish tent. Starts the quest. An orcish tent. Hang on, let me sift through the rubble. Okay. So, Estelle, maybe Sauron coveted light and beauty for himself like Morgoth. Maybe he wanted nice things. It's possible. It's possible. Catriana's thinking the same thing. Okay, maybe I'm just... Hey, who are you guys? Well, you're in an orcish tent, which I think I'm going to set fire behind you. No. What did I do? Nothing, apparently. After the collapse of Barad-dûr, a torrent of debris has scattered all over eastern Doromarth. I know, I've been cleaning it up. Those who survived the Mordor host have built camps among the ruins. Destroy their encampments before the orc numbers begin to organize. Hey, destroyed your tent. Wasn't that embarrassing? There you are, right there. Okay. All right. Well, I guess I can... excuse me, I have to jump over your invisible tent that I destroyed. We're both of us really put in a fix by this uncomfortable situation, aren't we? Okay, now whichever of you is the first one to die, tell me so that I can get your quest before I accidentally kill the other one. Because I don't have to kill an extra one, and it'll be awkward. Okay, there it is. Hang on. Stop. Don't kill him. Don't kill him. Oh no, I'm out of quests. Hang on. Don't kill him. I've got so many. Yeah, so let's, yeah, cancel that. Yeah, cancel that. Take this quest. Oh, hang on. I've got to X out of it and come back. Is that orc still doing okay? That's good. That's good. Whew. Boy, that was touch and go. Oh, man. Whew. I better take care of that little problem. Okay, so what is... I still have Shire quests? Oh, it's the free range quest. I got to hold on to that one for old time's sake. Pelennor after the battle. Okay, well, Grifflet will take care of those. Yeah. That one's, what, completed? Huh. Okay. Who else do we have here? Western Gondor, Dol Amroth City Guard. Probably not going back for that one. Okay. Making some room here for random Mordor quests. Fishing in the Wharf? You've got to be kidding me. In Dol Amroth? Take my life into my hands like that? No way. I'm just going to go hang out in Barad-dûr instead, where people are friendly. Fishing at the wharf in Dol Amroth. What do you take me for? Sucker? Okay. Okay, so, I'm thinking about it. And no, there are no fishmongers in Mordor because even Sauron has principles. Not to mention an aesthetic, a surprisingly subtle aesthetic taste we're discovering. So, all right. Now I've got all these quests. What's the green? Hidden amongst the ruin? Which one is that? Oh, that's the orcs. Okay. And what's the camp? This is the... Oh, so I got to go this way to destroy more tents? Maybe there'll be more rubble where those were. Because that was hopeful. I doubt it, though. All right. Let's go around this boulder and look for orc tents. No. They're this way? Like straddling the fiery stream of lava? We're just got to push the tent down the hill to the... There is not any space for orc tents even of any kind in here. There are not 9 orc tents in here. What do you do? What do you take me for? Pull the other one. Can I jump over this? Probably not, right? On the scale of ill-advised to disastrous. Okay. That's fine. I didn't really want to anyway. Okay. Well, there's some more ruin up here. Which means the chances of rubble and tents are good. See, I thought the rubble and the tents might go together. Okay, first things first. Hello, orc fellows. Oh, wait, come over here. Yeah, no, come over with the archer. Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, great. Okay. How many was that? Oh, that was only 4. This is going on 5 now. Okay. And a few tents. And another tent. And there's some rubble right there too. There it is. I find nothing here. What a surprise. Except these rather striking chunks of ruin. I still think the stout axes made it. Okay. See, look, that's dwarven rings if I've ever seen them. Yeah. Yep. And with those like studs along the sides. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty nice. Even the overlapping plates of like obsidian look like sort of shields, right? Sort of scales. Yeah. I think they're dwarf work. I think I figured out what the stout axes have been up to. Is this another? Yes, it is. Another lava pit I can't jump over? Tempted though I might be to attempt it. Okay. Okay, I gotta cross this and then circle back around. They were somewhere over here, though I've somewhat lost my bearings, not gonna lie. There we are. Okay. Worm, you're welcome to follow me here. And then I can fight you with these other orcs at the same time. Oh, coward. Okay, alright, come over here, guys. Gotta stand near the archer so he doesn't make a nuisance of himself. Are you a defiler? Oh, you are. You would be. Okay. I disapprove of defilers. Okay. Oh good, I killed him in the nick of time. Okay. There we go. Now there's one tent, and I've got other tents. No, I should have another tent. I'm only up to 4 dusty artifacts? And these dusty artifacts are few and far between. Isn't there another tent? I thought I saw another tent. Yeah, there is. There it is. So did the Dark Tower blow up? Like, did it actually explode? Okay. So I think I head back up this way. I don't see any orcs, even though it says there might be some. Any over here? No, don't see any. Okay, we'll head back up to the road. These worms just do not have the staying power to be worth my time. But look at that. We're almost to level 110, so there's something. Yeah, I agree, Rosie. With as far as the bits seem to have gone, it does seem like there was probably a small boom involved, right? I'd almost have to think it. Okay, so the purple is now the more rubble, I think. Okay, and the green is the orcs, and I'm going to head back towards the camp, which is orange, and right along the road, so that's convenient. Let me actually mount up then. Okay. Right, here's that other bridge. We don't want to Rivendell the bridge. So there seems to be quite a bit of Barad-dûr still standing, really. Okay, where are we getting? Oh, getting into camp zone. This is where I started this whole affair. No, because there weren't any dragons there. Oh, there we go. Not a special... Oh. Grim. Just a fire grim. Okay. Little rubble action. I still don't know what these artifacts are. Trying to remain inconspicuous. I think that Fire Grim totally failed to aggro on me. Okay. Oh, hey, 4 orcs at once. Nice. Now come stand next to these guys. If I can stand right between them, they can both melee me. Good. Excellent. Okay. How are you guys doing there? You're almost good. I got 2 of you left. Is one of you a captain? I bet one of you is a captain. Yeah. Thought so. Okay, how many is that? Ooh. Wayward leveled up? That's fun. Still 3 more? Man. I got 2 more tents at least. Oh, they had a defiler too. Can't even target people correctly. Or do much of anything correctly, apparently. I'm hitting the wrong buttons all over the place. Okay. Anyways, that leaves me with only 2 more orcs to kill. Okay. Ooh, 3 tents. Nice. Only 2 more tents to go. That means 1 more encampment. Excellent. And it's going to be south of here. This general direction. Here we go. Excellent. Last one. Last one. Oh, there are a lot of drakes around here. I think I'm going to have to fight that one. I need 2 orcs, though. Where's the other orc? Come on. Where'd he go? Oh man, these are a nuisance. 82,000 morale? Seems like a lot. Stop setting me on fire. I mean, I know it's kind of your thing, but... That orc's already dead now, isn't he? Yeah, figures long since. Oh, there you are, you vexing person, you. Okay, oh good, I thought that Wraith was, or not Wraith, that Drake was like girding his loins to attack me. Hooray! Oh, this is gonna do it. Level 110, here we come. I've defeated orcs. Hooray! Yes! Allegiance is available. What on earth does that mean? Earn powerful rewards and experience the stories of the Kingdom of Gondor, the Court of Lothlorien, Durin's folk, and the hobbits of the company. Ooh. Ooh. Decisions. Access the new Allegiance tab in the Reputations panel to begin these new adventures. Ooh. Ooh. I need to do the first Hobbit one, Hologram? Oh, good land. Look at this. I've got like half the world's quests here. Hang on a second. I just want to get out of Drakesville here. Oh, wait. Did I destroy the tents? I did not. I can just turn my back on the last 2 tents. Kind of doing it without aggroing that orc. Spectacular. Uh-huh. I sure have. Oh, yeah. Oh, hang on. Hang on. And... go. Gotta stack that sweet, sweet XP boost. Okay. Now we are on the move. Okay. Yeah. Oh, wait. Was there more rubble? Oh, there is more rubble over there. Darn it. Hang on. Quests. Give me... You guys still got 3 minutes there? And that Drake is just sitting right on it. Maybe I can get it from over here. Yes. Okay. Good, good. Now, back to the road and the relative safety. Now, okay. What were we saying? A dreary, untidy mess. In the wake of the Battle of the Hornburg, there's a vast, startling destruction at Isengard. It is unknown what remains of Saruman's forces. You have been summoned to scout the Wizard's Vale, seek any survivors, and discover what forces brought Isengard to ruin. What? Yeah, no, I still don't want that, I guess. Dol Amroth City Guard? Oh, this is the ones I just ditched. That's why these are suddenly all appearing. Okay. Yeah. All right. Boy, color me confused. Okay. Okay, fine. Any unique, irreplaceable quests hanging out in my loot box? Just out of curiosity? Oh, my Dark Essence of Resistance. Dark essences don't sound nice. I can't really approve of dark essences. Piles of intriguing filth. Really. How intriguing can it be? And what indeed have I? But Orc and Orc Slayer. Well, yeah, okay. Sure. Let's see. What am I up to? Rubble searching still. Entering Barad-dûr and talking to Lomazar because I finished that one. Right, that was the Wraith Lady quest. More rubble. Always more rubble. Wait a second. Was there another piece of rubble in this camp? There's not, is there? What, behind the rabbit? No. Okay, I'm facing quite the wrong way. So I need to be looking... I need to go this way towards those other dragons. Okay. Well, I did want to do more of the Mordor storyline, so... Okay. Can't see a thing. Hello. Do you see any shards of Barad-dûr sticking? Yeah. Oh, no, that's the camp I just was at. No. Okay, it's not meant to be this way. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. Down the slope. Great. Okay. One there. One over here. Nice. Okay. That's good for that. Now we head back up to the road. Oh, Drowsnake says the intriguing filth starts a unique and irreplaceable Baron and Luthien session play that I've just lost forever. Yeah. Well, what else would I expect here, Drowsnake? That's not at all surprising. Okay, the only thing I need down there is just the rubble. I have enough orcs and tents already. And more than enough drakes. Seem to be able to sift rubble from quite a distance. Oh, nice. I only have one more artifact. And one drake that's now pursuing me. Well, let's just experimentally see how far he'll pursue me. If I head back down the road towards Barad-dûr, yeah, see, at first I made a mistake. I admit it. Seeing those black prongs that they use to make evil all of the Gondorian works, I was really assuming that they were just slapping something big and ugly up there. Ooh, look at that fiery smoking pit with the tower going down into it. Oh, yes. This is awesome. Look at that thing. Okay, so that was like the... I don't know if it was the top. It can't be the top because bits of it are half a mile up the road from here, but... yeah, look at that detailed work. It's really quite nice. It's really quite nice. Oh, wait, there's rubble inside Barad-dûr? Ooh. Yeah, okay, no reason to hunt it down, but I'm glad I caught this little vista. Yeah, so from a distance, it just looked like charred rock or even wood, potentially. But turns out to be just an illusion from a distance. It's quite lovely, really. Hey, this is where I met the Mouth of Sauron in that instance. I got some sentries here, which is going to start a Guards of Barad-dûr quest, okay? Well, any dudes I'm almost certainly going to have to fight anyway. Might as well start a Slayer quest for them. Hey, can we invite your friend? We can. Okay. There we go. Okay, now hang on, guys. Don't do anything rash. I did notice some foes. Yeah. Yeah, I was keenly aware of the presence of foes. Oh, these are humans. Black Numenorian chaps, yeah? Oh, okay. You're already dead. Oh, look, a page. A shadowed page. Oops. I turned the voice down. Hang on. Too late. Oh well. Now that I have sound, I can turn that back up. Yeah, I mean, look at these. You get the rings on the inside. Those are really quite detailed. Are these banners the Mouth of Sauron? Excuse me, Word of whatever he calls himself now? Hey there, guard dude, come with me. I wanted to shoot him with my bow. Can I do that? There we go. All right. 3 was a good number of these guys. Okay. How many of these guys do I need? Only 5? No, only 3 more. Not even going to make it across the bridge without finishing this quest. Okay. All right, good enough. Why do I still have my sword out? Is there another dude I didn't notice? No? Okay. What is that up above? Oh, it's a statue. Spread wings. I got it now. I was trying to resolve it. I'm like, what is that? Is it a mouth? Or no, it's the wings. Okay. Hey, I discovered Barad-dûr. Oh, those statues are nice. Big statues looking down in an unfriendly manner. Oh, and a page.
One by one, the 9 kings abased themselves before their lord and master, for they were Nazgul, ring wraiths now, and all marveled at the One Ring's might.
It's got the real fell beast decor. I wouldn't have necessarily thought that the fell beast would be chosen as like the totem animal of Mordor. I mean, you could say like, well, what better in some sense, and I can see what you mean by that, but I would have thought it was a little lowly, I mean, like it's the steed of the Nazgul, and it's not that that's not useful and even kind of impressive in its own way, but I wouldn't have thought that he would be like, oh, this noble creature shall become our symbol. I'm not saying it's wholly unimpressive, but yeah, Love the door. It's just me knocking on the gates of Lugburs here. Yeah, that's interesting, Kendall, is the fell beast to Mordor, or what horses are to Rohan in a twisted kind of way. I wonder. Okay, I entered Barad-dûr. Wasn't that what my quest was? Ooh. I'm still over level for these dudes. Black Numenorian warriors, I have no quarrel with you. Okay. I gotta enter. I'm not quite. I'm only partially entered. Am I? Okay. And oh, look at that. Statue of Nazgul with spears. Is it Sauron? With like the fanged like moon thing? Not really moon, but arcing thing. Still not entered enough, huh? Are you you're not anybody. You're just a big ugly dude. You're not the boss troll I'm looking for. You're kind of a wimp, actually. You're not even as powerful as those drakes outside. Oh. Yeah, you aggroed that we got the attention of the guards. Okay. Oh, wait, you're still around. Okay. Large scratch marks. That must be it. Follow the trail. Where's the scratch marks? Can I see them? No? Oh, you're going to do something annoying, aren't you? Yes, you did. I keep hitting the wrong button. I'm trying to stamp you, and I'm just failing. Oh, seriously. I mean, just when I thought you couldn't get more annoying. Okay. There's another page.
3 rings of the 9 yet remained, and these he bestowed upon Numenorian men, proud and tall, who had bowed before him well and faithfully since times of old.
There's scratch marks. Those are impressive. The beast has already escaped. Do I need to click on him again? Yeah. Okay, continue to press ahead. Look at that. We've got like a little starburst inside of a diamond beneath this. Huh. And then like the furled wing effect. Man. This is a really nice place. I missed some rubble. Hang on. Where was there rubble? Rubble to the east. There you go again. Was there rubble over here that I missed? Too busy looking at the... Ah. Look at that. It was my final rubble, too. Okay. Great. That's all the rubble we need. Now we're following the trail of the trail. Do you see any, I think I do see some. What's this? Okay. We're on the trail of the scratchy thing. Okay, this guy from the Order of the Eye. Is he just a warrior? He's not going to try anything funny. Okay. So the claw marks, you think it's going to be a dragon type thing? I mean, it's a semi-autonomous monster. Who are you? You're a seeker. What are you doing? Mining? I'll just leave you to your own devices there. Why is this rubble glowing? Am I not done? Didn't I get all my rubble? I'm disturbed. Huh. Okay. Yeah. I'm actively over level for Barad-dûr. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the quest seems to be completed there, Rose. Yeah, I don't know, understand. That's me confused. Okay. Hang on, I need a little more XP supply. Oh, wait. I didn't do my, well, let me just finish those first. Then I'll do my perks. I forgot to do the perks, my destiny points. Okay, oh, there are the scratches. I'm still on the right track. Okay, how about you two and this troll? Yeah, let's do that. Oh, that other dude came in too. That's fine. Just make things a little bit simpler. And someone's shooting me, which is not cool. Who's shooting me? You. A Barad-dûr Seeker, huh? I like how his helmet opening makes the eye. That's nice. Okay. Still following the trail of the scratch marks. Wait, must pause to look for unique quests. No, okay. No, apparently I'm still fine there. All right. Where did the scratches go? Am I still on the right trail? Yep, there it is. Huh. Can I? Oh, yeah. I can turn down this way. Oh, it's a cargool. Cool. Excuse me. Did you guys see a large beast with many claws? Head this way. There's a torturer and a cargool. Oh, things are getting exciting. And an archer. Which of these three is the most vexing? I can tell you immediately. Oh, and who are you? Stairs back the way I came, but is that the direction of the claw marks? Okay. Maybe it's the direction of the claw marks. I've quite lost the trail of the claw marks, to be honest. This is what happens when you fight things. Okay. Should I go up the stairs? Is this the way I came? This is the way I came, yeah? Yeah. So the claw marks came down this way. Yeah. Right, and then where? From here. The hand, right? This is just a storage area. No clawed monster worth his salt would go that way. Left? There's nothing to the left. What's left? Is there a set of stairs to the left? It's, Whoa! Yeah! Hey, look at that. It is a set of stairs. Look at the paving work. Man. Sure is fancy in here. And there are some claw marks. Good, good. And a cage. He went back into the cage. And stairs. Ooh, and the blue light. Look how it picks up the purplish color. That's really quite lovely. Okay. See, I really do think that this is dwarf work. I really do. And look, there's an imprisoned dwarf slave. Am I supposed to set him free? Oh, hey there. Torturer and another torturer. Okay. Will that stout axe be grateful, I wonder? Aiming for a layout in better layers and dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, of all of the adjectives that I expected to be applying to the interior of Barad-dûr, lovely is not one of them. I am surprised. I agree, it's possible. Like, in retrospect, it's okay, man. You don't have to cower anymore. Why don't you move away, step away from the Iron Maiden? Okay, well, you can figure it out. Oh, Glurugoth's guards. That's progress. Who are you? Another of Glurugoth's guards. Glurugoth. Yes, Goth. What do you have on your chest? Huh. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it is an eye, but it's not like it's just a different pattern than I've seen before. Plus, that scale mail was kind of fun. Okay. A brace of Cargool down that way. Oh yeah, some more of that. Really interesting. Oh, look at that. See, now you can see the pattern a little differently. I was just seeing the middle part before. Now we can see that that was just the two ends of two separate things. Wow. No, that's really nice. Oh, and a claw mark, so I'm headed in the right direction still. Can I? Oh, look. Okay. Oh, was that a torturer too? Dude, I couldn't see what was happening right there. Oops. Sorry, I'm like doing too many things at once here. Okay. Where is... Oh, the other Cargool's way over there. Well, fine. Boy, there's a lot of combat still. I would have expected this place to have emptied out a little bit when it collapsed. And there comes my other Cargool friend. Yeah, it seems it didn't entirely collapse, which means that they've like fairly well disproved Gandalf's theory about the, you know, the ring being the foundation of Barad-dûr. Not quite the foundation, if you see what I mean. Oh, I'm okay. I'm getting there, Rosie. It is a little bit tedious on a Guardian, but when I can do multiples at once, it makes it a little faster. Okay. Anyway, here we are. Scratchy claws, headed this direction. Spiky things with random... Oh, what's down here? Oh, fire. Yeah, hot floor, doubtless. Some more Iron Maidens, more rubble. I'm not finding anything. Partly because there's nothing to find, and partly for some other reason. Okay. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Okay, the party is in town. What I call this is efficiency. Maybe the more stout axe stuff survived when the more ring stout rough fell. Okay, so the stuff that the dwarves built endured, right? Gimli would like this theory. Yeah. But then the stuff that Sauron built is all, codependent on the ring and stuff, and so. All right, you guys. There, finally. Okay. Now, which way did the scratches go? Oh, this way. Can I not fight another Kargul? Is that okay? Do they go downstairs? No, it's apparently not okay that I don't fight another Kargul. Okay. How close am I to... Wow, I've been a fur piece here. Into the middle of Barad-dûr. I think this is the same floor pattern. The same tiling that we saw before. Okay. I didn't even see you there. Darn wraiths being nearly invisible in the darkness. If I ignore you, will you go away? You will. Okay. Don't think the giant monster is down in one of these barrels. Did it go downstairs? I think it did. It's doing some peculiar things. Boy, what I wouldn't do for a little stealth skill right about now. Okay. At least fight me with this troll. Okay, when I get to the end of the Quamark Trail, you would advise continuing west and doing the other quest first. Okay. Which one, I wonder? And here comes the Kargul. Okay. Oh, are you all that's left now? Okay. It'll save time. Cool. All right. Scratch marks. Bearing right. Okay. Where there's another bloody Kargul. Maybe I can kite him a ways. Oh, they seem to be coming faster here. Oop, a very old chamber, huh? Am I stuck? I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Okay. Thought I lost my link or something for a second. Okay, no, we're good. I expected the monster to be bigger. Looking at the tattered cloth. The cloth has been ripped apart. Food scraps. The moldy. Have I been backtracking it this whole time? This is what's original cage. Well, you do not notice anything out of the ordinary. The beast known as Narcraw must be very powerful. Okay. I have to think now. The next stage is thinking. Is there an emote for that? Well, yeah, I know it mentioned it had escaped, but I thought I was tracking it to where it was, not where it came from. What do I care where it came from? That won't help me find it, will it? Okay, hang on. What's going on here? Search for Sapakar. I seem to have lost. Oh, he's up above ground. Yeah. The Watcher of Eridlithui. No, I don't need him. In fact, cancel that bad boy. Okay. Okay. Oh, Sapakar's down here, is he? Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going then. So we go west. So I come out here and take a right. Oh, hang on. There we go. Oh, I found his wrath. It would seem Narcraw has indeed escaped. Yes, I've confirmed that he's not here, and perhaps escaped from Doromarth as well. At a dead end, you decide to examine your surroundings again in the hope that more information about Narcraw's destination surfaces. Okay. Hang on. We must do a more thorough analysis. Oh, look at the doors. I did forget to inspect the door. Footsteps. It's Glugroth. Glurugoth. Hi. Oh, you're an orc? Oh, it's Glurugoth the Hole Warden. I'm so sorry about your embarrassing name. But speaking of embarrassing, was your job to guard this dude? And, like, he got away? Got a nice eye belt buckle. When you put like big claws on your boots, like into the metal boots, it kind of seems like you're trying too hard, you know? But if I could, you don't mind me mentioning, Glurugoth, you've got lovely eyes. I really like that shade of green. Where is Narcraw? What, you think I'm hiding him in my pocket? You just now noticed. You just now noticed that he'd gone. Look, man, I heard about this literally on the other side of Mordor. Okay? Like, this has been known really for some time. So, like, what's more pathetic than a hole warden who fails to ward the hole? Answer, one who doesn't even know the hole has been vacated. Your ignorance of the hole which you are supposed to ward is almost complete. I'm not flirting with orcs, Elise. Well, I did say his eyes were lovely, but I can only speak the truth. I should escape while he's incapacitated. Well, his corpse disintegrated, so I'd call that incapacitated. What? No, escape Barad-dûr and defeat his guards. Okay. Where are his guards? Oh, I already met some of his guards. And it's not that Kargul. So I'm going to head west then. Here's me heading west. Oh, look, it's the guards. And a troll. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Now he's Glurugoth, the less than whole warden. Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, Kargul coming to join in the fight in Oh, did I call that or what? Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Okay. He is Kargul the Included. I hope he feels happy now. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. Do I have to wait for more guards to come? Will they take very long? Will it be before or after the Kargul regens? No, I don't have to wait? Okay. I'll just carry on. Because I did meet some more of them earlier on, so... Are they over here? No. Black Numenorian warriors. Brace of trolls. Who's in there? No. Okay. So I'll just head through the trolls. Okay. What's going on here? Hey! Knock it off. I keep forgetting that these trolls are relative wimps. It's kind of easy to forget them being so large and imposing and all. Okay, we're almost halfway to 111. Hey, Olog, come this way, because I think... Oh, lots of bones. I've come to a division in the way. Do they both go the same direction, you think? Hey, it's Glurugoth guards. I think. You're hurting my feelings. Oh no, these are just Mordor guards. Those are useless. You mean nothing to me. Okay, let's see. Okay, head west while I can. Yeah, no, I'm heading west. West and down. Black Numenorian apprentice, huh? Apprentice what? Hey guys, are there stairs? Oh, it's the abyss of Mordath. There are no stairs here. We're just staring into an abyss. What do you guys see down there? Anything? No? Okay. Oh, that's him! I thought it was just another troll dude. It's Sapakar the Cleaver. Oh, I have to look around for signs of him? Huh. Is there any evidence that he was here? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, hang on. I have him targeted, so I can't look around at him. No. It's, I have to look more carefully. No, I still don't see him. Excuse me, Black Numenorian Apprentice. Have you seen any evidence of Sapakar the Cleaver anywhere around here, because I'm searching, but I just, hang on. Excuse me, Mr. Enormous Troll. Could you move aside? I'm trying to find any evidence of Sapakar the Cleaver. I'll come in again. You're kidding me. So because this quest got deselected, there was a spot outside the tower that I was supposed to look around, and now I can't fight him. Oh, for crying out loud. No problem. It's just due west, straight all the way across Barad-dûr. No problem. Okay. Well, I know what not to do, which is stop to fight anybody anymore, because I'll just come straight to Sapakar the Cleaver. I'll be back here anyway. It'll be fun. Okay. Hey, look, more rubble to sift through for no reason. I didn't find anything? Perhaps it was because there was nothing to be found. Okay. All right, so now what am I doing? Like, what am I doing with my life? I'm looking for... I need 4 more Glurugoth's guards, and I need 1 more sentry, and I need to escape. Hey, Glurugoth's guards and trolls. Okay. Yeah. Hey, stop ignoring me. Seriously, Guardians take that kind of thing personally. We've got, like, fragile egos. Well, there was 1 Glurugoth's guard anyway. Hey, you're not a Glurugoth's guard. Who are you? A Numenorian sorcerer? You're no good to me. I think I got them both, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Oh, forget you two. Come on. Just run with me, would you? Because we're going this way. But wait, I need to find more Glurugoth's guards. Wasn't that the closest I ever found any? Because I don't think there are any Glurugoth guards up here. I think they're all downstairs. Right? They'll find me? How? Oh, here's some. That's fine. See, I was hoping they would regen. Okay. There we go. Because see, now I can just run away from them. But now we've respawned everybody, and who's not happy? This. Look. Oh, and the cargo came. Isn't that nice? They do like to feel included, don't they? And I think that was it. Now all I have to do is escape. Thank you. You can stop shooting me if you like. Or carry on. I don't even know what you're shooting me with, but it's strangely effective. Okay, so I come up here and I take a right. And I just keep headed east. Straight across here. Until I find, what am I looking for? A Barad-dûr sentry, but those are on the bridge. Yeah, I will have practically escaped by then. Okay, up these stairs. You can attack me, but you can't make me fight you. I'm going to escape Barad-dûr in pacifist mode. Okay, right. And then keep going. Oh, yeah, this is the way. This is the way. I think it's time for a burst of speed. Oh, yeah. Okay, I remember this part. Oh, wow, look at my charge is lasting a super long time. Oh, there it went. Okay, yeah, I think... Are those Gorgoth guards that just attacked me? Nah, I don't think so. They weren't that special. Okay. Oh, sorry, am I bothering you guys? I think I took a wrong turn. Yeah, I was supposed to turn left, sorry. As you were, Carghouls, doing your, like, private devotions there. Okay, okay, here we are. I've practically escaped. And then I can nip a sentry on the bridge on the way out. Here we go. Are you a sentry? I don't think you are. I think those are only on the bridge. Okay. Whee! On second thought, let's not go to Barad-dûr. It is a silly place. Okay. Have I escaped yet? I did. Okay. Very good. There should be a sentry right up here. Should I go back to Lomazar before, or just go look around at that spot and then go back? What do we think? Okay, I'll grab the look around spot on the way, might as well, and then it's going to tell me to go back into the bowels of Barad-dûr. Okay. Alright. Okay, a little free XP for that one dude. Boom. Okay, now where is that stupid look around? So it's over there. Okay. The search for Sapakar. Oh, where could he be? Somehow I must... Hang on, let's put on the afterburners. Okay. Meep, meep. Try to catch me. Oh, you can't do it. Neither can you. Oh, yeah, I'm liking that charge duration. Guess I should have gotten on my horse, in retrospect. But they might have offed my horse, so... Hey, look, I've got the whole sentry unit following me. Oh, no, half of them have turned back already. Okay, come up here and I take a left. And how close are we? Not too far. Up here on the left. Which should be a lovely external... What's nighttime in Mordor, so that's why it's even darker than usual. Was he by the res circle? Was that where he was last seen? Who killed him, I wonder? Huh. Any sign? Wait. There are enemies entering Barad-dûr. Are there bad guys in there? Oh, man. We can't have that. No, we cannot. Oh, I've got to get to the bottom of this. I think there might be bad guys in Barad-dûr. I mean, there's a rumor going around, right? And man, if it turns out to be true, maybe I don't try to cut the corner when there is a huge pit of lava involved. Come, wayward. Oh, no good that is. Whee! Okay, Kieran, don't you be showing off you're faster than my warhorse. Okay. Rosie, I can't believe you're still up. I just crazed. Well, I mean, it's my normal schedule, but still, like, that's not very usual. Okay. Oh, we're good. It's only midnight. Where are we? Okay. All right, I'm not going to try to mount up here. I can't even, so here we go. All right, now seek out Sapakar. Great. Well, I wonder where he could be. I just have to retrace my steps. Double fast. Oops, sorry guys. As you were. Took a wrong turn again. Left. Darn you. Left. Okay. And then I come up here and I hit a right. Up more slopes. Right into the room where people are pickaxing the rubble. Which, spoilers guys, it doesn't contain anything. Okay. Through here. Ready to hit another burst of speed in a moment. Okay. All right, straight across this big room. Yeah. Just keep heading this way until we hit the stairs. There they are. Right, there's the stairs. Okay, and now run fast. Zipping across the flaming hot floors. Okay, hi Cargools. I know you like to be included, but I'm skipping you. I just am. Oh no, right, take a left here, guys. Thank you, Carghoul. No. Down into the basement, around the corner, through the doors. We're getting there now. Not far. Is this where the Gurgoth guards are? Yes, it is. And then the troll and Carghoul cavern, like everybody else. And ooh, who's this? It's a footstep, huh? Oh no, is it? Does this mean that? Do I have to tell me I have to actually click on this? Oh, who is the man? I just examined that in the middle of that crowd. Okay. I think Sapakar might be this direction. Who knows? You never know when you might find him. I better follow his footsteps to where I suspect he just might be. Okay, how about we not go any further than this? Okay. How do you know it's Sapakar's footprint? I know, it's like I've ever seen. What have I like seen a cast of his foot before? Oh, come on, seriously? A sorcerer dude? And now you've performed some insidious AoE effect? Okay. Well. Okay. All right, we're here. Oh, Tarloniel says he's got his name embossed on the bottom of his foot. No wonder. No wonder. Okay. Hey, look, it's Sapakar the Cleaver. Oh, wait, but I'm still seeking him out. Yeah. Hi there, Sapakar the Cleaver. Sapphire stands before you on the edge of the chasm of Mordath. What you up to? Intimidating that apprentice still? Oh, he's so tall, his quest ring is inside his chest. It's kind of boss, actually. If you don't mind, I'm going to put you between me and the chasm. I know you trolls. Search the pit for the black word? What, did he commit suicide? I sent down servants to bring back treasures and useful things. I sent them down quickly. What, did you just chuck them off the cliff? But no one comes back. Oh, man. I can send you down real quick, too, but I must get something for the black word. I thought you said he went over the edge and we were hunting for him, which was going to be a strange twist, I admit. You assure the Olghai that you have no intention of being flung horribly into that abyss. Ooh, I get a cloak? Nice. But, probably not as good as my enhanced one, right? But it might be pretty. Do you have a pretty cloak, Sapphire? Oh, now I have to defeat him. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's fight over here. Yeah, I don't want so much to do with the cliff. If it's all the same to you. Okay. Well, you're barely more powerful than the other trolls. Okay. Well, this quest has been worth it from the beginning. Oh, but seriously, I would never have seen the inside of Barad-dûr. This guy's still cowering. It's okay. I killed him, man. You're free. Oh, and I gotta look. Hang on. Okay. Right. Oh, what's his name? The claw dude is down there, huh? Okay. I think we're done. Tell you what, I'm going to go talk to Lomazar because we're finished, yeah? Yeah. I just got to talk to Lomazar all 3 times. Boom. Okay. I mean, can't blame that guy for cowering away from me.
What?
Seems you have found the Olag and survived. Sure, yeah. Twice. That chasm is a place of horror? Okay. Ooh, a silk cloak. Is that nicer? No. Nice. 111. Hang on. Gotta double up again. Speaking of doubling up, hang on. Perks. Yes, sir. Okay, there's that. And there's this. Great. We are still on the move, XP-wise.
Do not make me regret this.
Yeah, Narkra escaped. Very likely, Narkra will return to his realm in Non-Ogol. The Fell Vale in the far western reaches. Well, I reckon to see him again then. It's difficult to explain in this tongue. Neither man nor beast, both yet different. I look forward to meeting him.
What?
I know not what Krasa Fursa seeks. She's a mystery. The hills of arid Lithuania are a place of shadow no orc will set foot upon. There may be ancient, forgotten items there. Okay, only she knows what she was looking for.
Do not make me regret this.
Okay. Have you come to take me out from this place of my certain death, or have you come to tell me that only that my words rung true? You'll be taken out of Mordor once the situation is improved. Okay. It seems I may be dwelling in this company for a time then. Be warned, it should be known that some of the relics Dulgabeth pursues are much more powerful than one of your ilk could imagine. What do you know of my ilk, sir? You may have thwarted his efforts thus far, but let it be known, hidden objects lie in wait below the fortress of Barad-dûr. Okay. Seriously? Okay. How do I, filter this quest on this character? Yes, please. Okay. Dol Amroth City Guard? No. Alright, these ones I'll just decline. I may want to go to Haram Ubnar someday, so. But I can't fill my quest log because I'm already full up, just about. Okay. Ingold. Lomazar has been truthful with us up to this point. While I have my doubts, it is not impossible that Sauron would have put such thought and effort into collecting many a valuable and powerful relic. I bet he did. They say that's how he ended up with a Palantir, after all. Perhaps we must act sooner than later. I just, found a bunch of junk in rubble that I don't even know what it is. Okay. Yeah, let's prevent him from finding more trinkets. Let's see. I guess it's an upgrade. Sorta. Not much of one.
We are Gondor's eyes.
Kind of a lateral move. You have done much to weaken those who serve under the Black Word. If we are to make a stand against those of power in Dora Marth, now is the time. Speak with Lomazar again. See what else he knows. Okay. Look at that, I'm already halfway to the next level.
Must I speak with the likes of you?
The Ithelstone, I just was talking about that. That's got to have been destroyed. Come on now. Didn't anything go down with the ship? Or, I guess, with the captain? Oh, let's go to Barad-dûr. Okay.
Under the command of Ingol, many in Gondor work to thwart the nefarious plans of Dulgabeth the Black Word as he sifts through the ruins of Sauron's defeat.
We got a title. Well preserved, huh? Oh, because I got to 11:1. Nice. Nice. I'll have to wear that one. Well preserved. Well preserved indeed. I completed the Tower of Cirithungol. Oh, exploration date. Sure. Forge worker, slayer of Udun. Oh, yeah, boy. Sadly, I did complete that deed. Okay, hang on. Let me make sure there are no unique and irreplaceable quests in my loot. Because wouldn't that be a kick in the pants? Okay. All right. Let's see, what do we have here? Dark Essence of Fate. Dark Essence of Physical Mastery. I don't know, man. I'm not convinced about that torque. Okay.
We are Gondor's eyes and Gondor's swords in this place.
Wait, what did I just collect? Hang on. What did I collect? I didn't notice it. What did I collect and didn't notice? What did I miss? I saw some... Oh, the butter and bread? I saw it was like green, and so I was like, well, okay. It was like a questing item. Or a crafting item, I mean. Lump of butter, I see. And a loaf of barley bread. Nice. Okay. I get a piece of butter and 3 pieces of bread. Butter scraped over too much bread when you turn 11D1. That's good. That's very fun. Yeah, I totally missed it. Totally missed it. I'm just like crafting item, crafting item, crafting item. 1 lump of butter and 3 loaves of bread. Fantastic. Fantastic. That's clever. That's very good. I love it. Yeah, that's delightfully Easter eggy right there. Very cool. Very cool. Okay. We have made it this far undetected. Or just run. You're faster than they are, I bet. The path ahead to Barad-dûr will be difficult. Okay. There seems to be some sort of meeting taking place. Oh, really? You have still a meeting of Dulgabeth's minions does not bode well. We must attempt to get closer and listen on their plans. Okay. I'm with you, Ingold. Where are we going? Behind this rock? Okay. All right. Where are we going? Now. Okay. I'm with you. Oh, there they are. Okay. Oh, I have to listen. Sorry. Hey, it's Krasafusa. I just killed her. Now that we have seen the stone, we can assure you the master will be pleased. You have done well. Who's talking? Glurgoth, I just killed him too. We have spent much time to retrieve the stone. Does the Black Word not care? They're all 3 still there? Oh, come on. As we have said before, the Black Word is busy attending to other matters. Now you will take the stone into the tower and place it within Dulgabeth's chamber. Okay. Says the vile knight. Do not tarry here long, or you will regret challenging the word of Dulgabeth. Now we must leave, for the Black Word calls on our assistance. Okay. See you guys. The respect we get is not what we deserve. I feel for them. The orb on the ground. I know, right? It's the Ithelstone. Thwart the foes. If only I could get a progress bar that said thwarting. Yeah, fear Ingold. Where's Pippin when we need him? Whoa, what are these dudes? Morvul, huh? Are they spectators? The stone. Oh, dear. Oh, that's embarrassing. Do I get to fight all 3 of you? Kinda do. Okay. I'm in an instance and totally by myself, aren't I? I should probably keep that in mind. Maybe remember to heal myself occasionally. Perhaps even make a point of it. But it's okay, I'm with Ingold. Plus, I've already softened these guys up. Oh, the torture you will receive. Sounds like a particularly warped Dr. Seuss book. You feel the pain? Oh, you feed on the pain. Okay. Oh, hi, Ingold. I didn't even see you under there. Why'd you let the troll get away?
We are Gondor's eyes and Gondor's swords in this place.
Okay, this certainly did not go as planned. Yeah, those Moravile. Moravile? Isn't it an I in the plural? And snatch the Ithelstone? Oh, man. We've defeated the Blackwood's lieutenants once again. Okay, but who are those Moravile working for? I mean, seriously, wouldn't it be awesome to get a progress bar that says, oh, veer! Quick, veer! I'm veering. We're veering. Should we listen? It was close to what? Kicking their butts? Anyway, yeah, a progress bar that says thwarting. Where are we going? I thought we were going to listen into the... No, we're just running. We're just running. Shining in the distance. What, the tower? The fire on top of the tower? Is that what you're seeing? Come on. It seems that atop that rock... seems to be atop the rock outcropping. What, the tower? Okay. There's a cliff. I wouldn't run off it. What do I suppose what is? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm just following you. Maybe he does something glinting atop the rock spire. The fire? No. I don't see a glint. I see a bonfire.
Come then.
The glow is soft, almost elven. Oh dear. This can't be good. Tell the elves. Well, how about you tell them what you saw? Because I didn't see a thing.
We are Gondor's eyes and Gondor's
Murmurs of excitement have
swords
swept through the encampment. Okay. I know I'm excited. Where's Hithgall? There you are. How exciting on a scale of 1 to 10. You've heard the rumors. If your eyes have not been cruelly deceived, the missing spear... No way! You've got to be kidding me. Aiglos? Get right out of here. Holy cow. Holy cow. Oh, man. All right. I can't even tell whether... Oh, those aren't even Light of Earendel stuff. Yeah. Okay. Oh, finding Aiglos. Are you kidding me? Hey, where'd it go? Where's my new bracelet? Oh, there it is. Oh, well, this cloak has Light of Earendel, and the other one doesn't. So that settles that. And yeah. Okay, Light of Arendelle up to 34. Starting to be almost respectable, but I already have Light of Arendelle there. Okay. Still just the torque. Didn't I have... No? No. Okay. Can we see the cloak there? Ooh. Bold. Don't like the... It looks like it's all ripped up. I don't like the three-pronged cape thing. Not a big fan, cosmetically speaking. Legolas has scouted the location of the spear and informed me that it is indeed... No way. Legolas... First of all, well... I don't know. How on earth is Legolas going to know? He's like a... He's like the Prince of Mirkwood who just left junior high. We've now learned. I understand that you might not share the same enthusiasm as I. Are you kidding me right now? But let it be known to you that this relic is of great pride to all... Yeah! During the Second Age, Gil-galad wielded Aeglos on the slopes of Mount Doom, leading to the defeat of Sauron. I know this, for I was there, and yet you sent Legolas, right, to go identify it? Speak with your apprentice, Koldon. Okay, odds to retrieve the spear. This is awesome. It's where's Koldon? It's Ingold. Ingold, what did you do? Oh, he's still tied up. Okay, Legolas.
I have seen the spear with my own eyes.
When I'm ready to depart and have found the other dude. He's this way? Oh, he's over in the other camp? What is this? We'll huddle in our little ruin and you huddle in yours? No. Where is he? Oh, he's ages away. Oh, he did a Google image search, Mr. Bigga. That makes sense. What is this, a skirmish camp? Or something? Reputation camp? Okay. What? Where? Let's go back into Udun to find that guy. Hang on. I'm not just going to run around like a moron. Where is it? Oh, he's all the way up at the gate. Well, see, that's just what I wanted to know. Okay. All right. All right. Is there a Koldon here? I'm looking for a Koldon. There he is. No, that's Amir King. When did he get a quest ring? Where's Koldon? Oh, he's the one who's up on the hill, isn't he? Yeah, he is. Okay. Boy, you were not an easy elf to find, and I'm glad I didn't just set off on my horse.
How can I be of service?
I know, right? Aeglos! To think this relic and pride of the elves has been recovered. Well, let's not be hasty. I shall depart at once and inform those in Lothlorien of this news. You're headed straight to Lothlorien? Okay. What's on Amir's mind? Just out of curiosity. Oh, it's an allegiance thing. So I don't get allegiances still? I'm confused. Can I do multiple allegiances? Tell you what, I'm just going to not worry about that right now, and I'm going to finish this quest line. Because it's, I mean, Iglos, right? I can do them all. Well, you know who's going to do them all. All right, let's see. Let's go back to Dingarth. Not the slow way. There we go. Grifflet is going to do them all. But Wiccan is still only 13 levels higher than Grifflet at this time. All right, Hithgall.
Well met, friend.
He's decided to depart and take this news to Lothlorien. Yep. I know, he told me that. Why are you telling me that? Well, I do not blame him for this excitement. I do wish that he had consulted me first. My young apprentice, oh, he's your Padawan, is he? Okay. Yeah, let's retrieve it instead of being too hasty. Okay. Scout has returned. Look at that. I'm almost getting a whole nother level. Return claiming others have caught sight of Iglos and are gathering around it. So it's been lost for 3,000 years, but now, like, everyone is stumbling on it. Instead, they're worshipping it. Who? You must depart with Legolas. These men of Mordor know not the elvish ways. Cool. Awesome. Disorder of the Eye, huh? Oh no. I didn't even see it the first time. It's in 4 places? Okay. I can't really get any closer to it, can I? All right. We do this the old-fashioned way. By riding the wrong direction, you ask? More or less. Okay, right. I have to defeat the cultists of Iglos, who by coincidence have stumbled across it at the same time that we did. Oh, at level 112, I'll get decent Light of Earendel equipment. Yeah, maybe I won't be like completely wreathed in shadow when I'm over in Agornaith. That is, if I ever get to Agornaith. But hey, I got to explore Barad-dûr and discovered its quite remarkable decor. I have found Iglos, for crying. Well, I mean, reputedly. Well, okay. Legolas. I almost said Lancelot. I think I must be getting tired. Which I suppose is no great marvel. Has discovered it. Or confirmed it, rather. So, because if anybody would know, it would be Legolas, right? Because Legolas is like, you know, a grown-up elf boy at this point. Okay. No. Still not a ways to go. Okay. That's a good question, Rosie. Hang on a second. Let me check. I think I left it in my mail. Yeah, I did. Yes. You sent me a bunch of armor, which is awesome. But it's, yeah, it's level 115. So we'll get there. We'll get there. It'll be great to have a nice set of gear to put on when I get there. Okay. Lancelot? Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. Let's see. Are we there yet? Not yet. Sorry, just laughing, remembering when I called them Legally and Gimlos the other day. Okay. Gotta find eyeglass. Gonna turn level 112. So cool. Across, I guess, 2 bridges. You were eyeglossed, but now you're eye-found. Okay. Now we veer randomly through bats and stop. Is that a like precipice? Pretty sure it is. Oh, would you stop, bat? I'm not scaring anyone with that. Look, you're light blue to me now. That is pathetic. You just have no idea, do you? Okay. Hey there, cultists of Igwas, where's the party at? Large group of black Numenorians gathered around the spear. Is it up here? Ah, up on the hilltop. Oh, no, that's a rock worm. Okay, defeat the Order of the Eye Devoted. Okay, you, and I guess just the 2 of you. And a goat, for good measure. Man, that goat is more powerful than the trolls of Barad-dûr. Seriously. This goat has more morale points than what's his name, Saginath, or... No, wait, that's a town in New Jersey, isn't it? Hey, it could be like another internet quiz. Troll boss or town in New Jersey? Seppuku? No, that wasn't him either. We're close, though. Okay, alright, we're gonna go around the other side, see if we can find more cultists over here. Oh, yeah. No, not Saginath. Oh, what are you hiding behind the rhino bull? Okay, that's okay. They don't aggro on me, so I don't mind them so much. Oh, there's scads of you over here. I should have just come here in the first place. I can get as many of you as you want, all in one place. Oops. I aggroed the buffalo or whatever it is. Okay. Have I killed enough of them yet? Almost. Oh, there they go. Confront the wounded devoted. Hang on. I'll be right with you on that. Okay, I'll get to confront him. Give me a moment. Hope the buffalo forgives me. Where's the wounded one? Did I leave him back on the other side and I only just now realized that he was wounded? Look, I have no quarrel with you, Rhino, even after you killed me once. Okay. Yeah, he's on the other side. Okay. We'll go over to the less populous side where all the hipster Black Numenorians hang out. All the hipster Black Numenorian cultists. It's a very specific demographic. There he is. Maybe I'd like sent him all the way over to the other side. Yeah, the wounded one is me. Yes. And that's when, looking deep inside, I realized I was the wounded devoted. Okay, here we go. All right. Hey, are you all right, man? Was it me that wounded you? Probably was. Sauron is still alive, you fool. That is, the Dark Lord shall return. The Order of the Eye shall see to it. Okay. The devoted member of the Order tries to move and winces. Do you not know the greatness of Sauron? The day comes when those who seek to topple all the Dark Lord has accomplished shall beg for forgiveness. Okay. That's it? Just threats? Now I have to kill 4 more of them? Okay, well, fortunately I know where to find 4 of them. Hey there, guys. You. I choose you. Where's the 4th one? Is there another one hanging around here? I don't want 3 of you, I want 4 of you. There were like 8 of them over here a second ago. All right. Oh, there is it. There's one. Boy, they really blend into the landscape. Oh, and now you're running away? Come on, you're just being ornery. Okay? Don't you think you can escape me? Oh, and now that guy's gone back? Boy, these people are hard to corral. Now let's stand over here. For crying out loud. Now let's stand far away from the buffalo, okay? Rhino, buffalo, whatever they are. Now don't shout, Wigand, because you don't want to alarm the buffalo. Don't shout, I almost did it again. Yeah, seriously, they're the Order of the Eye devoted, but only with within a specific radius? Yeah, it's true. Man. Oh, sure, now they all respawn. Okay, yeah, just come over here. We'll do this the slow way, just you and me. You couldn't come along with the family. No. No, you couldn't. Okay, talk to Legolas. Where is he? Is he here? Yeah. Okay, just around the corner. Behind the dragon, behind the buffalo. Oh, look, I know your radius, so don't you think you're scaring me. I couldn't get you to follow me when I tried, and I tried. Yeah, come over here. You still chasing me? Huh? Huh? Oh, sure, you're Mr. Persistent, right? Oh, you will climb over... Okay, that's what I thought. Hey, Legolas, what do you spy with your keen elvish eyes? Oh, look at him go streaking past. Yeehaw! Okay, okay. What have you learned from these men around the spire? That they're fanatical idiots and run around like crazy. They worship Sauron. Well, of course they worship Sauron. It's like their job. You explain that the men call themselves the Order of the Eye and that they seem to believe they possess the power to restore the Dark Lord. Certainly they are delusional, with hopes of grandeur and power. They hold on to what is certainly lost. What is left for them here in Mordor, and why do they worship the spear of Aiglos? Sure, I don't know. Woohoo! Level 112. You spoke to one of these devoted order. I did, yeah. Perhaps we should find out why they are pursuing this mighty spear of the elves. We must not let Aiglos fall into their hands. None but Gilgalad would be worthy to hold the spear. It is said that Aiglos can be touched by few, for the spear's power is great. Tracery? What's a tracery? Oh no, that's one of the new legendary item things. Right. Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, another bracelet? I think so. Oh, no, I'm not getting it yet. You're just promising it to me. Confront the wounded devoted again? Okay. Hang on. Declining quests once more. Look, I'm going to be on level with Aganoth at this rate. Aganath? Aganor? What? Never mind. What was I doing? Something. Oh yeah, equipping that thing. Where to go? Why is it not doing the thing? Because it's new and it's in my inventory and it should be like doing the I'm new in your inventory thing. Why is that not doing that thing anymore? Where did it go? Oh, I didn't get it yet. That's why. I'm keep counting my bracelets before they're obtained. Great. Now I'm looking like at the quest or the crafting items to make sure they don't contain any. Okay. There's the spear. Hark. Man. Okay. Anyway, I gotta confront the. Oh, there's the dude. Okay. Hey there, dude.
Halt and listen.
What? Okay. You confronted the devoted member of the Order of the Eye and ask him why they seek the spear. You know not the story? Indeed you are a fool. But I shall enlighten thee. Great! It's story time with a wounded fanatic. In Sauron's great trickery, an elf bearing this mighty spear fell into the Dark Lord's trap. The elf perished, releasing the spear from his grasp. Yeah, that's in the song. Many thought the spear lost, but it was not, for the Dark Lord knew of it. When his strength returned, Sauron retrieved the spear and kept it high in his tower as a remembrance to all who dare defy his rule. Robocor, the leader of our sect, your sect, like Robocop is the leader of your sect, shall soon scale the spire and hold the spear in his hands. You decide you must find this Robocor and show the Order of the Eye that the spear can never be wielded by them. Find and defeat Robocor and collect a corrupted trinket. Huh? Okay. Robocor. Okay. Wait, what? Maybe just let the guy try? Wait, oh, he's way down there. Okay. Oh, this is the gradual descent, not the cliff, right? Gradual? Well, I've seen more gradual than that. First there's the cliff, and then there's the gradual descent. Right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Fire Grims. Can I get around you, Mr. Fire Grim? Okay. Oh yeah, there's this. This is the abyss I was looking down on from above up there when I was seeing the nice tower. Oh, sorry, Firegrim lost it. I was looking at the fire and like the foreground with the fire and the background with the fire. Totally didn't see you there. If you want to follow me, and you probably do, we could. Whoa. Oh, that's your effect. It's not just a flaming dragon. It's what the... Okay. Yeah, he did leave. Oh, there he is. Oh, look at that guy. He's so adorable. Look at him run. Okay. Hey, Robocore. What are we looking at? It is pretty nice. I mean, look at how huge that spiky thing is there. But you can see it's... Do you think he copied the style of some of the Gondorian stuff? That, or I think perhaps I've been making a wrong assessment from the beginning. I'll have to remember this when Grifflet comes back. Now that I've seen the inside of Barad-dûr, I'm not going to make rash assumptions. Okay. Oh. Oh, nice hat. Yeah, I like that. Okay. All right. Yeah, there's no buffalo here to save you, buddy. He had a corrupted idol. I have acquired a corrupted trinket. And an orcish sword sheath for some reason. Okay, bring it to near Iglos. Fine. That's a bit of a ways. You must die for daring to even think of trying to touch the spear that will probably kill you. Yeah. Let's see. Let's just take the express route here. Besides, I like the battle music here. And I doubt you guys are going to really follow me far off this. Oh, well. I still doubt you're going to follow me far here. I'm going to sprint. Yeehaw! Cover me, Buffalo. Let's see. Maybe it's a Rhinolo. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, you're a persistent chap. He can't still be after me. Yeah, I didn't think so. Okay. Oop. The idol disintegrates in your hands as you hold it up in the glow of Iglos. Oh, what do you think of that now, Mr. Wounded Dude? Huh? Still so full of slow swagger lying there in a pool of your own blood? You there. You held the sacred idol of our sect up to the spear, and now it is gone. Why would Sauron keep such an object of destruction when we could never use it? You tell the devoted member of the Order to share what he has seen today. Because if that doesn't put him in the mood for sharing, what will? No more shall we worship such a horrid object. I feel sickened being near it. If only I had the strength to slay you. Wouldn't that be nice? You're no buffalo. That's all I can say. Okay. Just tell me I don't have to climb that.
I am not sure if we should scale the spire either.
I'm pretty sure we shouldn't. Let us return to him and hear his thoughts. We've come all this way, but you must trust me. Okay. Sure. I trust you. Let's go. Sorry, I teleported into your personal space there, Hithcomb.
My Gavanen.
Legos has spoken. That's really apathetic. My Gavanen. Yeah. And explain to me why we must not retrieve the Spear of Igos from atop the spire it rests upon in Dor Amarth. Mostly because we can't get there. Though it pains me not to remove the sacred weapon of the elves from Mordor, I must agree with him. I'm not following. He didn't explain to me at all. He just said we should talk to you about it. Igos has given hope to those of elves and others in this company. The spear has become a beacon in Mordor, a banner planted to show all those that the time of darkness in Mordor is at a close. The light of Iglos will show the way for us and strike fear in those who believe they lay claim to the plains of Gorgoroth. Perhaps one day we will be able to construct a monument to Gilgalad and to all elves who fought valiantly against Sauron here in Dor Amarth, where Iglos lies. Okay, I can accept that. I can accept that. Now I get my bracelet. Yes. Oh, hang on. Look at this. Look at this wild inefficiency. Keep leveling, Wigan. Keep it up. Okay. Now. Okay. I still don't have a Light of Earendil hat. But I'm saying this Light of Earendil is cosmetically, it's not appealing, this set. Not a fan. And why? What am I wearing? I'm wearing this. What happened to my nice cloak? Yeah, much better. Okay. Great. I'm so glad I've been of great help. When you have done all that you wish in Dor Amarth, look, I've done like almost everything here now. I ask you to aid others. Okay. Talk to Legolas about Lingris. Hooray! Okay. Now we're making progress. But man, Igos? I found Igos. So worth it. Okay, Legolas, what do you think?
I was just about to depart.
I would love to accompany you to Lingris. Wait, that's it? New quest, Beyond the Burning Plain? Wait, no, that's a vector south. I don't want to go south. I want to go to Lingris. Wait a second. I talked to him and then do I talk to Ingold? Do you have something to add? The Lingers threat?
Come
then. Okay. I've heard tales of crawling things. I suspect them to be well-founded. Scuttling venomous creatures roam through the valley. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Scout the location for spiders? Dude. Come. No, I'm not just gonna...
Come.
Gather meats? I don't think so, man. Okay, so... The Lingers threat. That is the one I want, is it? Okay. Okay, all right. Lingers threat. That didn't sound like it was actually sending me to Lingris, but... Okay. Scout the location. Oh. Down there? Okay. South, huh? Not west. Apparently not. Okay. We're scouting the location. Makes it sound like a film crew or something. Maybe we are going to see the Spider Bane again, Mr. Bigga. Just think. I mean, we last left him just wandering around blissfully killing spiders. So I was assuming he was still there. Okay. Oh, right. I could have gone to Teleth Urui by Stablemaster, couldn't I? But that's okay. Oh, that city was much fun. I have fond memories of that place. Oh, hang on.